Ask your neighbor. Do you know your neighbor? Have you met somebody new today? How many of you have met somebody new today? Make sure you have your business cards so you can network. And it's not just about collecting business cards. It's about building the relationship even after the event. Turn to your neighbor and tell them, you look beautiful today. You're looking lovely. You woke up early, you came here early, excited to make an impact, to see what's the future, to revisit the legacy, but also see what's in store for the future for the ecosystem of Tanzania. So, well done for coming here. You will not regret attending. How many of you have been to Sahara Sparks before? Nobody? How many have been to Sahara Sparks? No? Okay. We have partners as well that are going to be entering. So we're just waiting on them to come in. We can have some music, DJ? DJ, can we have some music in the meantime? Rais Naibu Waziri Mheshimiwa Stanislaus Harun Nyongo anaingia, naomba tusimame. Na wageni wa heshima wanaingia pia, Dr. Amos Nungu, Mheshimiwa Balozi Teresa Ziting, na wageni mbalimbali na wakurugenzi kutoka Sahara Ventures Jumanne na management nzima wanaingia, sponsors, partners, panel speakers, na pia wageni kutoka Wizara wa Mipango na Uwekezaji wanaingia. Tunawakaribisha sana. Na wengine sponsors na tunawashukuru. Tunaweza kukaa. Asante. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, guests of honor, Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri, Dr. Amos Nungu, Ambassador Teresa Ziting, Mr. Mark Schreiner, And special guests, the management of Sahara Ventures, special guests from the Ministry of Investments and Planning from the President's Office, all our sponsors, our partners, and speakers, and all exhibitors and special guests. Welcome to Sahara Sparks 2025 themed Impact Revisited. Today, over the next 2 days, we are marking 10 years of Sahara Sparks being in Tanzania, making an impact. Let's give them a round of applause for the impact that they have made in Tanzania. This is a decade of hard work, a decade of ecosystem enabling, building with partners, investing in startups, in entrepreneurs, in enabling investors to invest, and also equipping startups and entrepreneurs with capacity building tools and also knowledge and resources for a better Tanzania. And as we begin, we would like to showcase a beautiful documentary of the history of Sahara Sparks. If the IT team is ready, we'd like to play the video before we welcome the man of the hour. If we could have the sound. We will be showcasing a film highlighting Sahara Sparks' 10 years of innovation and their journey. We'd like to showcase the video. If the IT team, you're ready to display? As they are getting ready for the 10 years of Sahara Sparks, I want to ask you, how many of you have attended to at least one Sahara Sparks event? Okay, and how many of you, this is your very first time? Wow, we have a lot more who it's their first time coming to Sahara Sparks. So Sahara Sparks have been making an impact. The whole theme for today is Impact Revisited. How are we reflecting on the last 10 years, but also what does the next 10 years look like for Sahara Sparks, for the ecosystem, for entrepreneurship in Tanzania? How are we growing? As we are getting ready for the film, it is also important to reflect the hard work of Sahara Ventures that have been putting on Sahara Sparks. They've not only been putting on just a conference, they've been having workshops, they've been having marketplace, they've been connecting investors to entrepreneurs.
They say when the roots are...
Let's showcase the video with sound on. Thank you.
They say when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. 10 years ago, a seed was planted, not in the sands of the Sahara Desert, but in the fertile soil of Tanzania's imagination. A seed watered by courage, by vision, by an unshakable belief that Africa's story of tomorrow could, must, and would be written by her own children. From that seed grew not just a company, but a movement. A movement daring to turn ideas into industries, dreams into enterprises, and possibilities into livelihoods. You see, for Sahara Ventures, the journey was never about chasing the mirage, but about transforming the desert into a garden, becoming an oasis where resilience, sacrifice, and belief meet innovation, and where the pulse of the youth becomes the heartbeat of the continent. silent. And so, as the sun rose over the haven of peace, Dar es Salaam, the dream echoed, forming a verse in Africa's song, a chorus for her giants. It took its first breath to nurture innovators, build ecosystems, and to prove that in the soil of Africa, the seeds of greatness always find a way to grow. And now you see, every seed needs a sower, every journey a pathfinder. See what you are. Kidole kimoja hakivunji chawa. No dream stands alone. So before the headlines, before the applause, there he was, once a young man in Kariako, marinated in the bongo flavor hip-hop lyric of the day, dreaming of a maybe, wrapped in his thoughts, a pool of destiny echoing the times. What if, he thought, what if Tanzania could birth a hub of innovation? What if Africa's future was not imported, but imagined and engineered by her own children? What if? He wrestled with doubt, with systems that clipped wings instead of lifting flight, with the heavy silence of being first. And yet, like a baobab rooted deep, he chose to stand. And as he did, he and those that joined him joined a lineage of visionaries who answered the motherland's call. Nyerere Mashinda Mansa Musa, Kwame Wangari Mula Mula. Strive. Voices that remind us that Africa's heroes are among us, standing on the shoulders of giants. Sahara Ventures, so beyond. These were not just men and women of history. They were torchbearers, passing the flame forward. Mwanga wa taa moja unaweza kuwasha nyingine nyingi. And Jumanne, like them, refused to turn away. He chose to carry that flame, to answer the cry of the motherland, to dream not only for himself but for generations unborn. Because Africa's story has always been to rise, even when underestimated, to build, even when told it cannot be done, to dream, even when the world doubts our capacity. And so, Sahara Ventures was not born out of comfort, but out of conviction that deserts can bloom, that Tanzania can be more than just a market, but a maker, a mother of innovation, a wellspring where resilience meets creativity. Haba na haba, hujaza kibaba. Step by step, year by year, Sahara Ventures has walked until the path became the road, and the road became a movement. 10 years of planting where the ground was dry, daring to believe that innovation could take root in Tanzania, and from there, ripple across the continent, till what began as a spark is now a constellation. Over 24 innovation and acceleration programs, 24 accelerator cohorts, 1,043 startups supported, from agriculture to AI, fintech to creative industries, from education to clean energy. Sahara ventured as a bridge for dreamers, youths, students, people living with disabilities, women founders, hub leaders, all given a chance to build, to rise, to become. You see, numbers do not lie. 471 direct jobs, 650 more indirectly created, 88 plus women-led startups nurtured, and over $1.1 million in seed capital mobilized. EdTech alone carrying $740,000 in capital and jobs. Agri-tech swelling with the largest pool of startups. Fintech, small but mighty, transforming lives through direct financing. The founders surveyed, spoke with one voice, a net promoter score of 62.5%. World class by any standard. But beyond the metric lies the meaning. Each statistic a story, each number a name, each impact a heartbeat. Because Africa is not short of ideas, she is short of platforms that believe deeply, past the noise, but do the hard work. And Sahara has been that platform. Not perfect, not finished, but persistent, patient, and purposeful. Listen here, listen closely. Umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Sahara Ventures Decade is proof that when a community is built, innovation is not a dream deferred, it is a reality delivered. They did not only build startups, they built ecosystems. They walked into rooms where policy was still an echo and turned whispers into frameworks, frustration into dialogue, turning scattered energy into blueprints, convening more than 20 national and regional policy dialogues, engaging ministries, regulators, universities, and hubs, co-authoring roadmaps on startup ecosystems, advancing conversations on digital taxation, and pushing for inclusive innovation policies that give us all a seat at the table. They championed platforms where over 1,000 innovators could not only pitch, but shape the rules that govern them, ensuring that women founders are not just footnotes, but front runners in the story of Africa's innovation. Because policy is the soil. Without it, seeds wither, but with it, forests grow. And Sahara Ventures helped till that soil so that the next generation could, like African baobab, ancient, wise, and unshaken, root deeper, stand firmer, and dream taller. Just like the Nile carries life through deserts, so their dialogues carry ideas across borders. Like the Zambezi, powerful and unrelenting, they push innovation into spaces once considered unreachable. And like the Kilimanjaro standing watch, Sahara Ventures became a pillar in Tanzania's innovation ecosystem, steady, enduring, and impossible to ignore. See here, as our motherland reminds us, a single stick may smoke, but it will not cook. Innovation too needs many hands, many voices, many fires to create a meal that feeds generations. So over 10 years, Sahara Ventures has never walked alone. Every milestone has been a chorus of partners, investors, innovators, and dreamers who dared to believe together that Africa could rise on her own terms. Together, they unlocked funding, connected startups to investors across 12 sectors, and nurtured ecosystems partnerships with hubs, universities, civil societies, and development agencies, not just opening doors, but building corridors where none existed. Because in Africa, we know, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together! Partnerships became the ladders that allowed ideas to scale walls, and the wind that lifted projects from concept to reality. Sahara Ventures created spaces where capital met courage, and courage birthed change. And yet, the work is not finished. The soil has been tilled, but the harvest demands more laborers. The fire has been lit, but the pot is big, and the feast ahead is for millions. So this is not just a story of what Sahara has done. It is an invitation to partners, bring your strength. To investors, bring your faith. To innovators, bring your daring. Because together, we ensure that the next decade does not just echo the past, but surpasses it. So that the continent rises, not in fragments, but in fullness. 10 years ago, Sahara Ventures began with a vision, a seed planted in uncertain soil, watered with resilience, guarded by faith. Today, that seed has become a forest, rooted in Africa, rising to the skies. But Africa is vast, and she whispers to us all still. The journey has only just begun. It is not done. And so Sahara Ventures stands at the threshold of tomorrow, with the courage of those who came before, and with the fire of those who walk beside, and with the hope of those who are yet to come. This is not just Sahara's story, it is Africa's story. A continent rising on the shoulders of its dreamers, its builders, its relentless sons and daughters who refuse to give up. So here's the call to partners, investors, to innovators, to you. Come, join the feast, join the labor, join the future. Because here, we do not just journey alone, we journey together, further. Innovation in Africa is not a concept, it is a reality. The journey is ours, it is yours. Welcome to Sahara Ventures.
Wow, that was beautiful. Beautiful documentary highlighting Sahara Ventures' impact and work over the past 10 years. And beautiful narration by Khalila. Absolutely well done. And congratulations to Sahara Ventures and Sahara Sparks for the hard work and the resilience that you've done and impacted lives in Tanzania. And truly, the future is Africa. The future of entrepreneurship is Africa. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the man of the hour, CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures, none other than Mr. Jumanne. Karibu sana.
Good morning. You guys look very serious. We are never serious in these platforms. Niwaambie tu Mheshimiwa Waziri, asilimia 80 ya watu ndani ni vijana. Kwa hiyo utawaruhusu wawe free kidogo. Asante, nimepewa ruhusa hiyo. Kwa hiyo so before I say anything, in a very special way, where is Khalila? Is Khalila in the room? I think she deserves a standing ovation. Tusimame tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much. Founders in the room understand, especially CEOs, the chief exhausted officers, because they are not chief executive officers until when you start to make serious money. So the chief exhausted officers in the room understand when you tell your partner to execute an idea, especially when you are starting, you're always worried about the outcome. So I swear I've never seen this video, I've seen it today because I was very afraid to look at it. And I knew the reason was if I looked at it, I'll tell them to go and redo it again kwa isingeweza kuonekana. Tungebadilisha kila siku. So Harira and K15, if we can again clap for them, it's a very good work. Okay. I think it has to be full screen. Okay. Anyway, technology can be very interesting. Can you go back to the first slide? Okay, great. Nitakuwa naongea tu afu nasogeza kwa sababu this thing no longer works. Anyway, so Honorable Minister, Mheshimiwa Stanislaus Chongo, ambassadors, government officials, startup founders, community builders and makers, and the Sahara Ventures community, which famously we call it Saharans, protocols observed, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Okay, 2016 we didn't have that greetings. So it shows you how long we've been around. So there are some few interesting facts. Sahara is older than my first daughter. It tells you the journey of this company. Sahara is almost the same age as my marriage. And Sahara is everything to me. But today, it is not about me or about us. It's about us appreciating you and everything that we've been able to do together for the past 10 years. So next slide, please. I will have 5 specific groups to appreciate too. So don't worry, I have very few slides. So the first group is called the elders. The first group is called what? The elders. My co-founder, Musa, has a saying, because he was raised in a village and I was raised in Kariakoo, so I know nothing about villages. Kijiji bila wazee ni kelele. Kijiji bila wazee ni kelele. Everyone is shouting. So that's why we need the elders. So if you've read books like Things Fall Apart, you understand the importance of elders in Africa, because decisions are being made by council of elders. They are the one who are championing policies. They are the one who are reading the government. They are the one who are making final decisions. So for anything to happen, you need to talk to the elders so that they can understand you, and then they give you a seat on the table so that your agenda can be pushed. So we had to choose our elders so that our agendas can be pushed. So I'd like to recognize the elders in the room. Unfortunately, 3 of them, they are not here. One of them is here, so please, Mzee Mshinda, if you can stand. Please, if you can clap for him. Asante sana. Dr. Hassan has been with us throughout this journey, from the beginning. He trusted his idea, he trusted the concept, he mobilized resources. He actually introduced me to the other elder, where you will hear his keynote, because he's going to give us a keynote, a virtual keynote from Switzerland. It's very interesting. He knew I love AI, so he has sent himself as a Terminator T-800 avatar. You're going to experience the way he does his speech. It's going to be very fascinating. But Balozi, Ambassador Arthur Matri, was the second elder that was introduced to me by the first elder, who is Dr. Mshinda. And Balozi Arthur Matri was crazy enough to come to our small office somewhere around Kinondoni to co-create with us the idea of Silicon Da. I still remember that day. Mlinzi alikuwa na linda pale ofisini kwetu. He came and told me there's a very big car outside and there's a lot of white people. What have you guys done? I told him possibly that's His Excellency, the ambassador, coming to visit us. And when he came in, it was like, no protocol, guys. I've read somewhere about the idea of Silicon Da, and I'm very excited to map the journey of Silicon Da with you. So what is this Silicon Da? So we spent time with him the whole day at our office. We were using some GIS tool. We started to map COSTECH. We mapped Universal Communication Service Access Fund, College of ICT of University of Dar es Salaam, Tigo, Vodacom, Airtel, and some few innovation hubs that were there. And he said, if we're going to reach at least 20 or 30 partners or members, then we are going to confirm that actually this is a community of techies, and officially we're going to call this district Silicon Da. By the time when we were finishing that activity, we already had more than 50 strategic partners located in one place. And then the idea, the definition of Silicon Da was born as a naturally formed technology district in Dar es Salaam. But that was not the end. And then Mzee Mshinda introduced me to another elder. This is Balozi Hami Mpungwe. And then we coined a statement called BBC, born before computers. It was fascinating to meet with these senior citizens in Tanzania who knows more about singularity more than me. I was shocked. They were telling me about things of the future, about attaining AGI, artificial general intelligence, somewhere around 2025, 2035. And then I knew age is just a number, it's an actual fact, because these guys were younger than me when it's come to understanding how technology in the future is being shaped. So from then we started to have conversations, very interesting conversations. And year after year after year, they've been showing up into this platform, showing their trust, opening doors to us, introducing us to other strategic partners, key players, investors, funders, and support every mission that we've been doing. We are truly honored and humbled with them. But beyond that, if you remember, the previous regime, the focus was on industrialization. But they were talking about a very traditional industrialization, like the old time industrialization with smokestacks and everything. And then we had a mission to push the agenda of 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution. And being young people, naturally, there's a sense of activism. You need to run around and tell people whatever you're doing is not right. But again, the elders guided us very right. You don't need to challenge them. You just need to explain to them what is fourth industrial revolution. And it's not here to repress their traditional industry. It is just where the world is going. And basically, it has nothing to do with industries that they know of. So to push that agenda, Dr. Mshinda and His Excellency retired Balozi Amin Pungwe introduced me to another elder, rest in peace, Professor Ben Ondulu. So we went and met with Professor Ben Ondulu the late, and he was very excited. By then he was working with University of Oxford in a Prosperity Commission to push the agenda of digital transformation and digital economy in Tanzania. I still remember the word of Mzee Mshinda. If you want these guys to understand anything you talk about related to 4IR, they need to hear to someone they trust. And they all trust Professor Ben Ondulu. So we talked to Professor Ndulu. He came, he gave a keynote. He talked about digital transformation and 4IR being a completely paradigm shift, and Tanzania cannot be left behind. Before we know it, in the next 3 months, 4IR was written in a party manifesto of CCM. So we got what we want. So we really appreciate the efforts of the elders because we couldn't achieve anything without them. They actually bridged the gap between people who are older than us, who couldn't translate what we're doing, and us who are young and ambitious, and we want to see changes and things move. But if that was not enough, the elders trusted me a lot. They sent me to South Africa to meet with President Mbeki. You can imagine, the president of South Africa. And I think I wasn't even 30, around 31. They told me for this agenda to be a Pan-African agenda. Balozi Ami said, you're going to South Africa, you're going to meet with President Mbeki. He's a champion of 4IR, especially in education. And because of the relationship between Tanzania and South Africa, if Mbeki says anything, they will listen to him. So a boy from humble beginning, from Kariako, went all the way to South Africa to meet the president of South Africa. Can you imagine? That's the power of the elders. They can't do that. It was fascinating. Unfortunately, he couldn't come to Tanzania. He wasn't feeling well, but he sent his regard and he talked to the people in the corridors of power and say, trust this kid, everything's gonna be fine. So things moved. But the story of the elders didn't end there. One of the persons that we all at Sahara appreciate and love and respect, and I've seen her coming in the room. If Madam Felista, please, you can stand. Ni mama yetu from UNFPA. It's very interesting. I said today I'm not going to talk about AI, blockchain, everything that I usually talk about. I'm just going to give you a tip. If you want the most accurate prediction about the future of AI and when we are going to attain AGI and singularity, there's a website called AI 2027. AI 2027. That's the most accurate prediction. They've done a lot of research, so I'm not going to talk about that. That's your homework. So today I'm just talking about people who have supported us to come here and reach this stage. So Madam Felista met me when I was still a government employee, when I was reporting directly to Dr. Mshinda, but Dr. Mshinda was flexible enough to allow a public servant to run a startup in his office. Do you know how complex is that? He just tear away all principles of conflict of interest. And sometimes that is what you do to champion innovation. For things to happen, you have to embrace disruption. Sometimes for things to happen, every rule that has been written in a book has to be broken so that you can be able to see the changes you are looking for. So again, I was there, I was running my small companies, Sahara Sparks, with my co-founders, Musa, Rahim, Mariam, Jacqueline, and Paul. So we are like 7 of us. This is our company, a very humble company called Sahara. And when Madam Felista came, she had this big project from UNFPA regional office. They are looking for a small company to support innovators. We told her we can do this project. The project was almost 200,000 USD by then. It was a lot of money for Sahara by then. And at that moment, we've never even managed 10,000 USD. And she was like, I'm putting my reputation on the line here. I don't know you guys, you haven't done anything before, but you want to run this program. We told her we are navigating. We used to manage events. Now we are moving into consulting. Do you know how dangerous is that? You never consulted in anything, and I'm your first client, and it's a UN. She went away, and a couple of days, she came back and said, are you sure you're going to do this? We say we're capable of doing it. She went into a serious fight in the office, trusting us. And then they reach an agreement. They will commission one of the big 4 to do due diligence for us, to try to see if we're capable, and then they can give us the work. So they spend more money to assess us than the actual work. But eventually they give us the work. And from that day, we've worked with UNFPA Tanzania for 10 years. We have created multiple impact. One of the startups, Mheshimiwa ameiona hapo, when we were starting with TAI in 2017, there were just 2 people in the company. Now there are 35 young people working in that company. And this is just a story of TAI. You could go to Afya Intelligence, you can look at Afya Read. They're saving hundreds of maternal deaths through their Mkanda Salama innovation. And now they're growing very fast. They've just attracted a capital of more than 150 USD to grow CADE beyond the few hospitals they're serving. And this is for only one reason. That day, Mama Felista visited at COSTECH when we don't have an office and say, I'm confident enough to work with these kids. So that is what happened when you trust your young people. That is what happened when you give them confidence and trust them that they can be able to do it. That is what happened when you say, it's okay to fail. Just make sure you fail fast, you fail cheap, and you learn from your failure. Because every great thing starts by being able to take risk. So next slide, please. Go to next slide, because Khalila did a very good work with that slide. Anyway, yeah, so, but we did a lot of work, but we are not alone. So the second group is the builders. Zenungu nombo usimame kidogo tukupigie makofi. So if we can clap for him. For those who know people in power and how politicians work, they always want to take credit of their own work. But Dr. Nungo is very different. He knew we worked with Dr. Mshinda before. By default, kacha zetu hizi za matatizo ni kwamba if those kids work with Dr. Mshinda, I don't have anything to do with them. But he was very welcoming. for the past 6 years, every press conference of Sahara Sparks, he has been our core government partner. He has taken risk with us. He has sponsored the event. He has given us an opportunity to contribute in different policies, whether it's on STI policies, whether it's on educational reform policies, whether it's innovation policies. We have worked with him hand on hand to design the National Innovation Framework. And to us, these are the builders. These are the people who are not there for a personal interest or to compete or to show I can do more than the other, but they're there to contribute and say, we can be able to build things together. Nchi yetu wote tuitengeneze, twende. I don't care who takes the credits. I'm here to do my work that I've been assigned to do. So if we can please clap for him again. So we appreciate not only him, we appreciate COSTECH, the management of COSTECH, and employees of COSTECH, and everyone at Buni and DTBI, because they've been our partners from beginning all the way to up right now. But again, Director Mashaka, if you can please stand up. Another ministry that we work very close with is the Minister of ICT. And you can see it, please clap for him. It is difficult when things change. You get to learn each other. It was a new team. We've been around. Wametukuta wamekuja na timu mpya ya wizara. They had their own priorities. But they were very open to listen to us, to know about what we are doing. They trusted us with one of the biggest projects in Tanzania, the Digital Tanzania Institute and the Zonal Soft Centers and the Digital Fabrication Labs. Anyone would have consulted that work to one of the big fours, the Deloitte, the KPMG, and the likes, but they said, young Tanzanians are capable of doing this. Let's give them opportunity to do it so that we can work with them. So if we can please clap for them. And from there, we have done a lot of work. We started to work with the late Mheshimiwa Waziri aliyefariki. Yeah, Ndungulile. So when Ndungulile was in, Mashaka was still the director of ICT. We did a lot of work with him. And then Minister Ndungulile passed, and then Minister Nape came in. We had a lot of discussion about supporting startups in Tanzania. They gave us an opportunity to travel with Her Excellency President Samia so that we can push the agenda of startups in Tanzania. We were with the CEO of Tanzania Startup Association. For the first time again, the boy from Kariakoo had an opportunity to talk to the president. Yeah, possibly I'm the one person in the family that has ever done that. So it was a very good, exciting experience. I remember I told Her Excellency 3 things. She asked, so what do startups in Tanzania want? I told her we want Startup Act, which can be preceded by startup policy. I told her we are looking for a special economic zone for startups so that we can be able to operate in a business-friendly environment. And I also told her we just want the commitment of the government to officially recognize startups so that we can be able to collaborate. And we focus on build things, and they focus on building policies. Because we want to move fast. But this wasn't me. It was the work of the other builder. So if CEO of TSA is Auro, if you can stand up, please. Yeah. So, tafadhali unaweza kukaa. So when Zauro came to us, I remember this was after a very heated discussion between me and the late Hali Mufuluki. So some of you knows Mufuluki was very, very smart, very, very controversial. If you had a conversation with him, he has a certain way of looking and thinking and saying things. So one time they invited me to give a keynote. I think it was with the CEO roundtable. And again, being a young person, I was very angry and frustrated. And I went there, instead of using my speech, I was just on into them why you have a lot of money, you are not doing anything for startups, you're not even establishing an angel network to invest in us. We have so many problems and you're only dealing with your own problems, you're not solving our problems. When you get a chance to meet with decision makers, you only talk about your issues. And I remember after, after my rant, Ali said only one thing. We started TPSF, CEO Roundtable, the Chamber of Commerce, and everything else to protect our own interest. Establish something of yours. And I was very angry with the response. But when I went home, I was like, he's actually right. These guys will never do anything for us because they don't feel what we feel. They've never started business from scratch with just an idea. They either won a tender from the government, or they got rich during privatization, or they've inherited what they have. So they'll never understand what it takes to build a startup from scratch. So we started conversation with Zaoro. Can we have our own umbrella organization to represent our interest? Can we be able to push the startup agenda in Tanzania? But again, we needed the elders, because the elders are still very important. In order for the government to listen, you always have to have elders. So we approached one elder who is not too old. His name is Paul Makanza, our board chair of Tanzania Startup Association. And we told Paul, you're already the chairperson of CTI, Confederation of Tanzania Industry Owners. You're already the vice president, I don't know, of Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. It means they're listening to you. So would you be willing to be our chairperson so that we can push the startup agenda together? Paul said yes, with some condition. He assembled a very good team with us, including Balozi Togolani, and then we started to push the agenda of Tanzania startup ecosystem. But again, there are some individual people from their individual roles. They've done a lot of work. So please, if Joe, you can stand up. Joseph Manirakiza. So Joseph understands 2 languages. He understands the language of development partner and he understands the language of startups. And that is critical if you want to mobilize resources from the development sector to bring to startups. As an institution and as an individual, he has done a tremendous work and he's been a strategic partner for us from the beginning up to right now. So if we can clap for him again. By the way, it's not only Joe, the whole team at UNDP, if we can clap for them. Yeah, it has been an honor to work with you guys. But there's some other champions. I met Esa when he was a still university student. Can you imagine, Esa Mohamed Ali? And he said, I want to intern with your company. I told him what you want to do, anything that is related to AI. I'm like, we're not doing anything related to AI current. He said, okay, just figure out what I'll do. And I'm like, just come to my office and we'll champion the AI community. Anything to do with AI, you'll do it. And that is how the Tanzania AI community was born. That eventually became the Tanzania AI Lab. That eventually has more than 250 researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, startups who work together to advance AI in Tanzania. They have partnership with the likes of UNESCO, ICT Commission. So someone who just came to me as an intern, today run the most credible community of AI experts in Tanzania and Africa. It's part of the Africa AI-driven initiative as one of the critical peoples. So this is what happened when you trust the builders and you build with them. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of stories. There's a lot of story around Pesatech and the work we've been done to support fintech. There's a lot of story around Ayute, where we work to support agri-tech. There's a lot of amazing founders who are actually doing amazing things. Next slide, please. But our work is driven by the founders. Kama mafounder wapo sisi kula tu tunaenda kulala. So our work is driven by the founders and they're very important to us. By the way, founders have contributed to this event today. shout out to Magila of Magila Tech. A lot of money is coming for this event from his personal company. That is a story of another day. Dr. Mshinda met with Magila when he was about to be rocked because he was hacking some government stuffs. But it's a story for another day. I said, like, this kid is just too smart. Don't lock him. Let him start a company. Anyway, but these founder, whether it's King Mkono, with whatever he's doing right now with Tunza, they've been part of this stage since 2016. When we were doing the conference for the first time, Balozi was like, is this a conference or what? Because he came in as a guest of honor and there was hip hop playing behind and everyone was making a lot of noises. And everyone was coming in to give a speech or presentations. There was no any salutation. It was just excitement. But right now, these are some of the founders who are transforming the Tanzanian startup ecosystem. They have companies that worth millions, companies that employ a lot of young people, and they're unlocking opportunity for other young people. Next slides, please. Yeah, so my team. I mean, I think you have to see them. Some of them, they really hate Mata na picha. So if Musa, Adam, the founders of Sahara, if you're in the room, please. We'll start with the founders first. I know some of them, they really hate these things. They don't even like to put on suit. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Let me tell you something, one of the interesting facts. We have never been in one room at the same time. That is what it takes to run a business in Africa, especially in an occasion like this. So we meet once in a while, in a quarter, 4 times. We are 6 of us, but it's extremely difficult for us to be in one room at the same time. There's a joke most of African founders know. There's your core business, and there's a business you run to support your core business. If you're a founder, you understand. The founders in the room understand me. You have your core business, and then the business that you run to support your core. Kwa hiyo unaweza kuwa una develop software, lakini upo kwenye kilimo cha asali pia. Kwa hiyo, please guys, you can just go. I think I'll call you later when the rest of the team is here. But our team is big. Because of time, you'll see it later. This was 2018 when President Kikwete, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, came and visited us, and he was part of our event. He was very excited about our story and everything that we're doing. That day, we brought more than 250 people from across Africa to Tanzania. More than 40 innovation hubs come to Tanzania to celebrate 3 years of Sahara Sparks with us. The rest is history. We built a massive network across the continent. Next slide, please. But finally, the community, which is basically you guys. There are so many of you. In one way or the other, the development partners that are working with us, whether it's UNDP, UNFPA, UNCDF through PESA Tech Accelerator, HEIFA International through Hayute Challenge to support agri-tech. On the government side, I've mentioned Minister of Education, Minister of ICT through COSTECH and ICT Commission, founders, startup owners, and everyone that have been part of this exciting journey. The only thing we want to say is thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your trust. And thank you for everything that you have been able to do for us. Because it's critical. As Khalila said, it wasn't us, it's about you. You could have just said, wajanja wajanja wanatapeli watu mjini tusifanye nao kazi. But you decided to trust on us, work with us, collaborate with us to build this platform. And again, I'm very humbled and honored. Nasema asante sana kwa dhati kabisa kutoka kwenye moyo wangu nawashukuru sana. It's 10 years. 10 years mtoto anazaliwa anakuwa na akili. For people to trust you for 10 years successively is not a joke. Kwa narudia tena, this is going off script of what I've written kwa sababu ni kitu nakisema ndani ya moyo wangu. Asanteni sana. So I'm done. But before I close, all the pictures I made them using AI. I don't have any picture of my family that I could actually do with AI. They're all very old. But they're a very crucial part of my journey. And if you are in this room and in any way you are related to me by blood, please stand up. Yeah, so please, you can sit. My dad and my moms are always here for the past 7 years. Yeah, so they always come. And I'm very humbled and honored to be with them and to be having this conversation with them. There's someone who's supposed to be here. I'm not sure if she's late. Nura. Come to save time kidogo tumalize hii shughuli. Yeah, so please if you can clap, that is my wife. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah. So 10 years. Just to tell you why this is important. Our marriage is 12 years. So, turning 13, she's reminding me. Yeah. I forgot even my birthdays, so she's doing a very good work. Anyway, what is important is building this venture took 10 years out of those almost 13 years. One thing she agreed in the second year of our marriage is that I don't have specific time of coming back home. To all entrepreneurs, they know once you go out, it's unpredictable. You can come at 5, you can come at 4 a.m. in the morning, and it has taken a huge toll with my family, my young families, with my 2 daughters, and thank you so much. So finally, to the elders, thank you for your wisdom. Mzee Mshinda na wenzio. To the builders, thank you for your strengths. Joseph, Zaoro, na wengine mtusupport. To the founders, thank you for your courage. Without you, tusingeweza kufanya tunachofanya. To the team, especially Sahara team. Since Sahara started up to right now, we have hired more than 100 people, Mheshimiwa. So to the team, thank you for your spirit. And to the community, you guys, thank you so much for your belief. That being said, asanteni sana na washukuru. Nimechukua muda mrefu, mnisamehe sana, ila inibidi niwashukuru wote kwa sababu keynote yangu leo ilikuwa ni ya kushukuru tu. Sishukurugi siku nyingine, kwa hiyo imebidi ni accumulate shukrani zote. And that being said, there's a video that is going to play. Yeah, one of our elders, Ambassador Arthur Matli, the former Switzerland ambassador to Tanzania and to East Africa and Zambia. He couldn't make it. His mom is very sick. So last meet he said he couldn't come to Tanzania. But I want to tell you the actual original founders of Sahara Ventures. So Sahara Ventures had 6 original founders. One is UNFPA. Second is COSTECH. Third is Switzerland Embassy in Tanzania. Fourth is Finnish Embassy in Tanzania. They supported us the first 4 years of Sahara. fifth is HDIF when Joseph was still there before to Funguo. And six is you guys. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it.
Wow, let's give him a round of applause for a wonderful opening keynote of going through the entire journey of Sahara Ventures. Well done, Mr. Jumanne. You've done a great job, and your legacy has been seen, and it is there to continue. And thank you to everyone who has supported Sahara Ventures on this journey. So with that, we'd like to cue the next video of one of the patrons of Sahara Ventures, the former ambassador of Switzerland to East Africa and Zambia, Ambassador Arthur
Excellency.
Matley. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends of Sahara Sparks in 2016, the theme was Breaking the Barriers. We gathered then in Dar es Salaam with a shared dream to explore how technology could be harnessed to overcome the immense challenges facing African startups. Looking back, we can say with conviction, barriers have been broken. What began as a spark of ambition has become a continental movement. The Sahara Sparks team, under the leadership of Jumanem Dabalike, has transformed this platform into one of Africa's most respected dialogue on innovation. Their journey has proven that determination, collaboration and vision can turn obstacles into stepping stones. When I first met Jumanne, then manager at Buni Hub, I recognized something rare. A calm strength rooted in deep technology knowledge, matched with determination and inclusiveness. He has remained consistent, a visionary leader, a unifier, and a man of respect. His personal journey embodies the very spirit of breaking barriers. In the 10 years since that first gathering, the world has witnessed profound transformations. I call them paradigm shifts of human development, because they have reshaped societies, industries, and entire nations. The rise of artificial intelligence reshaping industries from healthcare to finance. Mobile-first digital economies enabling billions to connect and transact. Green and renewable energy technologies challenging old energy systems. The growth of blockchain and Web3 rewriting trusts and ownership models. The acceleration of biotech and health tech, changing how humanity responds to pandemics and health crises. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, barriers remain and must be broken again. On the entrepreneurial side, we need startups that are bold, scalable, and deeply rooted in African realities. On the youth side, we must nurture not just users of technology, but creators, coders, builders, and dreamers. On the policy side, governments must build frameworks that encourage risk-taking, protect innovation, and welcome investment. On the technology side, Africa must not only adopt technologies, but invent them, setting standards for the world. East Africa stands on the edge of a historic leapfrog. In the next 10 years, life here can be transformed. I invite you to imagine cashless societies where digital money becomes universal. AI-powered agriculture where farmers use predictive tools to double yields and cut waste. Personalized digital education, giving every child in a rural village the same quality content as a child in a capital city. Smart health ecosystems with mobile diagnostics and telemedicine reaching the most remote areas. Green energy communities where every household is powered by a solar and connected to a clean grid. Creative industries leading globally with African films, music and digital art thriving on world stages powered by tech platforms born here. This is Africa, what can be built, not in a distant dream, but within grasp, if we dare to break the barriers once more. Allow me once again to recognize Jumanem Badalike. From his early days at Buni Hub to today as founder and CEO of Sahara Ventures, he has shown what it means to lead with vision and humility. He reminds us that leadership is not about being in the spotlight, but about enabling thousands of others to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is not waiting. It is being written here today. It is being written in the hearts of you youth and the dreams of our entrepreneurs. Let us commit together to break the next barriers. Let us empower Africa's innovators, strengthen our ecosystems, and ensure that the sparks it lit here grow into a fire that cannot be extinguished. When Sahara Sparks started 10 years ago, it is because its founder's father said, "The barriers we break today become the bridges of the Africa of tomorrow." And with all my heart, I wish Sahara Sparks, its founders, and every entrepreneur here to 3D print Africa with the 3D, to dream, to dare, and to do. Enjoy in knowing that history is on your side. Thank you.
First believers that believed in Sahara Ventures since 10 years ago to give his opening remark. And from there, we will go into a creative performance and then have a powerful panel that will come on stage. Karibu sana, let's give him a warm welcome.
Mheshimiwa Stanislaus Nyongo, naibu waziri wetu, lakini pia Barozi Teresa Ziting, karibu sana. So our domain partners, founders, distinguished guests, innovators in the room, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. So this is an international event. Naamini wote tunafahamu Kiingereza. So I will use English, knowing that it is an international event and everybody will follow. So, first of all, again, good morning. Yes, a lot has been said, and it is an honor and a privilege to stand here today in this very colorful event, revisiting a decade of impact during the 2025 Sahara Sparks. A platform that has, over the past decade, as already said in the documentary, has grown into a flagship hub for innovation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive dialogue across Africa. So on behalf of the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, and indeed on behalf of the government of the Republic of Tanzania, I congratulate the whole team behind the Sahara Sparks and each of you, because you said, there are 6 founders, and the community is one of the founders. So congratulations for being part of this celebration of the ideas, impact, and innovation. Hongereni sana. Yes, this year's theme, Impact Revisited, invite us all to look back, not merely to reflect, but to measure, learn, and build. It compels us to ask what has changed, what have we built together, and what still lies ahead. The documentary, the ambassador, Jumanne, everybody are echoing those questions. What have we changed? What have we built together? And what still lies ahead? So at COSTECH, we are proud to have witnessed and supported this ecosystem as it evolved. Already during Dr. Mshinda's time, we have 2 hubs, Kinu and Buni. We had one accelerator, DTBI. Together, we have a vibrant, and by that time, also we have HDIF. By the way, Buni Hub, when we talk about, Finland is one of the supporters of the 10 years of Sahara, also Buni Hub is a result of the support from Finland. So, Barozi, asante. Yeah, now from those, small, humble beginning to today's, a very vibrant ecosystem where we have vibrant innovation hubs, accelerators, resilient startups, impactful research outputs of what we are discussing today here, and the new policy frameworks that foster entrepreneurship. Many of these milestones have been shaped, catalyzed, or accelerated by gatherings such of these of Sahara Sparks. Kwa mara nyingine tena, we are proud of Sahara Sparks. So Jumanne, hongera sana. As a nation, Tanzania will recognize science, technology, and innovation that are not luxuries, but they are the necessities. They are at the heart of our vision in 2050. They shape our industrialization goals, and they are fundamental to achieving sustainable development goals. So COSTECH remain committed to nurturing this ecosystem, from research funding to innovation incubation, from supporting policy development to fostering public-private partnership. Through our collaboration with innovation hubs, universities, and development partners, we are enabling more young innovators to move from ideation to impact. We understand that innovation does not happen in isolation. It thrives through collaboration, trust, and a bold vision, intersect interests, and this is exactly what the Sahara Sparks represents here. We come together, private, public, government, kuhakikisha kwamba jambo letu linafanikiwa. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru wote kwa kuwepo kwenu, sababu without each and every one, we can't be able here to say we are revisiting the impact. So hongereni sana na tunashukuru sana. So as we look ahead, guided by the Vision 2050, I urge all of us to make bold choices. Let us ensure our innovation is not just technologically sound, but socially inclusive, culturally relevant, and economically transformative. To our innovators in the room, your courage, your persistence and your ideas are shaping the future of Africa. So the government see you, the government believe in you, and the government will continue to support you. Ndo maana tuko hapa Kosteki kwa sababu tunaamini kazi zenu. Fanyeni kazi. So Sahara Sparks organizing team and the Sahara Ventures and to all the partners who have contributed to this journey, hongera sana. As already said, this is more than a conference, it is a movement. And through this movement, we can make great things. So let this 2025 edition to be remembered not only for reflecting on the past, but for defining the next chapter. A chapter written in the language of motivation, equity, and shared progress. Asanteni sana na hongereni sana.
So much, Dr. Amos Nungu, for your wonderful opening remarks. Truly, you have been a pioneer, and truly you have given your wisdom and your strength and your years of experience and knowledge to supporting Sahara Ventures and the entire ecosystem. So, with that, I'd like to welcome our very first panel for today. And this panel is going to be called the Legacy Panel. We're going to look into what has happened in the past, what is the future, and how the patrons are envisioning and how they want to support, but also the challenge they want to give us all as young people, and also the ecosystem, the partners, investors, on what we can do to strengthen our ecosystem in Tanzania and beyond. I'd like to welcome Dr. Hassan Mshinda, our very first panelist. Karibu sana. He has been let's give him a warm welcome. He has been a pioneer, he has been an investor, he's been working with all the foreign development agencies, he's really been giving his support and invested into Sahara Ventures. He's an innovator and entrepreneur, and he's also representing Foundation Botnar for Tanzania. Karibu sana, Dr. Hassan Mshinda. I would also like to welcome to the stage Madam Felista Bwana. As you heard from Jumanne's speech, she has been such a champion for Sahara Sparks and Sahara Ventures from the very beginning through UNFPA. Karibu sana on the stage. Thank you so much for being a visionary, a patron to Sahara Ventures, and believing in young people. We need people to believe in the young people and give young people a chance. Karibu sana. I would also, the final panelist that I'd like to welcome on the stage is Engineer Omar Bakari. Engineer Omar Bakari, Karibu sana on the stage, as we welcome also our moderator for the legacy panel is Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike, as he will moderate the panel on A Decade with Sahara Sparks, Voices of Patronage.
Yeah, so we are conscious with time. We were here on time. It is the community which came late. Okay, so first of all, I'm very humbled and honored to be here with you guys again. Hawa mimi ni wazazi wangu. These are my parents. I constantly talk to them almost every day. I think I spend a lot of time with them, seeking wisdom and advice They've done this and that. They've seen it all when it comes to innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and also specifically for Mama Felista, also health sector in Tanzania. She's been doing a lot of work in health sector in Tanzania. Yeah, so we only have 2 questions for both of you, and you can decide how to spend your time. Just be time conscious on those 2 questions. So the first question is reflecting on the past 10 years, and the second question is envisioning the next 10 years for Tanzania, especially you as people we look as mentors, as advisors, as parents, and senior to us. What do you envision and what are you looking to see in those next 10 years? So the first round of question is just reflection. And I will start since it's, Madam Felista told me to start with the boss, but ladies first. So the first round of question is simply your reflection in the past 10 years. Just share your normal reflection. These past 10 years, what have you seen on innovation? Your work with Sahara, what inspired you? And what are some of those things that you want to share? Be very free and enjoy. Please.
I think it's not a good thing to start, but I've been told ladies first. I don't know if you're hearing me. Yes, thank you. Okay. So thank you, Jumanne. I think part of what I could have said as a reflection is part of what Jumanne said on how we met Sahara. And probably I should just let other people know that I was working with the UNFPA. Now, I retired a few months ago, but in the 16 plus years with UNFPA, I think my 10 years was with the Sahara, with the innovation issues. I'm a sexual reproductive health expert, but I love innovation, and I always think to do things differently. So when I look into the 10 years, I always think about the way we met, the way we struggled in office in South Africa, which is covering over 22 countries in Sub-Sahara. And then we tried to work closely with our colleagues in the Southern Africa region to get the partner in Tanzania to implement the project. We had the money, but we didn't have the partner. And then, so the issue was, how do we do? We did the mapping, and we looked into the analysis from the ecosystem across Africa. And then when you look into Nigeria, there was a number of partners. When you look in Kenya, a number of partners, Uganda, similarly. But when you come to Tanzania, you are like only 4 at infancy stage. Now, how these 4 can be recruited as partners with the UNFPA. We looked into our policies. We looked into how we can engage them. It was difficult, as Jumane said, it was very difficult. So what we agreed with our regional office, let's just look into at least who has higher marks out of those 4. The first thing, we visited all of them. They are good in tech, but there are some policy issues related to how we operate as an organization. So then we said, okay, at least this one, Jumane's, was a bit better. So as Jumane said, we did really the due diligence. We said, okay, let's take a risk of really working with these young boys. And then I think that time, you know, I was in my early 50s. Now I'm in early 60s. So it was like you don't know if things will happen, but they are very good in technology. They are really very good, hardworking young people. And that is one thing which inspired me most, that they are really hardworking. We used to work up to 2 a.m. together online, developing this. This is, when you hear that there's another project, or there's money somewhere, Jumane, are you able to write a proposal in 2 days? He said, I'll do that. He will not sleep. So that thing for me was very, very important that, okay, this is the people you needed to groom because they're hard work, they're willing to work, they're willing to learn. But the other thing was we were all learning in different perspectives. We are a sexual reproductive health organization. And then we don't know much of the innovation accelerator, how they do the hubs, how do they do all these accelerators. We didn't know as well as the organization. So we were learning from them, they were learning from us. And the sexual reproductive health language was very new to them. They didn't know what it means. And for us, we said, sexual reproductive health is a topic or is an area that is sensitive, and in some areas people don't agree, don't acknowledge that young people should have access to sexual and reproductive health, information, education, or services, which now puts young people into risk of pregnancy, risk of sexual transmitted infections, HIV, and so on. And then we also have challenges with the death, maternal death, women dying during pregnancy. And more than 32% they are young people. Doing business unusual. Because if we do, doing business as we do, it is not working. So can we do it different ways? Can we do things better in the way young people can appreciate, but also it can make them, they can be able to access this, the information and services they need so that they can protect themselves. So I think there was that issue which we also have to learn from each other. So what else do you want me to say?
Yeah, so that was the first question.
We come with the second. All right. So I want to stop there, but I think one key thing that inspired us from myself is the passion to innovation, but also the team, Jumanne and the team, that the hardworking, the passion, also the will to learn. That was one thing which really inspired me as a person who was like a focal point, who is day to day engaging with them at that time when we started. So thank you very much. I have so many things to say, but we just stop there.
Thank you. So now I'll move to Umar, but I'll give you a bit of story about Umar so that you understand how am I related to him. So when Costec announced the position for the Innovation Hub Manager, you announced it on the newspaper like any other post. So I saw the position being announced. I worked with Costec, by the way, 5 years. So they announced the position that they're looking for Innovation Hub Manager, and they had two teams. Because it was a bilateral project between Tanzania and Finland, so they had the Finnish team to do the interview, and they had the Tanzanian team. So the last person to be, the last interviewer for the Tanzanian team to give you a room to go to the next stage to meet with the Finnish team was Engineer Umar. So Engineer Umar was the one who interviewed me for the position at Costec. It was a very interesting encounter. So fast forward right now, Engineer Umar, and everything that you have been able to see with your career in the past 10 years, when you reflect where we are coming from, what are some of those knowledge nuggets or wisdom or reflection that you want to share with us in our journey from then up to now?
Thank you very much, Jumanne. I really appreciate how Sahara Spark has grown within 10 years, reflecting where we are coming from by then and up to now. To be honest, congratulations for that. And again, to me, I think it is not only about Sahara Spark, it's about where we are coming as a country, on where we are in the innovation performance and the ecosystem, how it was. It's amazing to see. It was not very fast, but at least we have done an excellent job to be where we are. And this is not only for government not only for developing partners. I remember Dr. Hassan, maybe we'll talk about it. By then, when we were talking about innovation, we were like, people think we were strangers, we are dreaming some things that is not possible to happen. But today, organization like Sahara, there were almost none by then, to be honest. There were almost none. And when we visited the universities and asked, can we establish an incubation center? They were just saying, go away with this innovation, most of them. And this is one of the reasons Dr. Hassan is going to talk. We decided to put an incubation center at Caustic just to show people that at least something can start it. So we started. And again, because Hassan was my boss, and I was happy to get a boss who said, let's try it, because it was against, Dr. Nungu will say this, it was only against the Caustic, the bigger act. By then, innovation was not much in the Caustic Act. Yeah. But then, in the visioning of that innovation, we believe that it could make a change in this country. And when we did that, we were seeing hundreds of young people coming at Caustic to use the facilities under Jumanne when he was a Bunihab. So to be honest, sometimes people take risk. And Hassan took risk by then to say, let's do it. And there were people who were talking negative, but we believe that things could happen. Today, almost every university has an incubation center. Today, I remember I visited Vodacom by then and financial institution to ask them to be in the board of the DTBI. They were refusing. Today, they are fighting to go to Sahara, to other innovation hub to be the board. And even some of them, they have started their own accelerations or innovation thing. So what I'm saying is, it was dark, but some people champion, and we are really proud. Normally I sit down with Hassan and say, we are really proud to see things have changed. And you guys, you know, Joseph, I always tell him, if you know where does the HDIF came from, we were just in a restaurant with Hassan and talked to the DFID people. We were with InfoDev, talked to the Finnish government by then. And they were trusted us to say we could do this. And today is amazing. And the pickers were Jumanne. And as he said, when I was interviewing, he was not that much into it. And your colleagues, what is your colleagues? Brian. So we wanted one manager, and then we said, let's recruit the two and see how they could do it. And actually, they were excellent. And they were aggressive to the extent we said, let them do what they want, because that's where they can excel. I remember if Hassan could have said, Jumanne, don't start your business here, he could just run away and kill the Buni Hub. But it was an opportunity to do. So what I'm saying is, we have coming in a situation where innovation was not much in our words, was not much in our thinking. But I'm really happy, both players, all the ecosystem ecotypes, including the developing partners, the UNDP, the government, and everybody. Now we are talking the real how we could transform this innovation to move forward. So to me, I think Sahara Sparks has taken and be one among the champion on this, and others have taken it, and more have taken it. And to me, I think this is a very good incentive. Maybe when we're coming to the future, we'll try to talk now what actually should be done based on what we have learned in the past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Hassan, you have been in this stage since 2016. Now it's every year almost. I think all of them. You have never missed even one. Yeah.
It is amazing what you have achieved, and it was beyond my expectation. Even when I try to think back, when you joined and we challenged you to establish the Buni Hub, you didn't know where to start. And that was the first challenge. So you figure out yourself how you started. And then we found that it has been actually working. So that's part, despite of many, many barriers, as you say. I remember one, when you bring in young people, if you work with them in a bureaucratic organization, first people are saying, these are strangers. And they want to remember that issue where they are staying until midnight. What are they doing at midnight? The normal COSTEC staff were actually switch off at 3. But then nothing happened to them. And then we see them happening. So that's good. The first time when I started to see a good sign was when we were visited by the member of the parliamentarians. I remember one day we had the meeting with the Academies of Science, where they invite, the Academy of Science invite. You remember that incident? The Professor Makungu is here when the Academy of Science invited by the Prime Minister to visit us. And we line up the innovators, startups in the Buni, and then the professors and others were on the other room. And Prime Minister went to that room and he spent only half an hour. And then he came to meet the startups where he spent 3 hours. Then I was accused that you have hijacked our visit. But it's really the question of being relevant. As you say that if you look at COSTEC, ACT, there's no word called innovation. Although there was a meeting on AMCOST where innovation was started to be integrated into science and technology. And that's what we thought that was really the beginning. And then we said, okay, how can we do it in Tanzania? And then I had risked myself trying, okay, let me try to do it despite of all the odds which were existing. But one thing which you have forgot to tell Jumanne is the story of the National Stadium. You remember this one? I think this was very touching to me. It was TRI or immigration? Immigration, 2010. How many jobs were they advertised?
The post, so there were 70 job posts, and 13,000 young people showed up for the interview.
Exactly. So then the question was, most of these people were mainly young people. Most of them were young people, and they were not aware what else are they going to do. But you, Sahara Spark, you have shown the way, some of the possibilities where they could also create their own companies. This was really the beginning. Otherwise, we ask, oh, nendeni mkalime vijijini, nendeni mkafanye. But some of these guys have been born in the cities. They don't know anything about the villages. You cannot tell them to go to the villages. They cannot copy those traders in Kariako who are going just to China and come back with things. Say, where else are they going to learn how to employ themselves, how to create their own companies? And this is what you have done in terms of major achievement. So when you look back in terms of the achievements, they are actually much more than what you have written in what you have actually shown in the slide. I think one day we can come together and see, okay, what is the Sahara achievement? The last one was when I was with I received a phone call from late Ruge. I remember then I tried to ask you to go with Ruge on the Fulsa, because he went to Kibondo and he found a guy who was trained he was actually trained, he was actually opened his own company, a young guy, and people were going there for IT consultation, including establishment of website. Now we call some of the other aspects digital marketing. And then he was surprised, said, where did you learn this? He said, no, I've learned it at Bunihab. So Ruge called me at around 10 o'clock in the evening and said, do you know that there are some people who went through Bunihab, now they're in Kibondo doing that business. So it's really good. It's really good. So the first part of 10 years, it was amazing. It was very successful, despite of all the problems, no funding, no what, but I think we have achieved a lot in that. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now we do our second question. I'll start again with Mama Felista. So we've done the first 10 years. Now we are looking ahead the next 10 years. And it's an interesting time because strategically it also aligns with our Vision 2050. Mheshimiwa Waziri yuko hapa atatuambia. And we are talking about, it's a very ambitious goal, a $1 trillion economy. Tanzania to become a $1 trillion economy by 2050. We are talking about a country that 3 of the fastest growing cities in Africa, they're located in Africa, in Tanzania. Mm-hmm. We are talking about a country of a median age of 19 years old. Mm-hmm. You are talking about a city that will turn to become a mega city status in the next 2 or 3 years, Dar es Salaam. So with all these opportunities comes a lot of challenges. So as we look in the next 10 years, especially in the sector that you're really passionate about, health sector, where do you see the role of young people? What needs to be done? What ideas, what innovations should come out to help us reach there in the most safest way?
Thank you. Tricky question. I think there's so many challenges ahead of us. And I think some of the speakers have spoken about them. I'll just talk about the general, but I'll also focus on the sexual reproductive health. First, there is issue of policy. I know that there is policy and the ambitious one you're talking about, but each sector also has policy related to innovation in technology. I think the challenge also within the government, how this policy are disseminated and understood by the people who work in the government. Because I understand, and my very close ministry is Minister of Health, and I will speak about it because of my experience many years with the Minister of Health. There is also policy within the ministry, but I think few people know about it. And when you talk about innovation, e-learning, e-health, very few people who respond. You always get a negative response. So that is one thing that we need within the government to ensure that everybody, if we want to move to the challenge ahead of us, meaning that we need also to ensure everybody within the ministries is aware of the innovation, of how the world is transforming, because we cannot sit behind and say we are in isolation island. No, we are not. I remember I went to one training in Washington in 2019, before COVID. And then there was a session about AI. At that time here, I was not even hearing about it. And data science, particularly in health. So I was like, when I go back home, probably I'll be hearing about it. I didn't hear about it. So I just talked about it with my colleagues. Then when I started hearing AI late after, then I'm like, okay, we're moving there. But still, in health sector, let's talk not only the AI, but still there are so many other innovations which are still difficult. I think Dr. Nungu, remember last year we were together in Zanzibar. We talked about it, and our colleagues from Minister of Health, they were there. And he said clearly that we get difficulties entering the Minister of Health, the Minister of Education. So I think since the minister is here, can help, I think, to communicate these challenges which we have. Because for me, who has been within the ecosystem for 10 years, it is very cheap using innovation in whatever you want to do is not as expensive as doing other things, using the traditional way of doing things. So that is one thing. How do we ensure the mindset changes or how people view innovation technology? That is one. The policy issue, regulation issues. You talked about the Startup Act. I was asking myself that, do we have a Startup Act? Then, before coming here, I don't think it is there. So that's why Startup Day struggle. From the UNFPA support, which we have the AMUA platform, I think we generate how many? I think 16? More than 16.
4 cohorts.
Yes, exactly. We did 4 cohorts, or each with 4, including Zanzibar. And then some of them, they also regenerated some other startups, which Giovanni was presenting when he was talking about. But then how these startups are helped by the government or by the system. But the other thing is about the funding. Funding is an issue from the government, but even from partners. You talked about donors who are supporting. If you look into the donors or the financing landscape, of course now is a bit tough, but still we have, especially for health, I think there are more partners. But when you talk about innovation, technology, people hesitate because I think there's uncertainty and people not understanding well how this works. But there's also issue of how do we make now transferring the solution we are doing. How do we go to the rural? Because most of these solutions are set in the urban. The rural, very few, and most of the time, which I have also learned, is that people think that when you talk of innovation, you're talking of technology. But it is not only technology, it is beyond technology. The first cohort of AMUA, which we ran with Sahara, it was all about, it was in rural setting, and it was using, our usual Tanzanian culture context to transfer sexual and reproductive health knowledge to the people, and also the economic education to young people in the rural areas. So how do we, now Sahara, this is for you, I think, that how now do you move from the urban? Because most of these startups, they're in the urban. How do we move to the rural? Because we still have many people in the rural areas. We still have a lot of challenges in the rural areas. And when I come to health sector, we all know that we have got 2030 agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals. In sexual reproductive health, the goal is to ensure equitable access to sexual reproductive health. But how do we reach there? If we continue to work the way we do business, it has proved that it is not working. So how do we embrace innovation, technology, which is most of the time is cost effective, to be able to ensure everyone, including young people, they have access to sexual reproductive health, information, education, and services of their choices. I think this is a big challenge for the country. If the Minister of Health, for example, they can agree and they can cooperate with COSTECH, and I'm very happy because Dr. Nungu is here. We were together last year and you have this topic. I can tell you, if they agree, we'll be able to move and we can save money. Let me, just one last example and then I'll just conclude. Someone was telling me that there's these young people, I don't know which college, these institutions we have that they teach technology, they have developed, I think it is an app that can trace the water tanks, even in the village, if there's fault in the water tank and there's leakage. And you are sitting in your office, but they can tell you here, the fund now can go and fix it. How much money are you going to spend? Nothing, literally. But you can start sending a team from Dodoma or from Dar to go to Igunga to fix the water tank things. How much money are you going to use? A lot. But this young person has developed this app. Easy. But how do we accept that? So for me, that is the challenge. So my final one is really to also look into there is this issue of copy and paste, but we needed to have local solution for local context. If we know Tanzania, we know how Tanzanian issues are and challenges. How you deal with the pregnancy, teenage pregnancy in Tanzania is different how you deal with it for a Kenyan person or for other countries like Western African. So we have all Europe, but people sometimes copy and paste. Don't copy and paste. Let's come up with a solution. And I know our young people are capable of doing that. Me, I trust it, and I believe, because I really believed in Sahara for years, but I believe young people because I've worked with young people for the entire of my life, probably a few years where I was, in my last years with UNFPA, where I was more like a general in sexual reproductive health and maternal health. But since when I was 29, I've been working with young people until when I was 50. So at least this is the group I trust. And I know the more you engage them, you empower them, they can do wonders. So this is something which I challenge young people who are here that please do your work, do your homework. You're good and you have a lot of knowledge. You just need, adults, we don't need to kind of think that we can, do for you. No, because most of the time it's engaging young people, but we don't engage them. We just want to include them. But the last thing, last, inclusiveness. Inclusiveness, gender, disability. I think Sir Abi Jumane, you remember, we ran one of the cohorts of access to sexual reproductive health for people with disability, and it was very successful. It has brought up many other solutions that are working, like in Iringa, the Friendly Com, and the others. But because if we leave out some other people, meaning that we are not reaching to the SDG goals in 2030 of inclusiveness, let's also consider that as we move to the journey after 10 years of Sahara. But otherwise, thank you very much, Sahara. I'm really inspired because you have become a vital catalyst for innovation, for technology in this country, from the small entity which I saw when we met at your small office at the Dafri Market. Today you are a different person. Very small tiny office, we went there. I was like, oh my God, but I'm so much inspired. I'm so much inspired that you have grown up in 10 years and you are really leading the ecosystem in terms of not just the general innovation, technology, but sexual reproductive health, which is more like people fear to get into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Engineer Umar, next 10 years.
Yeah, so I think we have a proof that regardless of the current ecosystem, things can work. We have seen some of the innovators have now go beyond the border. Yeah. So this is for young people, still no excuse of the environment. Jumanne has successes, Magila has successes, and others. So it means something can be done, even though in a hard way, but at least something can be done. If you look at I will not say 10 years, I will say even 20, 50 years. If I imagine like this, I could say, if somebody wants a digital circuit, he will just go somewhere like CEDO or somewhere and get that circuit. Not about somebody design and send it to China or somewhere else, manufacture and written made in China and come back to Tanzania and taxed that is imported. So I envision to have a digital infrastructure that supports realization of the innovation that come from young people. So that is one. But secondly, I envision a young people who has innovation that is potential to government, and there is a certain framework that is in place. Young people can smoothly go through, discuss, negotiate, and get a deal to the government. Because in the ecosystem now, if I'm a fund, I say, oh, if it's going to government this, probability of adoption, it might take ages to do that. So the national procurement, whatever, that needs to be in place. And another thing I envision is the strategic incentive scheme that promotes private sector to support innovations. Because now they just do because the CEO is interested himself, not because there is an environment, the sectors that are in place. But last but not least is I envision now the innovator themselves. It is not about coming up to an idea and come and remain at the transitional stage. We want to see the commercialization of these ideas. If all you guys, your innovations are coming up to commercialization and optimization, and not only in Tanzania, but beyond the border, okay? We want to see Sahara Sparks is in Dubai. We want to see a certain innovation on agriculture is in Congo. And this is the role of you guys, but also the strategic internationalization policy of the government to support that to happen. But last one, this is the last one, is about the investment promotion. Tanzania Investment Center, I don't know if somebody is here. Startup is an opportunity for investment. If you look at most of the country like Kenya and others, the Director General for Investment in Kenya, for example, I met with Hassan, you remember, startup is one of the components for promotion. It's not just talking about the raw materials, the mining and whatever. He said we have these startups, if you invest it, you will get one. So they become an arm to promotion of investment beyond the border. So this is very important in order to ensure that we are in. And in the context of the startups on the strategic incentive, our colleagues from the government, we really need to ensure if there is a startup that if will be supported, it can employ 10,000 people, 20,000 people. Let's have a window of strategic incentive, because that's where most of the people will jump in. Not like somebody who is just surviving, get an incentive. We want more employment, more impact. So if we can have those strategic investment and the scheme for incentive, that would be better for us. So that's the things I envision in the 20, 50 years, including this, the actualization of preferential procurement system. I know young people, they don't know there is a 30% all government entities needs to buy for the local these young people. I don't know you guys if you know the actualization, who ensuring that is happening is very important, because all these will be suppliers. And why we are talking about ICT today, Jumane, it is because COSTECH took the initiative. But there is a lot of other areas for innovation. If you look at in terms of engineering, design, and manufacturing, we are importing almost everything, okay? Mechanical engineers. So we can think of coming up with another program that is coming up to support design and manufacturing of local products. And the good news is the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, has money to buy these equipments. The Ministry of Education has a talent and people to design and manufacture. So you can have actually local circulation of fund within the economy to promote that. So these are the things we are looking at. One arm is creating a market, another arm is creating a capabilities within our own ecosystem. As compared, one arm is creating, COSTECH is promoting innovators, and the Ministry of Health is through TMDA is obstructing innovators to go through. So that needs to be addressed in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. the next 10 years.
Next 10 years, as you can see from Mama, we have unfinished agenda. What she was talking about is really to say that we still have questions. People have not yet understood what we mean by 4IR, and how the transformative this will happen. As you mentioned that I was surprised myself to see Ambassador Mpungwe is conversant with 4IR more than myself. And then he invited me once for a dinner with Mbeki. And it is even shocking if you talk with Mbeki. Then I said, I mean, how come that you are retired president? Why do you follow all this? And the answer again was singularity. University of Singularity, where some of these guys are sitting. The guy who was the advisor of Trump, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the one who is behind the University of Singularity. And on one hand, he has the university itself, apart from his own business. And then he have the Grand Challenge, the Grand Challenge. And then he had also another wing of other activities. So how can our policymakers, Nungu, the ministers, really understand the singularity? Because even if they are talking now on the 4IR, but to be honest to us, are they really talking on 4IR? They don't know. They haven't actually talked about it, yes. Even when you look at the 2050 document, science and technology is there, innovation is in the ICT, so we still have a long way to go. And unfortunately, the world is moving very fast. So you have, as a Sahara Spark, you have a most important role to assist in terms of understanding what do we mean by 4IR, what are the opportunities which are available, and how can we transform the sectors. The second part is to develop the talents which are required. This we can work with universities and other institutions. What you have achieved, which we fail, is to encourage universities to start to understand and value the innovation. So now the question is, how do you train the next generation of engineers? How do we train the next generation of medical doctors who are not going to depend on their stethoscope? You have talking about the problems of maternal and reproductive health, and you have this new innovation of this belt, Kanisalama. How can we have sensors for all these pregnant women who are coming to the clinic? How can we show early sign of in a health facility? Then you are called that you have maybe early sign of abortion, of a problem of eclampsia which is coming and whatever. So those are the questions which we need to ask. And then the young people will be able to come up with innovations which are more relevant. So I really want to first thank you, Jumanne, because you have also provided, usually I enjoy very much to listen to Jumanne, to see what is writing in the medium, in the book, what you say, okay, to listen to our friend Magila when they were talking. All the people who went through our kitchen, I enjoy very much to listen to them. And I really want to thank you because you have given me the opportunity to learn a lot. It's not only me who have given, but you have also given me the opportunity a lot to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we could give them a big round of applause. Because of time, there's an activity, it's a very short activity we have to do. If I can have the management of Sahara Ventures on stage, please. Very quick, guys, we need to move to the next second session. Nancy, have you been fired?
I'll be on the phone.
So Aziza and Frola. So we have a small token of appreciation from management of Sahara. So the story of elders, you remember the story of elders, eh? Yeah, so one elder is missing. Please, Dr. Nungu, karibu wa join. Tumalizie ka shukrani. Yeah, so we couldn't find anything to give you, as much as we are very innovative. But we have, so it's Flora here. We are, oh, okay. We are missing Usaja and Aziza. Is Aziza around? Anyway, sawa. I hope the photographers are here. So if someone number ni wasimamishe kidogo. Yeah, my keys, you can just leave them.
Can we get the photographers up to the front?
Naomba nikusumbue mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Hii protocol ilikuwa inatakiwa ije baadaye, ila kama unaona kuna kanzu hapa Ijumaa inakaribia. Kwa hiyo tunaomba tuifanye sasa hivi ili tuwaruhusu, na kuna wengine wanaenda Zanzibar nimeambiwa. Karibu sana on stage. Yeah. Kwa hiyo kwa niaba ya management ya Sahara Ventures tunataka tuwashukuru wazee wetu, kwa tutakuletea tuzo wenzenu utakuwa unawapatia mmoja mmoja. Kwa hiyo tutaanza na Dr. Hassan. So the first one is to Dr. Hassan Mshinda, in recognition for your pioneering leadership in research, innovation, and ecosystem development.
Let's give them a round of applause. You can do better. Thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you so much. Pictures, we got the picture. Okay. Ushers. Ushers, we need your support.
And the second one is to Madam Felista Mayala Bwana, with appreciation for your commitment to youth-led innovation and inclusive development.
Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations. Asante.
And the third one is to Dr. Amos Nungu, in appreciation for your leadership in advancing science, technology, and innovation for national progress.
Give him a round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
And the fourth one is to Engineer Umar for selecting me for that interview. So that we don't waste time, we can have a group picture and then we can allow you guys to go. Yes. So there's an announcement from Dr. Hassan. There's an opportunity for innovators and for the ecosystem you want to announce, please.
Yes, for those innovators who are below 35, have interest, I've seen some of the innovation in agriculture, education. So we are going to give a small money to early stage investors, to early stage founders to apply for innovation to solve the problems which we are facing in Tanzania. In particular, Tanga, we are just trying to become disruptive. And this funding will be, you apply for a program called Tanga Yetu, not for this, try to work more on localization. And there is, if you write a we have a web portal, Tanga Yetu, then you go to the web portal, we have Innovex, we have all the description for startups, so they can apply, and the maximum they can get, or to start with, say, 30 million shillings, and then we'll see how things are progressing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if we can have a group picture and then we move to the next panel.
Beautiful group photos. Have we got them? Okay, good, great. Thank you so much. As we excuse ourselves from the stage, thank you so much, the management team of Sahara Ventures, and all our patrons for showcasing your wonderful support. As we are transitioning, we are going to transition to the second panel. In the meantime, we are live on In Focus Studios, YouTube and Instagram. So if your friends are at home and they're missing out, please send them the link so they can go and tune in. I'd like to give it up to Jumanne to call the next panel.
So finally, the most exciting panel. Can you clap for them even before they come? Yeah, so I would like to welcome on stage Honorable Teresa Zaiting, Ambassador of Finland, Tanzania. Please have a seat. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, great. And I would like to welcome on stage Honorable Mark Brian Strainer, UNFPA Country Rep. And my sister Karen Giasi, for Acting Deputy Rep for UN Women Tanzania. It's very inspiring to see young, powerful women. And you have to make a lot of noise because all the way from Zambia, a good friend of mine and my sister, she's here. Mara, welcome on stage. So I'm going to do what I did in last panel. I've been informed there's some engagement around one to some of you guys in this panel. So I don't want to go through all the questions because it's going to take forever. So we're going to disrupt. We're going to disrupt and allow me to disrupt you. But I'm going to be very flexible with you so that we do 3 rounds of questions. The first round of question is basically just your personal reflection for what has happened from the morning up to right now. The second round of questions, from where you're sitting with your current organization right now, what do you feel you can contribute to what is happening, especially in the ecosystem? And the third one, we always talk about future in this panel. Where do you see yourself within your current organization? Where do you see the future of Tanzania? And how can we all take part to shape it? So I know you had your questions already, but if I go through your question, you'll leave here at 2. So, and we are trying to bootstrap so that you can still live within the same time. So the first one is simply, you're just general reflection. You've heard the story, the past 10 years, what has happened, and what does this mean to you? The second one, within your current organization and what you do, how could you effectively contribute and be part of this? And where do you see Tanzania in the next 10 years, and what role your organization or your partnership can play? Is that okay? Are you allowing me to go with those questions? Okay, trying to be a bit diplomatic here. So, as usual, now we have 3 ladies, so we're gonna go gent first. So I'll start with Mark. Just your reflection from the conversation that has been happening.
Thank you, Jumani, and good afternoon, everybody. And really kudos and greetings to the elders, to the builders, to the founders, to the team, the community, and as you said, the Saharans, which I learned today. And really Hungary Sana on this milestone of a 10-year journey. UNFPA, as you've mentioned, and my colleague Fellister spoke to, has been part of the journey, and we're very proud of that. I think this theme of this panel on a decade of disruption really resonates deeply with UNFPA's mandate. For UNFPA, disruption's not about just technology. It's about using ideas to dismantle inequalities, to ensure that every woman, every young person can exercise their rights, their choices, has access to health, access for opportunities to grow. I think we have Mishamiwa Minister with us today. I think this is a crucial time and topic because as the country is launching and rolling out Vision 2050, DERA 2050, this places young people at the heart of the development agenda. And young people are the innovators of this country. As a UN system, and we're well represented with you in this journey, we stand to support this vision and really how innovation can be the bridge between the realities and tomorrow's possibilities. For UNFPA, as an international organization, we employ innovation from a global to a regional to a country level. And to simply put it, it's based on one simple but powerful principle. And that's that innovation must be by, for, and with women and young people. And we're not just building solutions for them. The goal is to empower them as creators of these solutions. So to make this a reality, we have various architecture in place, various strategic investment facilities which provide seed funding, incubation hubs, and looking at ourselves as a UN agency of how we can be more agile with our own processes to be more friendly and accessible for young entrepreneurs and startups as well. The journey in Tanzania has been, I would say, one of that demonstrates the power of partnerships. The AMUA Innovation Accelerator, which has been spoken about, was there from the beginning. We're now almost a decade. And it's proving that with the right mentorship and resources, young people can lead that change. It's supported more than 16 youth-led startups, and it's reached more than 1 million young people. There's many I could talk about, but I would highlight 2, because they're also with us in the exhibition and the marketplace to encourage you to visit them. One is Thai Studio, a social enterprise that uses storytelling and technology to raise awareness and drive social change, and has a remarkable ability to connect with young audiences on sensitive topics like sexual and reproductive health and rights. And as you cited, they've started with a team of 2 in 2017 and have now 35 staff. The second I would mention is Afia Intelligence, which is harnessing data to strengthen health systems and enable more informed decision-making, being adopted by the Ministry of Health. And this is an institution that's now attracting further funding and resources, as Jumani highlighted. I think there's many success stories, but the proof is that we have a working model. And it's demonstrated that when innovations are co-created by the users themselves, adolescents, mothers, healthcare providers, they're much more likely to be adopted and to be sustainable. So I think, Germani, take your question to move us ahead. If I'm looking forward at the next frontier, at the next decade, I think it's good to celebrate the achievements, but it's also honest to face the challenges and put those on the table. And there's three that I see. The first is really this fragmentation to get from pilot to policy. I like to call it pilot purgatory. There's too many successful pilots that never get beyond the small-scale trial. There's no clear path to that national policy integration. The second is really a funding gap. There's funding that gets committed for those early stage ideas, but there's often a significant lack of capital to help that social enterprise grow to scale. And I would point out to say this is especially true for women-led ventures, and therefore the need to put a particular deliberate focus and investment on women-led investors. And the last I would say is really the importance of reaching that last mile with the digital inclusion. We can't achieve a digital economy if a significant portion of the population still lacks connectivity and access to devices. So it's a call to continue to invest in these innovations and technologies, AI, robotics, including drones, blockchain technologies, different initiatives and pilot or projects that can help inspire that. In Tanzania, the UN system, UNFPA, has been doing our part, but we need to broaden this partnership. And we look to, hopefully through forums like this, to improve particularly the relationship with the private sector to support this co-creation. Digital skill building for young people, particularly young adolescent girls, that can help build the human capital that Tanzania requires for that Vision 2050. I'll stop there, and if you give me a chance at the end, a few key messages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ambassador Zeiting.
Thank you, Jumane. And just to firstly, thank you for the invitation. I'm very delighted to be here, and I was delighted to hear also my country, Finland, being mentioned in the overall history of the cooperation with yourselves and Sahara Ventures and Sahara Sparks. Firstly, just to ensure that I will answer correctly your questions, should I now say general reflections, and then there would be another round when I come back to our particular kind of activities in Tanzania? Did I get it correctly?
Our rule.
Okay.
Mark disrupted our rule. He went through the whole question. But
yeah,
anyway.
okay. Yeah. Well, I might keep myself a little bit shorter.
Be very flexible. Whatever approach you want to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, perhaps the approach is, then I continue with the aspect that we have been immensely happy partners. I wouldn't always talk about development partners, to be frank. It's more partners, really, in supporting or doing more in the innovation sector. And with COSTECH, there is a great background of cooperation. And it was interesting, the panel that was just discussed, it was mentioned that already some things are taking place here, which we have also been strengthening in Finland, like innovation vouchers, we call them. That means that the city or the ministry are able to give small-scale kind of support for new innovators. And there was also the reason that in adjunctions with universities, there can be innovation hubs to strengthen the opportunities to test the new ideas that the students have. So, and this is what we do in Finland as well. So we really are partners here. One other aspect that I would in this perhaps a particular phase like to raise is a third instrument, if you may call that, we use in our own country, which is called slush. And in the previous panel, I loved the idea which was raised that there would be big platforms where innovators and investors would meet, and they would be perhaps divided in different sectors. But what we do in Finland, it's not particular a sector. It's everybody's invited, and it started 2008, very small scale, and it was the students in the university who did it all voluntarily. They worked day and night, 24 hours, didn't get even paid, and they managed to gather a small community of innovators and investors. It was not very big in the beginning, but over the years it has grown, and I think the last time I saw some figures that there would have been about 6,000 innovators, 3,000 investors, and altogether 15,000. So it has risen to be one of the world's biggest events where innovators and investors meet each other. So I would very much like to encourage to build on the idea which was presented in the past panel, to just create this platform, because the key is really to get the private sector interested. We can, like as a government, or you can as a government, you can give this kind of catalyzing money, but then the others need to come in. So that's just a couple of words. But then otherwise, more generally, I mean, coming from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and liking to look at things globally as well, when I saw the word disruption within this event, I started to think about order and disorder. And this is and this is something we discuss a lot, I mean, in my country as well, that we are seeing a change, a global change. We feel it country-wise, but also globally, that we have an order which is now evolving into a disorder, meaning that there are several global players, then there are middle countries rising, and then there is the aspect of technology becoming so immensely important, which means power. And that brings us to the whole discussion of artificial intelligence and the need to be able to use it in a way that it is trusted, the aspect of cybersecurity, the aspect of connectivity that is trusted, that you really know that when you use the technology, you have the system that you can trust is not disrupted, and you can also kind of be sure that it's not poisoned with disinformation. But I stop now here because I realize I'm getting out of the path now.
Actually, it's very interesting. So I will comment on two things. I think I've been traveling to Finland more times than the times I've went to Mwanza, which is our native town. So I've been going to Finland more than 12 times. So the first time I went there was through the support of COSTECH. And we went there to an exchange program. I think it was an academic exchange program. And so I want to tell you the secret that you didn't know about. So we met with the team at Aalto University, this bunch of crazy young guys at Startup Sauna who are running Slash, and we made a promise to them. We're going to replicate Slash in Tanzania. And that's how Sahara Sparks started. So we know so much about Slash. And what we liked about Slash, it's an open platform. Everyone is invited to participate. And as big as it was, by the way, Honorable Ambassador, she's being humble. It's actually the biggest tech event in Europe. Over 1,000 of people attending. What we realized that was fascinating, it was organized by university students. So the biggest tech event in the world is organized by second year and third year students. So when we came back here, the idea was, if they can do it, why can't we? So we mobilized, we started to organize this event. I think that's the first important point I wanted to say. The second one is on disruption, which is very fun. So I was working with the office of one of our former presidents. He was looking to establish a fund to support young people, a seed fund. And so every time we're struggling to design the fund because of value added tax and also something called a capital gain tax. And then I told the former president, the same way I just told you guys, I think we need to disrupt how the government work. And then he took off his glasses like, you need to do what? So disruption can be a very scary word to decision makers, especially when it's coming from young people. But the point I'm trying to make here is, especially with the amount of actual disruption that is happening with these emerging technologies, AI and others, and I'm very happy you talked about ethics in AI because it's something that we need to talk about. There's issues, there's a concept now they call the gym code. Those who are actually writing models that are pushing AI, they're shaping the narrative of the world and they're creating the world as a flat surface. Like we all have to behave, they want us to behave. So these are some of the discussions that are critical for the future of Africa. So again, I'm very excited. I just wanted to share that piece of story of how we connect with Slash at the platform. And I've been attending Slash several times, by the way. So I'm very excited with the knowledge we gain and the experience we gain. So now I'll move to Cullen. One interesting thing, back in 2018, we did a similar event with UN Women. And UN Women said, we want to be very practical as sponsors to your event. If you can guarantee us 1,000 women to register to the event, we will sponsor you. We say registration or attendance. Let's be clear. They say registration. So we ended up having almost 400 women attending. And then is where one of our partner, Vanessa Kisowile, started to engage with my good sister Mara on an idea called She Found, a platform to support women entrepreneurs and founders because there were very few women in the startup ecosystem in Tanzania and Africa at large. I think Mara will speak about it deeply. So the key issue is, from where we are standing, the discussion that are there, from a perspective of UN Women, what's your reflection in these past 10 years, and where do you see us going?
Thank you very much, and thank you for starting there, because as I sit here and I look at the room, my first look is about representation, because for UN Women and even for our colleagues in the UN system, is that representation is very important. We need to see women in rooms, we need to see women in spaces, we need to see women how they are reflected, because as you know, and this is a conversation that has been going on, we know there is what we call the gender digital divide, where there are not more women even in STEM classes. I know even in the case of Tanzania, there was a recent report of how many women are even in universities in science-based, the STEM-based curricula. So their representation for us is very important to just see, because representation also creates a sort of mentorship. When you see people who look like you, who have done this thing, you are more encouraged. And so for me, looking at this room, I'm encouraged. Looking outside, I saw young innovators who are outside there, who are young women. So that is very good. One of them told me they go to schools and they talk to those who are in school. So that for us is very important, because it creates motivation, mentorship for young women and girls who are rarely represented in these fields. So that was very good. In terms of reflection so far, what I've been seeing, I think one word that has stuck for me, that has come even with our previous panelists, is the issue of inclusion with people of disability, also of young women and girls is very important, and that is what we are keen on. And also inclusion in terms of geographical areas. Are we reaching those who are not necessarily in Dar es Salaam, those who are in areas that would potentially be left out? And so issues like internet access, if you're talking about innovation, it's not only about technology, but we know in this day and age we need internet access if innovation is also to take place. So those are the things that of course we look at within UN Women. And so looking at some of the things that have been said so far, what has been said, I was saying it would be interesting to see young people on this stage rather than us, but I appreciated your story of the elders, because the elders are very important. I really liked that, to hear what the elders have done, because it is also in those spaces, sitting with government, the things that you've spoken about around policies, the startup acts that were very important to structure this, working in government. And this is where, together, UN Women, together with other partners, working in policy spaces, as Mark has mentioned, to move that conversation forward. We know government needs to be on board to take this forward. And so even in the case of women and girls, we are very happy to know that the government of Tanzania is making progress, even with Mama Samia looking at around promoting the campaign on AI and data and education, sponsoring campaigns and scholarships for young women and girls. We are happy that that is happening. When we are talking about what we call the Beijing Platform for Action, we are happy to know that Tanzania is committing itself specifically on the one on digital inclusion and closing the space, the digital gender divide for that. So this is progress that Tanzania is making, and we're happy to see that. In terms of capital and financing, I think that is also a key issue I know entrepreneurs talk about. We are happy to see specific financing that takes place through local banks. NMB, the biggest one was the Gender Bond Fund. And so, as Mark mentioned, issues around financing and moving beyond pilots, so thinking at scale. And so, an example of the Jasiri Gender Bond by NMB, which had almost a 200 oversubscription, and it had recorded quite significant numbers, over 3,000 entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs being funded. We need to see more of that. But we also acknowledge, while capital is important, the networks and the partnerships that you've also spoken about in your journey are very key. And so mentorship for even young women, as Mark has mentioned, even young startup ventures for young women. And so even at UN Women, we have what we call the She Innovates campaign program, which also links young innovators across the globe. We are also making efforts to ensure, as part of the digital skills, that we are looking at coding for young girls, which is also, we are happy to see even the private sector coming in this space. So these are some of the things we aim to see, and also see how government can scale up interventions together, of course, with private sector. For Tanzania, I think, of course, there is enormous progress that is expected in its in Vision 2050 that we see, and so we hope to see how that turns up, as well as we keep the government accountable moving forward, also through its policies and interventions that it's making in this area. So I think that is it for, but this is to say congratulations to you and the team, and to see what is happening here, and to expect to see more young women innovators in the room. Oh, I forgot to, one last thing. I laughed because when you mentioned your wife, and congratulations to her for holding fort. The one thing I must say, which is very important, because if she was not holding fort, you would not perhaps be here. And so we must also recognize this for young women, and also look at what allows them to also participate. Because women sometimes don't have the luxury to delegate to somebody else. I don't know if there's somebody who, you say you are working until midnight. A lot of women will tell you they cannot come home at midnight. So we have to look at what counts, what works for women. We are not saying they have to come home at midnight, but we have to address the issues that are facing young women entrepreneurs and innovators. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Mara, your thoughts to further welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Jomani, for having me in your country. It's the first time that I'm coming to Tanzania, so I'm excited to be here. And if you allow me, as I get into my reflections, can I ask everyone to be upstanding, please? May we all be on our feet. And I'm just going to ask a series of questions, and I just need you to answer by sitting. So, how many of you, by sitting down, know your credit score? If you know your credit score, please sit down. Interesting, you went to private school. If you have saved up to $100,000 already, please sit down, that you can use at your disposal. We need to talk. If you've been able to borrow from a friend, a family member, or a fool in your community to start a business, please sit down. I think I have the wrong friends and family. If you have been able to go to a bank to borrow money for your business, either to start or to grow your business, please sit. You've already sat. Okay, so may we all sit down? Just looking at the number of people that are still standing on that last question brings the reflections that we have. To start with, we are building ecosystems. Ecosystems, no matter how brilliant we are, no matter how amazing the spaces we create, are anchored by financing. Every great idea needs to be pushed by funding. It needs to be scaled by funding. We can have friends, we can have family, we can have fools, but if none of them have money, we'll struggle to develop impact, and the kind of impact that you, Jumani, has created here. And I'm glad that you brought up the issue of the elders, because we all need an elder to bring us forward. So in some of my reflections, I'm looking to Zambia, because Tanzania, I've done a lot of research, but I think Zambia is closer to home. We have, in the last 10 years, grown as an ecosystem. We don't have enough hubs to support mines or disruptors like this. Zambia needs to grow more hubs. We need to establish more hubs. I always laugh when we say we're competing, because there's no competition in Zambia when it comes to hubs, right? You did a book on hub managers. We need more hub managers to develop the kind of disruption that would foster the future of Africa into greatness. The other reflection for me is partnerships between the government or the private sector and the public sector. We've established great partnerships, but I think also partnerships have to be fueled by good investment. So that's investment coming from private sector and also investment coming from public sector. Many a times in my country, I don't know about Tanzania, the government will call on us to give insights or to go into showcasing, and then also ask what we can do for government, and never what can we do together. So there has to be that level of alignment where it's a partnership, because partnership says, I'm bringing something, you're also bringing something. If you can't bring something mandatory, give me something that is an incentive that will encourage me. So that's a reflection for me where we need to enhance those relationships. But for me, the one that's closest to home is the youth, the young people of Africa. The population of Africa is mostly youth. Young people under the age of 25 are the ones that are now making decisions. Just looking at the number of people that stood up on the last question is exactly why the youth are not disrupting. They need financing. And the kind of financing that is patient, the kind of financing, Honorable, that comes from fools like yourself, fools that say we will put an agenda as a government to invest in critical mass, invest in young people over a period of time, and we'll have the Jumanis and the likes to anchor and handhold them until they succeed. Then we'll channel them to private sector investment. Those are some of the things that we need to put in place, because they're deliberate in ensuring that there is a pipeline and a future for African young people. The last thing that I want to say on my reflection is, I don't know how much you know, but Zambia's cars are mostly picked up from Tanzania. right? So you have a lot of Zambians coming here. Zambian rice, I only eat Tanzanian rice. Zambian rice, most of our rice comes from Tanzania, right? Most of our cross-border women, if they're not going south to South Africa, they're coming east to Tanzania. So they're crossing. We spoke about women, critical mass, the gender divide. Women are working long hours to ensure that they can come and get their commodities, go to Lusaka and sell their hair, sell their fabric, sell their skincare products, and sell other products. We need to disrupt and ensure that our borders, yes, we have borders that are open now, but how can we digitize those connections? The Africa Continental Free Trade Area has to be actualized. It means we need to be able to do cross-border payments. We need to be able to do cross-border logistics and safe logistics, and we need to be able to build platforms that can connect people where Zambian women don't have to cross the border all the time to get their commodities. So in building the Africa we want, I think we need to look at the realities of where Africa is going and how do we enhance and improve livelihood, how do we improve convenience. If you put money on convenience, most people will pay for it, right? So do we develop for convenience or develop for people that only have money in their pockets? So part of the goal is also to ensure that government and private sector work together. A huge congratulations to Liberia. They've set up the first youth bank in Africa that was launched by the Africa Development Bank. That is something that the former president of the Africa Development Bank had been pushing for the last 10 years. Same message. Let's build youth banks. Let's build banks that have youth products, that are youth-centric. No commercial bank today has a product that is youth-focused or youth-centric. And that is the reality. So who is investing in the pipeline of developers and disruptors? It means that we're leaving youth to fend for themselves. Jumani, if you are left to fend for yourself, if UNFPA didn't come to your aid, if the elders didn't come to your aid, you would not be standing on this stage today.
Definitely.
So thank you to the elders for believing in a young, disruptive guy like Jumani, because you paved way for us. I've been friends with Jumani for the last, 8 years now, from Youth Connect, and I've been learning so much from him. But your investment made it possible for me to learn from him and for me to interact and connect and partner with him. So we thank you, and to his wife, thank you for allowing us to share him with you, because I'm not married, but I rely on men like him to provide the support that my husband can't. So I'll call him in the middle of the night and say, Jumani, what do you think? And he responds. That is the community that we want. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm conscious with time. I will give you, just to say, a summary on the next steps. So start with Mark again. What are your closing words?
Thanks, Jermaine. I think the last message is, as we look at the next decade, two messages. One, I think the next decade is about procurement, not just pilots. And we need to shift the focus from mere experimentation to deliberate, scaled up integration of proven solutions. And this means we must consume what we support. We need to walk the talk. The time for small funds is done. We need to buy the solutions, we need to adopt the solutions, we need to use the solutions. It's the only way that it's going to grow. The second is innovation must be gender intentional and transformative. If we do not design deliberately and fund and measure solutions that close gaps around gender, around disparities, around people left behind, the efforts will only serve to reinforce those existing inequalities. Let me stop there.
Honorable Ambassador.
Yes, well, thank you. Just a couple of words about what we are doing now and the coming years, particularly here in Tanzania. So as Finland, we're cooperating with the Fungua program with the UNDP, and there we have had a program catalyzing innovations, catalyzing financings for innovation. There was a call for proposal, and we are going through the proposals, and there might be coming up new ones. So that is a direct way to give a seed money to innovations in order to, so to say, get more money on board from the private sector. And another aspect, in my previous intervention, I was talking very much about technology, I realized, but of course innovations, I mean, they cover huge, I mean, all sectors in fact. So what we are supporting here in Tanzania as Finland is innovations when it comes to the forestry sector, natural resources, which is also done through a training center we have in Mafinga, how to utilize that and new innovative thinking. I think there is plenty of potential, so we hope that these kind of small interventions would bring to the next steps. But yeah, that's perhaps all. I think for the future, it's well, we share it all. We all need to innovate. We all have that kind of drive. We see the needs. And the health sector was specifically also mentioned there. There's definitely there in the education sector. There's so much potential when we use new ways, and also there, of course, technology. But yeah, thank you.
Cullen?
For me is one, we must continue to, of course, financing is very important, but we must continue to also have champions who are willing to not only invest their finances, but their networks and partnerships to see innovators succeed, just like the elders did for you, and especially for young women and girls. We must also continue to ensure that we apply a lens that does not continue to create the divide that is there, that one that is talking about inclusion. So ensuring that we don't continue talking about that the AI is biased, or we have interventions that are not looking at do not address the issues of young men and women. So we must continue to apply the lenses that are required to ensure everything that we are coming, the innovations that are being developed, the solutions that are that are being developed are also inclusive. Thank you.
Yes, Mara. Anything to close?
Yeah, the future for me has youth at the center of development, youth at the center of decision making, and youth at the center of driving a youth-led economy. So putting more power in your pockets, more pressure on ensuring that policies are inclusive, and more deliberate moves by the youth to innovate and to show up not just as participants. And then on top of that, challenging our policymakers. We are setting up the bank. Liberia has already shown. So we are looking for partnerships, and it's a Pan-African product that should be anchored in country by our partners in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we give them another round of applause? Do we have the photographer for the final picture so that I release them?
Can we get the photographers to come to take photos of our esteemed wisdom, and also for the hard work and efforts that each of your organizations have been making an impact for entrepreneurship in Tanzania and beyond. I'd now like to welcome Jumane to welcome the guest of honor.
Yeah, so without wasting time, this is the time we've been waiting for. A keynote speech from our guest of honor. To do that, we really appreciate the role of the elders. I would like to welcome Dr. Nungu to welcome Honorable Minister for his keynote speech.
Now it is a good afternoon. So before inviting our guest of honor, one thing, we mentioned about the Boone and the DTBI, and UN Women, they said about the inclusiveness. So I want to introduce Miss Patient Abraham. Where are you, please? Patient, this is our new CEO of DTBI. I'm mentioning her because, PPRI, already said, they have set aside 30% of procurement should go to youth, women, and the disadvantaged. Last week, I had a moment with the CEO of PPRA, and they said, but the youth, this group should be in our procurement system. Next, so COSTECH, can you assist to make sure this group are in the system so that the CEOs, the procurement entities, they can find them in the system. So Promise, one of her tasks is trying to coordinate to assist the youth through Boone and DTBI and the other hubs. So please give her the required support so that nyie wote mweze kuwa na uwezo wa kushiriki kwenye manunuzi. Otherwise, tunashukuru sana. And now, I have to thank our guest of honor because usually the guest of honor came in, opened the session, go away. But today, he's part of the process. So he's good to score. Without much ado, Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jumanne Rajabu Mtambalike, Chief Executive Officer, Sahara Ventures. Sahara Ventures patrons, Ambassador Ami Mpungwe, he's not around, I didn't see him. Dr. Sani Mshinda and Madam Felista Bwana. Board of Directors and the Management of Sahara Ventures. Director General of COSTECH, Dr. Moni Nungu, is my friend. CEO of Tanzania Startup Association, Mr. Zaholo Muhaji. Distinguished CEOs and leaders from public institutions and private sector companies. Members of diplomatic corporation and ambassador present here. Representatives of development partners organizations. Startups founders, innovators, creative industry leaders, and technology entrepreneurs, esteemed members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Kabla sijaendelea, Bwana Jumanne Mtambalike, kuna vitu viwili vitatu nimejifunza. Naomba niongee kwa Kiswahili. Cha kwanza, bila kushikwa utoboi. Kwa Kiingereza nasemaje? Yeah, you won't make it. You can't go through it, yeah? Lakini cha pili, involvement ya elders. Niko na mzee wangu mmoja, yeye yuko very active kwenye magrupu ya WhatsApp. Ukimwona anavyovaa, ana simu ya kisasa, mambo ya kisasa kwenye mitandao. Nikamuuliza, mzee, mbona uko kama kijana? Akanambia, uzee ni attitude. Uliponipa story ya mzee Mpungwe kwamba yeye ni mjanja, ni younger than you kwenye masuala ya technology, nikakumbuka kweli uzee ni nini? Attitude. Kwa hiyo hata wazee wanaweza kawa vijana na tukashirikiana nao katika kutoboa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a privilege to join you today in these celebrations of 10th anniversary of Sahara Ventures, a true beacon of Tanzania's startup and innovation ecosystem. I would like to sincerely say thank you very much, Sahara Ventures, for granting me this opportunity to be part of this remarkable celebration. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, 10 years is indeed a remarkable milestone. From its humble beginning as an ambitious idea, Sahara Ventures has grown into a continental leader in startup support and innovation ecosystem building. Over the past decade, its importance has been nothing short of transformational, supporting more than 1,000 startups and the CMEs across Tanzania and Africa, creating thousands of jobs, facilitating over $1 million in seed investment, and more than $10 million in follow-up financing, and building a strong network of over 40 innovation hubs and accelerators across the continent. Beyond numbers, Sahara Ventures has trained and mentored thousands of young entrepreneurs, many of whom have become job creators themselves. This journey is living proof that youth, technology, and entrepreneurship are not merely buzzwords, but powerful pillars driving Tanzania's economy transformation and shaping African future. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, Tanzania's Vision 2050 challenges to build a competitive, inclusive, and knowledge-driven economy. In this journey, startups, innovators, and technology ventures are not just participants, they are vital drivers of transformation. Their creativity, agility, and the problem-solving spirits will determine how fast and how far we move toward achieving this national aspiration. According to Tanzania's Startup Association, TSA, our country is now home to more than 1,500 registered startups, spanning diverse sectors such as fintech, agri-tech, health tech, logistics, ed tech, and the creative economy. These enterprises are not only introducing new solutions, but also reshaping the way Tanzanians live, work, and connect to various opportunities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the impact is already visible. Today, these startups employ tens of thousands of Tanzanians, and the projections indicate that they could generate hundreds of thousands of additional jobs in the coming decades. Tanzania Startups Association further estimates that if properly nurtured, the digital economy alone could contribute up to 18 trillion to the national GDP by 2030. A figure that underscores the immense potential of this sector to fuel inclusive growth. At this point, allow me to sincerely recognize the Board of Management of the Tanzania Startup Association for their tireless advocacy and commitment. Through their leadership, startups across the nation have a stronger voice in shaping national policy, and their impact on society and the economy is increasingly well recognized. So I'm assure the lady from Zambia that the government knows about this thing, and we are working on that, and we are going to recognize about this. So ladies and gentlemen, building of this momentum, the government of United Republic of Tanzania, under the visionary leadership of Her Excellence President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of United Republic of Tanzania, is fully committed to unlocking the potential for startups and innovators as a diverse of national growth. We recognize that the creativity of energy of youth or young Tanzanians must be matched with the enabling environment that allow their ideas to thrive. Through the preparations of new blueprint of regulatory reforms, popularly known as Mkumbi 2 or Mkumbi Phase 2, the government is working simply streamline and strengthen the competitive of Tanzania's business environment. These reforms are designed to remove the regulatory bottlenecks that have historically constrained innovations and slowed the growth of startups. So even in the Vision 2050, we are in the team of the preparation of Vision 2050, we looked with two eyes about these regulatory authorities because so many people, so many players were complaining about these regulatory authorities to be a main obstacles on startups. So we are going to streamline all these things. We are going to remove this challenge to make sure that we create good environment for startups to be grown. So especially in Mkumbi 2, this Mkumbi 2 or Mkumbi Phase 2 seeks to simplify registrations and the licensing process to lower the cost of doing business and create new incentives for startups. To create any technological ventures, this is not merely a set of policy changes, it is deliberately efforts of empower young Tanzanians to innovate without unnecessary barriers, without also giving investors the confidence to back their ideas. So ladies and gentlemen, this commitment is embodied at the highest level of leadership of our President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, has gone further by placing the startups economy at the very heart of Tanzania's national development agenda. So she understands that the success of our youth, innovators, and entrepreneurs is directly tied to the success of our nation. And under her leadership, Tanzania is developing and implementing its first ever startup policy, which provides a clear national framework to support entrepreneurs and innovators across all sectors. At the same time, her government has launched the Tanzania Digital Economy Strategic Framework, prioritizing the digital infrastructure, innovation, ecosystems, and the e-services that will improve both citizen welfare and the business growth. To ensure that opportunities are inclusive, strategic investment are being made to expand last mile connectivity in rural areas so that innovation is not confined to cities but reaches every corner of the country and on the global stage. So President Dr. Samia has proudly carried the Tanzanian startup story to countries such as India and Korea, positioning Tanzania as a emerging hub for digital entrepreneurship and innovation. These bold steps send a powerful message in Tanzania. Startups are not an afterthought, they are strategic priority in our journey toward Vision 2050. So ladies and gentlemen, in sight of this nation commitment and the leadership of our president, it is important to recognize those who have walked with journey and laid the foundation of progress. Allow me to commend the Sahara Venture, its founders, board of management, and all partners to their tireless work in building Tanzania's startup and innovation ecosystem. To Ambassador Ami Mpungwe, Dr. Hassani Mshinda, Dr. Amos Nungu. Actually, Dr. Amos Nungu, we worked together. We were together when I was a chairman of social services in our parliament. We insisted a lot on the issue of innovation and how to protect innovators. So I think we worked together and he knows what we are supposed to do. Even the Madam Felista Bwana, thank you so much to trust young people to give this sensitive job. And we know that without doing that, maybe Tambalike could not be here. So thank you so much for what you did. Your patronage and the guidance have been instrumental, all of you, in shaping this transformative journey. So thank you so much. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the private sector, leaders, development partners, and members of media gathered here today. Your role is very critical in amplifying, scaling, and sustaining the progress that has already been made. The startup ecosystem cannot thrive in isolation. It requires partnerships, collaborations, and a shared commitment to unlock Tanzania's full potential. And finally, to the young founders in this room, you are the heartbeat of this movement and the true builders of Tanzania's Vision 2050. Because this Vision of 2050 is not for old people. This Vision 2050 is for you, young Tanzanians. So you are a main player of Vision 2050. So by continuing to innovate, continue to create, and continue to inspire, your courage to dream and your resilience to pursue those dreams will define the future of our nation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the milestone, let me also reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to startups, innovators, and the creatives. Our message is very clear. We do not see you as a merely small business, but as future national champions, enterprises that will generate jobs, attract investment, and position Tanzania as a globally competitive nation. Nipigeni makofi basi, nimewapa moyo. In conclusion, allow me to emphasize on 3 key points. 1, the government remains fully committed to build a startup-friendly environment through bold reforms such as Mkumbi Phase 2 and the forthcoming nation startups policy. 2nd, the 10-year journey of Sahara Ventures demonstrates what is possible when vision, resilience, and a strong partnership come together in pursuit of a common goals. And 3rd, by working hand in hand with the government, private sector, development partners, and above all, young innovators, we can transform Tanzania into a leading hub of innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa. So congratulations once again to Sahara Venture on this remarkable milestone. May the next decade, because you are finished the first decade, now you're going to the second decade. So we wish you to be even more impactful, to be more inspiring and transformative, not only for Sahara Venture, but for Tanzania's entire startups ecosystem. By saying that, obrigado, gracia, Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana kwa kusikiliza.
Asanteni sana. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our mgeni rasmi, Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri, Honorable Stanislaus Nyongo.
Yeah, there's one last activity. First of all, thank you for the nice speech. I would like to call on stage my last panelists, the colleagues that I had in my last panels. If you can join us for a picture with the minister, please.
Can we get the camera crew, media?
And Dr. Nungu Zahoro, CEO TSA, Joseph Manirakiza, please welcome on stage. Problem is, if you're part of a protocol team and you're hiding yourself, it will be very difficult for me to recognize you. So Madam Felista and CEO of Zanzibar Startup Association, ICRAM. I'm not sure if Director Mashaka is still around from Minister of ICT, but if you are a senior public personnel, karibu, or if you're representing an entity, please karibu. So that being said, Mheshimiwa Waziri, activity yetu ya mwisho ni ku launch 10 years of impact ya Sahara Ventures report. Just give it to them. Forgot the protocol that I'm supposed to be taking a picture with. Can I have the Sahara management team again for final group picture?
While we're taking photos, I'd like to appreciate the sponsors and the partners who have made this happen. NMB Bank, Costec, UNDP Funguo, backed by UK and Finland and the European Union. Sahara Ventures, IPF Software, Nat Kern, T Hustlers, Lady Askari AfriCapital, Tanzania Startup Association, Zanzibar Startup Association, Tukio, UN Women, UNFPA, NZ Coffee, InFocus Studios, and Coca-Cola, and for all the other partners that have helped behind the scenes. Thank you so much. We would not be able to do this without you.
Thank you. Now that being said, we can humbly request you to now, if you have another commitment, you can leave us. Asante sana. We appreciate. So back to you.
Yes. Thank you so much. As our mgeni rasmi is leaving the auditorium, we thank him for his presence and his time. Protocol team will be taking him out. I'd like to welcome the final panel for this morning. Please do stay. We have now we have the young people, the innovators, discussing revisiting the past and imagining the future. We heard from our elders, we heard from the builders. Now we're going to hear about the Tanzania innovation ecosystem. I'd like to welcome on stage Haji, who will be moderating on behalf of Sahara Ventures, and the panelists that he will be moderating. And this is going to be a different type of panel. This is going to be very interactive and very engaging, so we want to hear from the crowd. Zahara Mohaji, CEO of Tanzania Startup Association, welcome to the stage. Let's welcome him. I'd like to welcome Ikram Saraga, CEO of Zanzibar Startup Association. Let's welcome him. I'd also like to welcome Joseph Manirakiza, from the program manager from Funguo, UNDP. Let's welcome him. And finally, Cindy Bavo, head of program quality and learning for the Foundation for Civil Society. Let's welcome her on stage. So we're going to explore past successes, current gaps, future opportunities for Tanzania's innovation ecosystem, and we're going to engage with you because we want to hear from you. And then we have other co-moderators as well who will be joining and engaging. Asante.
A very good afternoon to you all. This session is going to be a bit different. The idea is to have you, the audience, engaging with our panelists. So while they're going to be telling us what they do, the impact it has had in the ecosystem, and the stories of successes, the milestones that they've hit, we are also going to have the opportunity for you to engage with them and ask them the hard talk questions. My name is Flora Mtao, I'm the head of operations at Sahara Consult, and I have my colleagues, Haji Omari, who will introduce himself, as well as Mais Msangi. Karibuni.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. As already I'm introduced, my name is Msangi. I am from Sahara Ventures, one of the project managers. And today, right here, we have different people that play big roles in the ecosystem. We have Tanzania Startup Association, someone from there. We have someone from Zanzibar Startup Association. We have the development partners. We have someone from Funguo, and also the Foundation Civil Society. So everyone will have a chance to ask something if you had a burning question. Chochote tu ambacho wewe ulikuwa unatamani usikie kupata hiyo nafasi ya kuwauliza hayo maswali. Today is your chance. So, to you, Haji.
All right. Thank you so much. Nice. Hi, everyone. So we're going to start our sessions today. As I was introduced, my name is Haji from Sahara Ventures. The first question to you, Zahara. Over the past 10 years, the Tanzanian startup ecosystem has taken important strides, key milestones, is taking shape now. So the question is, how do we get here? What are the key milestones that have happened? Can you take us through how did we get here? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Hadi, for your nice question. Yes, first I want to, before I answer your question, to commend Sahara Ventures and the whole team behind Sahara Sparks. 10 years is such a long time, and we've seen in this ecosystem a lot of events come and go. So to be this consistent takes so much courage and so much for hard work. It has reached a point, I always tell people around me that when Sahara Sparks, because now I imagine it every year, and I ask people at my office, guys, has Sahara sent me any invitation? because I'm expecting in my calendar at least annually to grace this event. So to reach this milestone is a big thing, and I really want to congratulate Jumanne, Adam, and the likes. It's fantastic. So yeah, coming to a question, I agree. A lot has changed in our ecosystem in the last 5 to 10 years, right? From where it used to be to where we are right now. And ecosystem is taking shape. The faces are changing. I will tell you, 3-5 years ago, I could have come into this room and I will know at least 80% of people around. Right now, from here to outside, I don't recognize 80% of the faces. These are totally new faces in the ecosystem. So that tells you that the ecosystem is growing. It's getting serious. New people are coming from different backgrounds. In the past, we didn't have that. So it's true that we are seeing these changes in our ecosystem, and it is for the better. But what really pushed these changes? I think there's a lot of things. But let me just stick to 2 things, which I think have been the most impactful in our ecosystem in the last few years. First thing first, as an ecosystem, we've managed to craft identity. It's human nature. You just can't interact with a person freely. The first thing you do is identity. Who are you? What's your name? Right? What do you do? That is identity. That is almost universal language. And in the past years, I felt like our ecosystem lacked the identity. It was a clear confusion. Like, what's startup? Everybody came with their own definition. What startup is? Who are the startups? Right? Some people thought, and this happened often even with the government. We were being mixed as just normal SME. To them, startup is anybody who's starting. Even the machinga outside there is a startup. Even the corner shop, mangi shop, is a startup. A mama mkanga miogo is a startup. So we didn't have an identity. So as they say, I know we took a lot of fights with the government and other stakeholders to clearly structure and nurture our identity, who we are and what we do, right? So I think creating identity has really helped in people, in the government and the other stakeholders to clearly say these are startups, they have their needs are different, they are unique, and we need to attend to their needs based on who they are, and not just being grouped in a bigger group. I remember when we started talking about something like startup policy, the people at the government just said, why? There's this SME policy. I think it's enough for you guys. You can fit in there. We can just revise the whole policy and put just a single line down there which says startup blah, 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 blah. Just a single line in a whole document policy with more than 60 pages. I said, no. We are a startup. We have our needs, and I think that need to be taken into account. You are not SMEs. So that shift happened, creating identity. Second thing, I would say credibility. For ecosystem to get here, today we have an MB coming here, we have other corporates coming into ecosystem. They have to trust this thing. They have to see this is credible thing, right? So 2 things. First, you meet somebody. What's their identity? This person's name is Felista. So who's Felista? Felista works for Sahara Ventures. What Felista does, A, B, C, D. Then, after I've established that, is this person trustworthy? Is this thing credible? So, I think these 2 things has been the most impactful because everything else has been built on top of that. The reason today startups, I'm aware that NMB is through TSA with they're about to sign up partnership with more than 5, 6, 7 startups. The only reason that can happen is because now NMB think, okay, we know who these guys are, and they're trustworthy. For us to partner with them, for us to lend our brand, our name to them. So that's credibility. Jumanne mentioned that we had a meeting with the President Samir. We even traveled there to South Korea to get to that plane. There's no way you're getting into that plane with the same plane with the president if people don't know who you are and they don't trust you. So those two things have come into our ecosystem, and it has impacted everything else around. So now we see more corporates willing to work with startups. We see stakeholders willing to work with startups. We see government more receptive. In the past, for people who were there during Buni days, we could not have an event and the minister showing up. No way. Even district commissioner will not show up. I remember we had some event, we invited district commissioner, and even district commissioner send us a representative. Like, guys, I have more important things to do than come listening to you. But today, we have ministers coming, we have deputy prime minister coming. Last year we did Tanzania Startup Week. The president confirmed to come. He just changed it last minute. But that shows you the mindset shift which has happened last few years. Thank you.
Wow, interesting. Round of applause for him, please. Well, that's very insightful. We have Flora. I don't know, maybe we can take questions from the audience. Over to you.
So I'm going to preempt. How many in the audience are startups? Just by a show of hands, you own a company, you're a founder. Okay. From what Zahor has just said and the wonderful things that the organization has done, how many of you have actually felt the direct impact of the work that the TSA does? At least one person can. I'd like to hear your reflection on that. I'm going to try to be as inclusive as possible. The impacts that you've felt directly from the work that they've done.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcela. I'm the founder of Genge Popote Startup. Actually, I'm the product of TSA. I think it was last year, if not it was last year, TSA announced a program on supporting startups. So I presented my idea to the TSA, and they helped us to register startups. I don't know how many were there, so I'm proudly standing here as the product of TSA. So I have vividly saying that they've been helping us a lot, training us, helping us to register our startups. Even beyond that, how do we get the investors as well? So I'm the product of TSA.
A round of applause for that, because as many of us know what TSA stands for, but I think in the audience, very few of us have either directly engaged with them or have actually a clear understanding, as Zahor tried to explain, of what it is that they do and how it is that they've reached where they are today. So it's great to hear that we have an actual testimony of a person who has engaged with them and has benefited from it. What I would encourage for more startups to do is to engage with such organizations. Basically, they're an advocate for your growth, for your scalability, and ensuring kwamba unafika malengo yako. It might not be financial, it could be technical, but pia, one thing I believe about change is that sauti kitoka kwa as a unified voice, it's more impactful than kelele za watu wengi. If everybody's coming in from a different direction shouting, and if one person comes as a collective, not one person, as if all of you speak as a collective, then it's easier for change to happen. Thank you very much, Zahor, for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Flora. So we are from Mr. Zahor. Now let's get to the Zanzibar Startup Association. So while we were outside, someone actually was excited knowing that you're here. Most startups, I think they are excited, especially those that wants to, expand to the Zanzibar part. So tell us, over the years, we've heard Zahara say that we've created the identity of what a startup is, the kind of business that we are doing. How has Zanzibar evolved differently from the mainland?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just to echo what Zahara has said here, I'd like to commend and give a huge congratulations to the organizers, Sahara Ventures. You guys are doing an excellent job over the past decade, so congratulations, guys, for work well done. So my name is Ikram Soraga, and I'm from Zanzibar, the CEO of Zanzibar Startup Association. Our work is quite similar to what Zahara is doing here in the mainland. As we all know, that Zanzibar is semi-autonomous. We have our own government, and we have to advocate for our own regulations and policies. So that was why, first of all, we had to create Zanzibar Startup Association, have our own identity. But looking at Zanzibar, Zanzibar is a little bit unique in terms of its history. It's always been a hub for businesses in the past, trade with the Arabs, but the way Zanzibar works is a little bit different. So we've seen that there is that need to be there and to advocate for that. But for us, when we're looking at startups and innovation, I think a major focus has been on the digital side of things. But our experience is a little bit different. We've seen more startups, or we've seen more innovation in the agri sector, and we're trying to build Zanzibar, to make Zanzibar a little bit much more unique. The idea is not to compete, especially if our neighbor is Dar es Salaam. The ecosystem is quite big, but to see what can Zanzibar offer that might be a little bit different, especially in the tourism sector, and we're looking for startups in the to come in with into the tourism sector, but also for us in Zanzibar in the past 5 years with the Honorable Dr. Mwinyi, there's been a huge push within the blue economy as well. And there's a lot of opportunity within the blue economy as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for the youth to be innovative and come up with ideas within that blue economy and see how we can push in those areas. So we're trying to focus the startups more, or we're trying to advocate more for them to go into those areas. And we're trying to show that when we're talking about innovation, it does not necessarily have to be digital. You could be innovative in so many ways, and you could be a startup in so many sectors. So that's what we've been trying to push. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So back to the audience.
As he said, Zanzibar is quite a unique ecosystem, and in that aspect, has anyone tried, as a founder, either tried to expand into Zanzibar or looked for an opportunity in Zanzibar, saw a gap, and then decided, I'm going to go to Zanzibar to address that gap? Okay? What was your experience like? Were you successful?
So my name is Simon Nyele, and I'm a co-founder at Leash 360, where we provide free nutrition education and affordable, healthy foods for children and mothers. So we have several agents in Zanzibar, and the experience has been great. So far, they have been doing business for just over a year and a half now, and we see only positivity as we go on, and we look forward to expand further with more agents in Zanzibar. Thank you.
So now we have evidence that there is market and there is appetite in Zanzibar. So startups should be considering Zanzibar as a place to either expand their businesses or to expand distribution of their services, because accessibility, inclusivity is something that we as Sahara are championing. So it's something that we're encouraging you all to do. Thank you very much, Ikram.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Yes, Cindy. Okay, so Cindy, Over to you. All right. So the CSOs, civil societies organizations. The question I have for you, Cindy, is we know that the CSOs, they play a very key, important role in building ecosystems, often overlooked, but they play a very important role. So how can the CSOs, catalyze innovations and ensure that the outcomes of the innovations benefits the societies at large?
All right, thank you very much, Haji. So I think I need to introduce myself because unlike my co-panelists here, they're very popular faces in the tech ecosystem. And I was in the tech ecosystem at some point 10 years back. Now, I don't think anyone can recognize that I was here. But now I moved to the other side, the civil society. And Foundation for Civil Society, we're on a mission to build a thriving environment for civil society to bring development closer to the people. And part of it is making sure that innovation serves people, so building resilience, livelihood, etc. Now, how has civil society catalyzed? So as he said, civil society has been often overlooked, but it has been a catalyst in innovation. For instance, if we think about being the de-risker, recently we had Kifunza app powered by Twaweza, which basically supported paying teachers for their performance so that they can increase literacy. That is something that no private sector person will give you money to test, but you get funding from philanthropic organizations and from development partners to test those things as a civil society organization. So one, it was able to test and de-risk such an innovation, but also because of testing and getting those results, it was able to get more funding from Vodacom and also share some policy learnings with the ministry. I think also civil society is great as a sustainability anchor. We work in the communities, we are in the grassroots. So when innovations come in and we take over or we support, it stays within the community. And we've seen this a lot with clean tech startups and renewable energy startups that has happened a whole lot. And of course, policy advocacy. One thing we're good at as civil society is advocating for change, advocating for better startup. I mean, you're already doing that, advocating for better environment for startups, advocating for digital inclusion, accessibility, and such. So in a nutshell, there's much more I could share, but yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that insights. Flora, where are you? Oh, you're there.
I'm here migrating to make sure we cover the whole audience. So with the Foundation of Civil Societies, basically with NGOs and the wider scope of civil societies, swali langu kwenu ni startups wangapi wamefanya kazi na NGOs, and nataka kujua experience yenu. What has it been like working with NGOs, either as implementing partners, our partners at the grassroots who are helping you to reach your targets and your goals and accomplish your missions and visions? How many of you are working with NGOs in any capacity? Any takers? Thank you. I'm having a lot of ladies today. Wakaka mpo. Our founders wengi ni wanawake because I'm struggling to find female founders for our events.
Good afternoon. My name is Heavenlight Enos Patrick. I'm a student, volunteer, and part-time employee at an NGO called African Child Project. And indeed, when it comes to working in an NGO, it is a very cooperative and a good experience for me since I'm studying while working at the same time. It increases the skills and overall it's far more.
I know the nerves of talking to a large audience, the jitters. Just to help her and to ask you, Cindy, what pressing innovation and technology priorities, which pressing challenges do you think innovation and technology should prioritize solving in Tanzania? Does that make sense? So what challenges? You deal with the society and the grassroots. So I'm sure as a civil society organization and working with NGOs, you understand the pressing challenges that a day-to-day Tanzanian faces. So then what are the challenges that you feel are most pressing and innovation and technology companies or founders should prioritize in addressing?
Definitely listening infrastructure. I think as a country, hello? Oh, yeah. As a country, solving for the whole country is a big issue. It's a big cake to... All right, okay, this is much better. So solving Tanzania's development challenges at a country level is a lot of work. But if you think about it from a local level, from local government level, then it's you're piloting and solving for that, and then scaling, and then soon enough you have solved for the whole country. Now for that to happen, we have to be able to listen to the people on the ground, the citizens on the ground. And that current structure is there through local government, but how can technology enhance that? How can an MP know what troubles the citizen on the ground every day while it happens? So I think that's one thing, because then if we're able to solve for that, then development, we can solve for health, we can solve for education, we can solve for any kind of issue. Yeah.
Thank you. That is an amazing opportunity for the startup founders who are in here. And I would like to thank you for that. Haji, nice.
Thank you very much, Flora. Now let's get to the development partner, Mr. Joseph Manirakiza. I said the development partner, and you laughed, because most of the time when we talk about development partner, the first thing that we think in our mind is money. These are the people that have money for us. So let's start by, you tell us how has development partners shaped the innovation growth here in Tanzania with the work that you're doing? What are the works that you are doing that has shaped the innovation here in Tanzania?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm Joseph Mandrakis. I'm leading the Fungo Innovation Program. This is a UNDP-run initiative, but backed by development partners, as you call them. We are lucky to be supported by European Union, Finland, and UK government, which is not common to actually have the partners work together to put resources in one initiative. So that's something which is actually shaping up a little bit. But what's also more unique about it is development partners who are traditionally known as donors actually putting money to support private entities, which are startups. So that's a phenomenon which kind of developing over time. So I think from what we've been hearing from other speakers who came up on stage, because we are celebrating 10 years of Sahara Sparks, so we've basically been hearing about how different types of stakeholders have basically contributed towards building the Tanzania innovation ecosystem or startup innovation ecosystem in general. I think Jumane did a very good job like narrating throughout since 2013, talking about the license of Buni Hub at COSTECH, which started with the funding from Finland, the Tanzania program that's established the Buni Innovation Hub. That was the first one. And the good work that actually did in catalyzing the innovation labs within the country. I think we know the ascent of the likes of Iringa, Living Labs and all that. So it started back then, and with the support of course, definitely the community itself, but development partners basically coming in to contribute. And of course, that was followed by Human Development Innovation Fund that I was lucky to be part of, which was also funded by UK Aid then. And part of what I was doing was basically building the broader innovation ecosystem on top of what the main work was to fund innovation through providing category grant to mostly NGOs that were doing development but differently. So that's what they were trying to test out. So that evolved because it was a long-running program for over 7 years and established quite a number of initiatives, including Innovation Week Tanzania, which is still running at the moment, which has now kind of brought together a number of stakeholders, but also trying to support even the emergence of many innovation hubs that are mainly supported by COSTECH, but with contribution of different partners, which at the moment I think we, as Zahora said, we can actually see how this ecosystem has grown. So basically, what development partners have been doing, and actually what they're supposed to be doing, basically, it's to provide that kind of catalytic support where they see that there is potential, but which cannot be funded by, let's say, profit-seeking entities. So it's just coming in to say, okay, how can we support this so it can actually be able to grow and contribute to more development impact? And that's actually the whole principle that the Fungo Innovation Program was actually built on. It's basically coming in ecosystem, support the different partners, working with, in collaboration with different partners to see how we can catalyze progress. And we usually focus on impact-driven startups, providing catalytic funding, technical assistance, but also trying to connect to different providers of additional financing so they can be able to grow and create jobs. So that's the main thing we're doing, but doing so, we have also worked with other entities. Enterprise support organizations do great job because startups cannot thrive on their own, but at the same time, you also need policymakers, other private sector players, so when you want to contribute to enabling environment for the broader innovation ecosystem, you have to work alongside all those. So we find ourselves in the middle, working with almost everyone. When ZSA is trying to push Zanzibar startup policy, is like, okay, how can we support, whether it's in terms of resources, collaboration, discussions, and so that's how we found that, okay, development partners' resources can contribute to enhance what's already happening, not just coming with something new, because if you want to start your own thing, it's not sustainable. You have to contribute to something which is actually being built so it can be able to sustain on itself. Yeah.
Thank you. As I am giving this to Flora, you can, I believe now you can also ask if you have any pressing issue to our panelists, so that after that we can close the panel.
Thank you very much, Joseph. It's a pleasure to have you again. You're a common face, and I'm sure a majority of you in the audience have seen him on panels, have seen the work that Fungo does. It's doing a lot in the ecosystem. Now, my question would be, beyond just UNDP and what they're doing with the Fungo program, how many of you here have worked or received support from a development partner? And could you share how that has changed your journey in building your business? By a show of hands, how many of you have received any type of support from development partners, be it seed funding, be it technical advisory services, and what can you tell us about it? What changed? Today, again, I'm getting a lot of women.
Thank you. My name's Vanessa William, founder of Blue Karanga, where UNDP Fungo last year you had a Student Youth Ignite Fellowship that trusted youth from universities. We're providing them with funds to scale businesses. Out of 30 businesses, 15 businesses were able to get funds, and T-Hustle being one of them, and among them being there. So we are among few university students that we are able to get funds, scale, include, and expand our product, being able even to speak in front of people. So they have gained us with a lot of supporting services to scale our businesses. Thank you.
And you are still in business? That's good to know. Karibu Nasra.
Thank you. My name is Anasra, CEO of Shuletu. As we are one of the beneficiary from Funguo, second cohort.
I was eyeing her because we have also supported them through our MasterCard EdTech Fellowship Program. So I was eyeing her, mbona hajatutaja? Mbona hujatutaja mama? Anyway, I'm going to give this one to T Hustle because one of our partners today is T Hustle. This is a young group of people who are providing services and are doing an amazing job here today. So they'll tell us what support they've received and how it has helped them.
Okay, thank you. My name is Scholar Jonathan. I was also part of the Youth Ignite Student Funders Fellow. Today I'm here as T Hustle. We are a group of youth where we support young people like me to get part-time jobs from different activity, but also I was part of Youth Ignite myself as a startup founder of Skyver Solutions, where we make machines to support smallholder peanut farmers with the machines for post-harvesting. So today I'm standing here as T Hustle, but also as the founder of Skyver Solutions. We got fundings from UNDP Funguo through the Youth Ignite, where we have scaled up our business. We have reached 3 villages in Kondoa, but also today as a very good way of expressing us today as T Hustle, we are here as the partners of Sahara Ventures. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Stories of impact.
Yes. Thank you very much. So clearly, we have seen the work through the people, through yourself, the audience. And I see Madam Host is here already. Our time is up. If you have any other thing you want to talk to them, they're still available. So you can follow them. You can follow Mr. Manirakiza, the Startup Association, Tanzania Startup Association, or the Zanzibar Startup Association, as well as Miss Cindy here from the Civil Society Organization, and you can have, all the answers of the questions that you have. So the media team, we can finish with the picture, and then we can go to see.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause for a wonderful and engaging impact panel. And it's wonderful to hear the testimonies of the investees that have been impacted through the various programs like Sahara and Funguo and more supporters in the ecosystem. Can we have the media team come take the photos of our wonderful panel? Beautiful. Thank you so much. Please stick around. We still have an afternoon session. So with that, I would like to cue into, we have the performers, creative dancers that are about to come on stage and perform for us as we go into our lunchtime protocol. Do we have the dancers ready? We're ready? Okay. So for the special guests, protocol special guests, please go to the protocol team over there. There's something special for the special guests, sponsors, partners, and speakers. The rest of the participants who have come in today, KFC have a booth out there. There's a bunch of food. There's Enzi coffee out there that you can go and purchase food and network. We will be back by 2:30 p.m. And we'll come back and resume our afternoon session because we have investors and we have pitching and we have amazing things happening in the afternoon, and we also have day 2 tomorrow, so don't miss. Tomorrow we also have day 2. So I'd like to bring up the creative dancers. Are we ready? Please make sure that you pitch. Let's watch the dancers.
motherfuckers how we.
World where everyone thinks they can do my job, check out this guy.
When I was a little boy and told people I was going to be a comedian, everyone laughed at me. Well, no one's laughing now.
You can say that again, pal.
Joker. One small thing. Yeah. When you bring me out, can you introduce me as Joker? Can you introduce me as Joker? The clown.
music from the week you're destined. See me? Alongside Pata ranking. This is for my baby.
This is for my baby. I'll lay you down like an edge controller. I wanna love you all over. Wanna be the gun to your soldier. Show you I'm loyal. Wanna hold you tight like a folder. You are the beauty, I'm the beholder. Be the range to your rover. Told ya, oh I am loyal. Oh baby, me I the wait
nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. She's my number, namba moja. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. Now she's my number, namba moja. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana, tushawana, ndo tushawana.
Nikamate simbwake, baby let me be romantic. We don't mind them. Navuta picha, little teacher. Mambo choro choro, mama bonita, bure mbomo. Nakuja, baby nakuja. Allow me, baby nakuja. Nakuja, baby nakuja. Allow me, baby. Baby nakuja, allow me, baby nakuja, nakuja, baby nakuja, allow me, baby nakuja. Alinidhalilisha, alinichanganya, ingeaga maisha, nilishafikia kikomo, ukanikaribisha kabisa, ukaniadatisha, umenipendezesha, ukaninarisha. Chana na unamu wako alinikondesha, usalijaa na kuheshima, kapoteza mwonekano, ukionekana kakituko, kumbe aliyoya momo. DJ Bamcha. Taratibu mama, tunamumiza roho. Taratibu mama, atajitoro. Taratibu mama, tunamumiza roho. Taratibu mama, atajitoro. Machozi yamekuwa wimbo, hadi na mimi kufosi, moyo unapenda amani kwanza, kisha vitu vya thamani wai umalizi ukianza.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I hope you've had a wonderful lunch break and networked and connected with the people you needed to connect with. Right now, we're gearing up to the second part of the day. So we'd really like for you to come back in. If you can come back in. They can't hear? If we could have everyone come back in. Everyone. We're starting in 5 minutes, so please make your way inside. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. If we could have everyone come back in, we're about to start the second session. If we could have everyone come back inside, we need you to start. I know you're having wonderful discussions, amazing technology, amazing innovation going on. If we can gear up, we need all of you inside, please. Let's go in. I know we're having great discussions. The exhibitions are here. Yes, Asante. We're about to start the program. Okay. So will you be coming in? Just one representative can take it, but everybody will wait. Let's move. For I need everyone in and then we
okay.
Yes. Yes. Are you gonna come in? What organization? You're dark? Oh, nice. Nice. So you do the speech. What about
Oh, na 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 na. Oh, saa sita saa saba usiku nitakupigia na kitu nawepokea japo tu nikuongeleshe ka kitu uko nje kila mtu wa mtu nishakuwa single masiku basi nielewe kiduchu tumalize ili bifu nimeshindwa kumuvuoni nimeshindwa kumuvuoni hata siwezi kumuvuoni wanawezaje kumuvuoni exidua gani ulioisoma kama ndo cha moto nimekiona aku siwezi kujifanya niko sawa kumbe nachoma inaumiza nimeshindwa
So are we ready to come back in? Right now, we're starting in 1 minute, but we need people to come. It's 2:30. We're starting back in. We need everybody in. Please, all of us, we need everyone to come back in, so our program must go on.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please go back inside? We still have more interesting activities. Can we please go back to the main venue to finish up our activities, and then we'll continue networking. If we can have at least one person that will remain on the booth and the rest will go inside, kindly.
And once we're in, can everybody move forward so we can fill in the gaps? It doesn't look good when we have gaps. So please, if we can come forward.
We are waiting for you to rejoin the main venue so that we can continue with more activities. We have so many interesting things that we have to do. Kindly join us at the main venue. Good afternoon. Please join us at the main venue. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we're enjoying networking, but we still have our program to go on. Please join us at the main venue to keep going on with the activities.
Can we please make our way in?
Miunji ya baridi wenikomea Miuka makini Macho yangu yehugo na hufumbari Zidishezana Bawe huni lisiyiliki Kazana Kama mapenzi pilipili Nakolane washaina kutwe Shako pamoja na mwili Uwe wako chukue
Can we please have everybody report to the auditorium? Can we please have everyone report to the auditorium because we're beginning our afternoon session. I know we're networking and we're enjoying ourselves, but We have amazing pitches. You don't want to miss the opportunity. Kuna fursa mbalimbali, usikose. Please make your way into the auditorium. Thank you very much. Okay, you're not speaking, are you? Okay. Okay, while we are getting prepared, I think once we begin, people will start coming in. I just want to make sure that we have UNFPA video is ready. IT team, do you have it ready? Because we will begin with the UNFPA video documentary where they'll be showcasing the AMUA Accelerator and some of their entrepreneurs in the AMUA Accelerator are showcasing out here. So we want to see what UNFPA have done and the impact that they've made and how you can be part of that journey. Also to confirm, NMB Bank is in the house. So they'll be coming and presenting the opportunities they have for innovation and supporting entrepreneurs. Also to confirm, Tukio, do we have Tukio in the house? Because you will be next. AfriCapital. Do we have AfriCapital? Okay, we need to confirm on AfriCapital. IPF Software. Great. So you'll be presenting IPF Software and the opportunities for startups and entrepreneurs to utilize your software. NatKern. Do we have NatKern? NatKern. Okay, protocol, please help me locate them. We also have InFocus Studio, representative from InFocus. I think I saw Josh. Okay, good, great. And then Coca-Cola. Okay, sounds good. So the short run through of our afternoon session, while we wait for people to come in, let's gather more people to come back in. I know we're having a wonderful time networking outside. Once this session is over, you'll have plenty of time to network and connect. And don't be afraid, because tomorrow we also have a whole day planned, day number 2, where you'll get to know who has the money, where is the money, how can we access capital, how can we access more resources, how can we access technology and AI and different resources to grow and accelerate our businesses. And then after we have the impact stage, we'll be calling up a fireside chat, thinking of years ahead, the future of Tanzania's startup and innovation ecosystem. So I just want to confirm that we have these speakers in the house. Isai Matthias. Do we have Caleb Gualugano? Do we have John Haule? Do we have Liberata Kawamala? And do we have Nasra Ali? So I'm gearing them up so that we can cue them for the next part of the panel that we will be having. Before we go on to a special activity, and then we'll be having closing remarks, networking, and entertainment. So we have a short session because we have a long day tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to enjoy and network with each other. So while people are coming in, I want somebody to tell me, what does Impact Revisited mean to you? Anybody? Anybody on the floor? Do you have a mic that we can give to people? Anyone, or should I call on you? I want you to. What does Impact Revisit mean? Yes. Our theme in the next 2 days is Impact Revisited. So we're looking at impact in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, startups, business, technology, innovation. We're looking at the impact of Sahara Sparks over the past 10 years, but we're also looking at impact going forward. So what does Impact Revisit mean to you? Do we have a mic?
Hello everyone, my name is Filda Rose, founder of My School Plate, and Impact Revisited to me means just reflecting on the journey of tech and tech solutions from the beginning until now, and how as founders and innovators are trying to push the tech notion in Tanzania forward. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. So trying to push innovation and tech forward in Tanzania. Wonderful. Anyone else? Let's hear, I know you're bold. Let's hear from you, Jacqueline. This young gentleman in the front in brown.
Yes. Hello, my name is Tumaini Kimbisa, the chairman of Just Green Tanzania. Impact Revisit to me means reflecting on how technology is, how acts as a driving force in the startups and a number of NGOs in Tanzania.
Okay, wonderful. So it's how it's impacting startups and NGOs and the ecosystem in Tanzania.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's one more person.
Hello. Yes, so my name is David Mgongo from Dirotech Africa. Just wanted to add the impact investment, Impact Revisited. From my understanding, is like we just want to look on how far we have journeyed from the very beginning that Sahara Sparks started. We have seen like the number of startups that have been impacted, being supported to move from the primary and initial levels of operation into the recent level that they're operating today. So I think from my point of, from my understanding is like we just want to refuel ourselves from what has been done so that to maximize the impact that can be achieved in the year, in the next time and the years to come. Yes.
Thank you so much. And where would you like to see Sahara, or where would you like to see Tanzania in the next 10 years?
I think from my perspective, it's like I just want to see the number of startups which excel into making the tangible impacts. You know, we have been having startups which it's like it's the rate of scalability and successful rate of startup in Tanzania is really very, very small. So it's like my aspiration, my dreams is like to see that the startup that we make, they move from the initial level into the scalable solution that we can impact not only Tanzania but even across Africa. Yes.
Amazing. Thanks. That's amazing to see Tanzania impact across Africa and also across the world. Okay, so I think with that, we're going to have entertainment. We're going to have a short piece while people come in, and then we'll begin our session. Karibu sana. DJ? Are we ready, DJ? while we are waiting for the entertainment, I would also like to shout out that if you are tweeting, please make sure you tweet hashtag Impact Revisited. Also, make sure you use the hashtag SS2025. Make sure the conversation is going viral. Make sure you're tagging Sahara Sparks and all our partners today. And we are still live. I believe we're still live on both Sahara Sparks Instagram and In Focus Studios Instagram, as well as YouTube. So please share with your friends who could not make it today. DJ, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, are we ready? I see the dancers are ready.
If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, and walk across the water, you feel defeated, falling on your knees and looking up for some hope tonight. You try to stand up, but you throw your hands up like you no longer have the strength to fight. 'Cause you've seen too many sunsets, too many days ending in the darkest night. But on your own.
Mambo vipi? Mambo vipi? Hello. Tuko poa? Sasa, I'm going to stop using mic.
Let's go, DJ.
Warning. This is a total blackout. Please stand by. We are currently testing our systems. Testing lighting equipment. Testing LED screen. Testing blinder. Testing lasers. Testing 3D video. Testing pyrotechnics. Stand by. Okay. Warning. We are about to do a full frequency sweep. 20 hertz. 50 hertz. 200 hertz. 440 hertz. 1 kilohertz. 2 kilohertz. 5 kilohertz. 10 kilohertz. Okay. Testing subwoofer. Kick test. योगेश शेजुलकर. Okay. Balance check. Left channel. The sound should now be at the left speaker. Okay. Right channel. The sound should now be at the right speaker. Okay. Sound check complete.
Let's give them a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause as we enter into our second session. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break, a break of networking. As we bring in the rest of you, I want us to, as we're getting ready for the impact session, right? We have UNFPA video that's coming up right next, and then we have NMB right after that. Before we get into that,
If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest ocean.
so could I also, before we begin the session, those of you in the back, let's get up. Those of you in the back, let's get up and let's move forward. Those of you in the back, please let's fill in the forward seats. It does not look good when seats are empty. Let's fill in the forward seats so that those that come in, they can sit towards the back. And as we think about Impact Revisited, I want you to think about this past year of your life. In what way have you made an impact, or somebody has made an impact in your life? What way? Just think about that, just for a moment. And what would you describe that impact? Is that life-changing? Is it revolutionary? Is it a blessing? Is it unexpected? How many of you have experienced impact before? How many of you? Hello? Are we here? Okay. So, on the count of 3, I want you to shout out the word that comes to mind when you think Impact Revisited. In the past year, I know we're looking at 10 years, but in the past year, what word comes to mind when you think of impact, or what has impacted your life, and how do you define that? Does that make sense? It can be like, I'm blessed, or revolutionary. You know, I want you to shout out that word, because all of us have experienced impact, and all of us have made an impact in somebody's lives. Are we ready? Let's do it standing up. Let's stand up. Okay. We're going to practice, and I hope the video guys are ready. So we're going to hear what your neighbor has said. On the count of 3, you're going to say the word that comes to mind where it describes the impact in your life over the past year. Make sense? Are we clear? Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you. Come on, guys. You haven't experienced impact? Okay. On the count of 3, you say.
Obstacles. Access to vital sexual and
before we
reproductive
see
health
that
services
video,
remains a challenge, leaving many
DJ?
vulnerable from mental.
Before that video goes, let's go through this session. Okay, so whether it was revolutionary, or it was surprising, or it was life-changing, just shout out a word that you feel when you feel the word impact, okay? 1, 2, 3. Amazing! You didn't feel impact? Come on, guys, that's not impact. You guys, yani sijui umechoka, yani hujaamka, umelala, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me hear you.
In Tanzania, the journey to health
What'd
and
you
well-being,
say?
especially for our young people, can be
Connection.
filled with obstacles. Access to
IT
vital
people.
sexual and reproductive health services.
IT team. Yes, we're getting there. Okay, so we have connection. We have amazing things. Okay. Now we're going to do one more thing before we get into this. I'm going to clap, and when I clap, you clap twice. Okay? And then when I clap twice, you clap once. And then once that happens, what do you say? Impact revisited. Got it? Okay, we'll do a run through. When I clap once, and I clap twice, impact revisited. Can we do it together? Okay, let me see. Go about doing it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. We really need to see how impact has been revisited, but also the impact that we've made in our lives, in our communities, and also the impact that we're going to make in the year to come. So with that, I'd like to introduce our next session, which is Impact Session, where we will hear from stakeholders who are making an impact and the opportunities that they have. And while we're going into this session, please do move forward. Please do move forward. We don't want to see any empty seats. And please make sure that you're taking content, you're posting content, and people are knowing that you're here and they can't miss out tomorrow. With that being said, I'd like for IT to go ahead with the video from UNFPA and the AMUA Accelerator. And they have some of their startups here today to show their documentary. Karibu.
In Tanzania, the journey to health and well-being, especially for our young people, can be filled with obstacles. Access to vital sexual and reproductive health services remains a challenge, leaving many vulnerable. From mental health to accurate SRH information, the needs are immense. This is the landscape that inspired the AMUA Accelerator project, a vision shared by UNFPA and Sahara Ventures.
At UNFPA, we believe that young people are powerful agents of change. That's why our innovation approach goes beyond technology. It includes behavior change, collaboration, and inclusive solutions that tackle sexual and reproductive health challenges in Tanzania.
Our program was a very unique one, a mix between a training and mentorship. So within the way we designed the accelerator, it starts with defining, understanding what kind of innovations, or defining the challenges, specific challenges that is available. But the unique side of it is this challenge definition exercise was done together with youth themselves and other key stakeholders, including people with background around sexual and reproductive health, innovation, and so on.
In Tanzania, the journey to health and well-being, especially for our young people, can be filled with obstacles. In Tanzania, the journey to health and well-being, especially for our young people, can be filled with obstacles. Thai Studio, formerly Harakati za Lucy, a youth-led NGO, leverages the power of storytelling and technology.
Thai could be one of the success story. Worked from having 4 partners or staff to 13 plus. And if you take Thai, you see the demographic dividend visibly, the way it has supported and helped transform the youth, providing them with employability, access to knowledge.
To be able to reach young people, we try to leverage different methods of getting
to disseminate this content that we produce. And with this, we reach over 7 million young people up to now across the country. And also we use different medium, like we disseminate through public buses that are going to regions, social media, as well as traditional media. This includes radio. The impact that we've seen is a transformation, because social behavioral change is not something that we expect a spontaneous change, but rather is a continuous process. And we're so glad that we've been having the support of UNFPA since 2017 when we started.
In another innovative stride, Jamii Art Creatives, formerly Mkwawa Art Space, are transforming how SRH information is shared.
Tumeendelea pia kupitia amua kupata muunganiko na kukuza biashara yetu kupitia elimu tuliyopata, ikiwemo namna ya kutafuta kunetwork na taasisi zingine, lakini kikubwa zaidi kuifikia jamii kubwa ya watu waliotuzunguka, ambapo kwa haraka tu watu ambao tumeweza kuwafikia ana kwa ana tukiwa tunawatumbuiza ni zaidi ya 20,000.
Niligundua Mkwawa Art Space nikiwa Chuo Kikuu cha Iringa wakati wakifanya makongamano ya afya uzazi. Kuna tofauti kubwa sana kati ya tulivyojifunza darasani na namna ambavyo walikuwa wanatufundisha wao Mkwawa. Utofauti upo kwenye uhalisia zaidi, kwamba hawa hapa wanafanya kwa vitendo, kwa kutumia sanaa jukwaani na nyimbo, vitu vingi. Kwa hiyo kunakuwa na uhalisia zaidi.
Afya Lead Limited is unleashing healthcare possibilities across Africa. Aligned with SDG 3, their focus on digital health offers innovative solutions aimed at ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all ages.
We are currently addressing the problem called postpartum hemorrhage. This is excessive bleeding immediately after delivery. It has been the #1 cause of maternal death in Tanzania for more than subsequent 5 years. So we have come up with a solution called Mkanda Salama. This is the local tool which has been designed to stop bleeding among mothers with postpartum hemorrhage. We provide our gratitude thanks to Mo Accelerator and Sahara Ventures, who have been guiding us, especially we redefined the package of Mama Salama, but also we redefined its product content to make sure that it really addresses the pregnant women challenges. And we since then, after joining the Mo Accelerator, we extended our base from 3 regions which we had been serving primarily, but currently we are serving approximately 14 regions here in Tanzania. And we have already received some orders from other countries, especially in Burundi. They procured some Sahara Sparks from us. Our ask to them, if possible, maybe in the UNFPA global meeting, to have a meeting with the global leaders, especially specific representatives from the UNFPA countries, to make sure that on how they can have their product in a franchise way, or in any scalability model which can be agreed by upon all partners.
Mama Salama ameleta mabadiliko kwa afya ya mama na mtoto, kutokana na unakuta labda mtu ana uwezo wa kununua vile vifaa vimoja, lakini kwa Mama Salama Pack imerahisishwa kutokana na bei rahisi, na pia vitu vyote unavipata kwenye Mama Pack.
Adding another layer of digital inclusion, Friendlycom is an artificial intelligence platform directly addressing communication barriers.
Friendlycom meaning friendly communication. We create a friendly communication environment for people with hearing and speech impairment using AI. So we bridge a communication gap between a health service provider and a client with hearing impairment, or a teacher and a student with hearing impairment.
Napenda sana ni mpongeze Salum kwa sababu ndio aliye tukonvince tuanze vitu vya namna hii. Sisi kwanza hatukuwa na ndoto yeye, kwa sababu ni mtaalamu wa IT, ndio aliyetusaidia wakati tunaanza hii process ya kununua kompyuta. Baadaye akaingiza mfumo wa Trinity kwa ajili ya uzazi wa mpango. Mimi ningeomba wadau au wahisani wawezeshe wataalamu hawa kwanza. Kwa hiyo wakiwawezesha wao na vifaa vitapitia kwao, kwa sababu wao wana utaalamu zaidi, na wao watatuelekeza, sisi tuko tayari.
Ensuring that everyone has equitable access to essential information and care. And in Zanzibar, Binti House is directly tackling critical challenges faced by adolescent young girls and young mothers. They deliver age-appropriate SRH education combined with entrepreneurship and vocational training opportunities, empowering them with knowledge and skills for informed decision-making and economic independence.
Kampuni kama kampuni tumesaidia vikundi vitano katika wilaya ya Mkoani, ikiwemo Workdesk ambacho hicho ni kikundi mama. Kikundi hichi kinajumuisha shehia 36 ambao wadada wanatoka katika wilaya ya Mkoani. Lakini vile vile vipo vikundi vingine vidogo vidogo, kuna Pindua ya Center, kuna Mwambe ya Center, Ueleni ya Center.
Kwa kupitia Binti House tumejifunza vingi kwa sababu wameweza kuunganisha na sehemu tofauti ambazo serikali, tuseme mashirika yale yanayokuja, tuseme fursa zinazokuja kwa serikali, unapata kuunganika, unapata elimu. Kwa hiyo unajua kama elimu ya afya uzazi sio kama inamhusu mtoto wa kike peke yake, hapana. Inamhusu hata mvulana.
Beyond AMOA, our broader innovation portfolio includes the solar-powered portable mobile learning system, iPlan microinsurance for affordable SRHR services, and youth-led hack labs tackling SRHR and climate issues. Our impact is made possible by partnerships. We invite young innovators, organizations, and governments to join us in scaling these solutions and building a healthier, more equitable future for all.
The AMOA story is far from over. It's a testament of the power of collaboration, the potential of youth, and profound impact of innovation when it's driven by the needs of the community.
Karibu sana. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria from NMB Bank. I'm the FinTech Partnerships Manager, and I'm here to give a little word from NMB Bank as well as, oh, you can hear me? Okay, great. I hope everyone can hear me now. So, Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike, CEO of Sahara Ventures, the distinguished guests, innovators, and change makers. Today I stand here before you to represent the innovation department that works hand in hand with the startups that we have in the country. And it is with immense gratitude and pride that I stand before you today as NMB joins Sahara Ventures 2025 as a strategic partner in this year milestone and celebrations. We are honored to be part of this monumentous occasion as Sahara Sparks celebrates its 10th anniversary, a decade of igniting ideas, nurturing startups, and sparkling bold conversations that continue to shape Tanzania's digital future. This year's theme, Impacts Revisited, resonates deeply with our mission at NMB Bank. The NMB Bank's vision is to extend far beyond banking. It's about empowering lives, strengthening communities, and building sustainable future. In the spirit of Impacts Revisited, we reflect on how inclusive innovation, strategic finance, and responsible partnerships have translated into real, measurable transformation across Tanzania. To support innovation and technology in our country, NMB has forged impactful partnerships with leading institutions in the country, including the University of Dar es Salaam, the University of Dodoma, and Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology. Through these collaborations, students gain access to mentorships, business development support, and market visibility, bridging the gap between the academic potential and the real-world innovations. We have invested in several key initiatives that are driving transformation. We were first brought to the Tanzania First FinTech Sandbox, offering innovators access to over 500 APIs, test data, and developer tools environment to validate and scale their solutions. In collaboration with UNCDF, we have partnered on the PesaTech Accelerator Program, equipping startups with industry insights, mentorships, and technical expertise to refine and grow their ideas. These efforts empower local innovators to build upon a robust banking infrastructure, fueling inclusive innovation, strengthening their startup ecosystem, and accelerating digital transformation nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, as NMB Bank continues to invest in technology, we remain committed to supporting Tanzanian startups and innovators. We offer FinTech the opportunity to test their solutions with us, collaborate with us, and co-create high-quality digital-first products and services. Looking ahead, we promise to continue to deepen our impact, empowering innovators, and digitizing access and uplifting communities that make Tanzania thrive. This is our Impacts Revisited. This is NMB Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much, NMB. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing for the innovation system. Does anyone have any questions for her before she leaves? Any question? Just ask. You have a whole bank, one of the largest banks in Tanzania, if not the largest bank. Anyone have any question? Yes, we have a question over there.
I'm interested in understanding, for a startup to work with NMB, what qualifications or at what level of development does their project have to be or have to become in order for you guys to fund them or to work with them or partner with them?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So that's a very good question. So as I mentioned earlier, you don't even need to be a startup to come and share ideas with the NMB. We have a specific department that's called the innovation department that supports youth. And one of the gaps that we have seen is that we would want to empower people from the university level, from the school level, coming upwards. It does not have to be a very complete product, but we have ways that we can actually support you or guide you. It's like an advisory body, say, on how you can actually grow your product into the most MVP product. Then if it's a viable product that's going to extend our services to say you can come integrate with us, we have, I think, more than 200 that have already tested their products with our sandbox as well. So we offer like a platform. So we don't only encourage startups, but also encourage the university students. A good example, we've partnered with University of Dar es Salaam. We have a program where we've recruited interns who can come also support us in building our products. So we have so many activities, not only for startups, but also students. And if you intend to have a startup, we welcome you. We have our booth. We can share the communications and we can guide you. We welcome anyone else who has a good idea.
Thank you so much. I think we have another question.
Thank you. My name is Gideon Mipao. I'd like to first commend the work that has been done with both UNFPA and NBA, NMB. But coming from public health background, I have an issue. First the comment, then the question to ask. With these, we see most of the programs that we've been doing mostly being supported by international organization. And current with these funding issues that are currently coming from USA, who has a major funding for most of the program. I've seen what are the qualifications, or what have you done, or are you planning to do as a corporate entity to support funding for this program that has been facing funding issue. Secondly, I've seen from Binti House in Zanzibar, which support start of this year. So this program have stopped working, but they were doing the same kind of like program with Binti House in Zanzibar, mainly in the lake zone, in Mwanza and Kagera. So what are the, as a corporate entity, NMB and also this goal for the UNFPA people, how can they support this program or initiative that has been currently going on, but now they are facing funding issues because of the stop order and the changes that happen in the USA. How are we going to support this program, which have been doing a very great job in helping the adolescents and young girls? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very extensive question. But anyway, I would like to answer it in two perspectives. One, from the part of the startups, as a bank, I think we are trying to address the gaps that we see. I'll give you an example. Do you know so many startups would fail or would remain in would be stuck in a place just because they lack the right guidance? I'll give you an example. We have some startups that we've been working with. We've offered them support to, make them understand the compliance aspect of things, the business aspect of things. So even when you're going to seek, let's say, a license from BOT or the governing bodies, what are the things that you're supposed to be doing, or how do you structure them? As a bank, we focus more on sustainability. And also we want to remove the notion that startups cannot come to banks and work with them. But it's not only about that. How do we support you to sustain yourself as a company? We don't want to see you fail, right? So those are the things that we as an MB are currently focusing on a lot. And I think most of you are aware of the PESATEC accelerator program that we currently do with UNCDF. I think we've been participants since they started, since the first cohort, second cohort, and soon they'll launch the third cohort. I would like to actually invite some of you when we launch these programs to get an extensive idea of how the bank operates and cooperates, not only with the government inside, but also external partners. So our main focus, to answer your question, is to do for sustainability. We want to make sure these people grow, and we also allow them to come integrate with us so that we make their businesses scale up, because that's one of the challenges that they face. To answer another question about the donors, like closing doors, I would highly encourage you to, because NMB is open for anyone, I would highly encourage you to get in touch with our NMB Foundations team. They have their doors open. They'll listen to your propositions, and then they'll see how to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question over there. Does anyone have a last question? Over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yusta, but I guess for my question to go to all the stakeholders, not only NMB. Okay, I have just one question. Okay, there are changes in our curriculum, the Tanzanian education system curriculum, right? Whereby right now we have the general one and we have a Mali. That means, and most of the O-level students are expected by Form 4 when they finish to come up with viable business plans. That means by, I guess, after 3 years, maybe 2027 or 2028, the Form 4s that will finish from then will be having like a bunch of innovators, because they all have to come with business ideas, right? So like maybe as stakeholders, how are we prepared for this? And most of them, maybe they might be minors, but they're innovators, and we support innovators, right? And some of them, I work with them, and some of them really have strong ideas from this age. They have really strong business ideas. So I don't know how, like as stakeholders, how prepared we are for that. That is the first question. And I would also like to know if there are any barriers when it comes to dealing with such kind of young innovators, as maybe I can say as investors who have involved various innovators at a young age. I can say most of us are dealing with university students. So are there any barriers when it comes to dealing with maybe A-level students or O-level students, and how can people collaborate maybe with other stakeholders to ensure that also their business ideas are valid and are also helped? So those are my questions. Thank you.
I think if you look at it and you also look at the legal part of it, when you're trying to support, essentially we have like programs like, does anyone know Go na NMB? Do people know about Go na NMB? So that is that's actually a department that really focuses on secondary, I should say, from Form 6. Those are who are transitioning from Form 6 to university or high level education. We've also been looking into that part, and that's why we say it is a starting point where people really understand the market, or they are mature enough to address certain problems. We try to have different engagement plans, and if people recall the MOUs that we have had with the University of Dar es Salaam, and the ones that I mentioned, part of it is to see how to address such matters, which includes to review the curriculum that can actually accommodate not only the university students, but also other people that are coming in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, NMB, for sharing your words of wisdom and also the various programs that NMB has. NMB has so many different programs, and they're targeting the mass. So they have programs for secondary, they have programs for A-level, they have programs for university students, they have programs for startups and SMEs to medium to large businesses. So they have different departments, and as for access to finance and grants, they have NMB Foundation. And we'd also like to thank NMB today because they are one of the sponsors today. So they do support innovation, and they have supported 2 startups to enable them to be able to showcase their marketplace today. So thank you so much, NMB, for your support. And we believe that this is the start of something long-term for the next 10 years of NMB and Sahara Sparks. Amen? Can we get an amen? Yeah, so we have NMB, thank you so much, as private sector and the only bank that we have today that is supporting startups. So I would like to, and please keep the questions coming, because that's how we learn, that's how we get new ideas, that's how we grow, and that's how we contribute towards the impact. I'd like to welcome our next impact session, Grayson from IPF Software. Let's give him a round of applause. And he's gonna give you the energy and show what he has in store for the ecosystem. Asante.
Awesome. Sure. All right. Hi, everyone. Simon, are you going to allow me to test this? Okay. Was that me or you? Simon? Was that me or you? Let's try again that. So just trying to get this clicker working. Okay, I think we are on. That was me. Okay, you can go back. Awesome. Hi everyone. Mambo vipi? Hii ni shughuli kubwa kweli kweli. And back in the days, nice. It used to be like this entire place here was, you know, like it was a Sahara Sparks day, and like we were having, you know, food and everything, and like sasa hivi tunakunywa kahawa lakini fresh, mimi na mimi nimeenjoy. Sawa. Now, my name is Grayson Julius. I'm a founding partner at IPF Softwares, and yeah, so I'm going to take you a little bit back, but before that, we build enterprise applications, software engineering firm. About 40 engineers. We have about 40 engineers, and we'll be building for more than 30 countries in Africa. Our solutions have been deployed and, you know, shipped across the continent. And this is the time where I expect you guys to clap and, you know, do something like that. Acheni wivu. Nice, awesome, nice. So like I'll take you back because like today. The guy who told me to do a pitch deck told me like, guys, you guys don't have to talk about impact. It's like, what is this now? Back in 2022, 2023, when we started our company, IPF Softwares, it was at University of Dodoma, SAIV. And we were young engineers, passionate about engineering and building solutions. And we started in very early days, and I think we got our first job, while we were in our second year. We were tasked to build the so-called student record. Like for people who studied in UDSM, they know ARIS. At UDOM, they have student records. And we were part of that team during that second year. Before that, we were just building games and things like that. And that for us, it was the first point of seeing what we can use our skills to build impact for. Before then, tulikuwa ni maengineer tu tunaandika kodi, unabaki kwenye computer, you build Java games, and that was it. But the moment that we were tasked to build the system, and we were told that this system is going to be used by the entire university, like, we can actually do something with what we're doing. And that is when we, you know, like got initiatives like, we're going to start this. And we brought all our parents during graduation, said like, this is the point we're going to tell these guys, like, you know what? We are best in class, we know what we're doing, but kindly allow us to build a company. So that's when this was our graduation day, 2014, computer engineering and software engineering class, and we started building up products. Fast forward, this was us. You might have seen this before you go. I have so many jokes for you to go out. All right. So this was us. This was us when we just finished school. And when you study from University of Dodoma, and ecosystem kabla hataja ecosystem, hakuna hub, hakuna nini, hata startup hujui ni nini. So we came and Kibamba huko tukakaa, and we don't know, tukaambiwa there's a very cool place you can go. No, if you wonder, I am not in the picture because selfie was not there. So I had to stand up and take a picture. So like I had to, like there was no selfie. That's the thing. So this was a servant quarter, my parents' house, and we had to set up a table and start building from here. All right? Then someone told us there's a very cool place at Costec. They offer free Wi-Fi and coffee. It's called Buni. You need to go there and, you know, meet these cool people and everybody. And when you're there, you meet Jumanne and Brian, and they ask you, what is your business model canvas? And we're engineers, like, what is business model canvas? We don't know. What is startup? We don't know what startup is. And we thought we were going to code our way out of this. And well, it was just like, tunafanyaje. And by that time, you're being offering jobs and things like that. Well, we pitched. We had business model canvas. Thank you to the mentorship and the guys at Boone and Kostek. And we even traveled. But we did not have, money. And things were becoming difficulty. And this time, we are talking about conferences and areas like these. These are platforms that you guys are, like, if I'm talking to startups here who can relate to this, these are platforms that you can be able to leverage and build network and build up connections with people, meet people, and build up your company from here. Now, this picture was captured 2016. I remember Jumanne say, like, you guys are going to be very famous. Take pictures with me so that I can use it later. But later on, we ended up being the one asking for, like, bro, to take a picture. Like, now this was 2023. So, like, Rashid, where's Rashid? Rashid is, yeah, this guy captured all these 2 moments. I think it's great time. So Rashid captured this 2016 and also captured 2013, 2023, and he's capturing moments now, Tena. And this shows great value of partnership. And, the way we're looking at Sahara, and like, it is a beautiful day. And as I'm reflecting toward this, it's like, this has come so far. So many companies have been built through this platform. And deep from the bottom part of my heart, me and my team, we are grateful for what you guys are doing. There are times you say, like, this is so much sacrifice, so much is being put on, and so much trust to trusting people who do not even have nothing. So, like, we are going to do this. Well, so fast forward, we tried to build product, and it was a challenge. And we say, like, there's a need to build a local company which can be able to build enterprise level solution in the country. And by that time, it is not as it is now. Ilikuwa kufanya website ya NGO, sio ya benki, ya NGO. It was going to India and other countries. It was that difficult to be trusted as a local company to get a task to be done in this country. Those who existed, they know what I'm saying, all right? Now, that was a demand then, but we are grateful where we are at today. A team of 40 people building solutions. We've grown from a team of 3 engineers. Now we are looking at 40 people, and we are building enterprise application across 30 countries and shipping products. For some of these partners here, some of them are listed. Well, grateful for, high NMB and fellows. And, like, getting to a place of being trusted with banks and NGOs, and like, someone had to trust you from the get-go. Now, business model done, pitch deck done, and Jacqueline and Flora saying, like, Grayson, you need to talk about impact. It's like, we're talking about impact. What are you talking about impact? And I'm an engineer. And I had to fetch information. I had to call old friends, like, guys, we're supposed to talk about impact, and what can we talk about impact in relationship to this event? And these are 3 areas that I could be able to, scope quickly and see how IPF software is. And I'll put this in conjunction with our partners, Sahara. They're sometimes partners, sometimes clients, tunaishi umomo, but mostly they are our allies in the ecosystem, and we love working with the guys. So from 3 areas that we're looking at as IPF softwares: social, economic, inclusion, empowerment, and I'll speak a bit about this. Up to date, IPF softwares, we have mentored, trained, and groomed more than 100 engineers. This passed through our hands as software engineers. And some of these are elite people working in huge corporates. NMB alone has about 5 of our ex-IPF alumni. And that's true. And we have people consulting for firms in US and UK, and we are so proud of that because that is what it took for us to trust them and then being trusted and being trained to get to that level. Business transformation efficiency, I'll talk about that. So from the get-go when we started IPF Softwares, our mission was really to be able to not only build softwares and products, and I will talk in conjunction here with Sahara Sparks. I think this was, what year was this? Pesatech, I think it was 2023, 2022, I forgot. But we partnered with Sahara in this accelerator. We've seen these programs and things like that. But this time, we need to do something different. So it was Pesatech Accelerator in partnership with UNCDF first cohort. For the first time, I believe, in this country, it was started technical audit and technical training for startup founders. Why? And the reason was because there are too many acceleration programs happened and people did not get value out of it. Or people got accelerated and they only had pitch decks, no actual solutions. And it was in no time that was proved very relevant, because during the first cohort of Pesatech, I think it was about 50 startups or 40, they were to be accelerated. And then we were brought in to do the technical audit, ending up with less than half of what were supposed to be accelerated. Why? Because there were no solutions per se. They are not tangible. So when you bring in an expert and someone to be able to do a technical audit, you'll be able to be able to see that. So this was one of the projects, and we are grateful to those startups that we total, like this is cohort 1 and cohort 2, I think in total. So cohort 1 we did with UNCDF and Sahara, and then brought in another partner on the second cohort. But total 32 founders were accelerated and trained, and we audited the startups, and almost 60 engineers of those founders, of those startups, were trained. And in the upcoming years, I think from last year and this year, we did Mastercard Foundation and Educate program, again partnered with Sahara, and we've been able to train and do an audit of up to 22 founders, and the impact is the same, the impact is huge. Different from removing this technical aspect of looking at things and doing it without it. And the startups who are here can attest to the program, the way it has been different compared to other programs. And right now it has become a thing. And it is happy to see that other people are doing the same thing that we and Sahara started a couple of years back, and we're so proud of what happened then. Now, when we come to solutions, there are some solutions that we build, and there are solutions that are coming close to very dear to you as a company, and you say like, these are really have been able to make impact. Now, recalling back 2018, this was one of largest projects received by CARE, and that is when we've been taught about impact. And the questions were like, how many females do you have in your team? Things like that. When you're working with NGOs like that, they'll ask you. So we worked with CARE from 2018, I think, building a VSLA platform, Vikoba platform. And the platform came in, it was only in Tanzania. But we were able to build a product from scratch, ground up, and ship the product across 6 countries, and more than 6 billion loans, Tanzanian shillings, processed through the platform, with 13.147 billion of savings done in the groups. The impact that this solution has done across countries like Ghana, Ivory Coast, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, it remains and puts that mark that we live on today, on building a software, building a solution, not just by coding and having a joy that we build something, but what gives us joy is really building something that will be able to drive impact to community and drive that relevance to people. Now, I said about this early on, but this is probably my last slide, and we are talking about 10 years ago. Right now, companies that are here, like if you're doing a technology, you're doing startups. Someone asked a question here to NMB, how do we get to work with startups? We are working with NMB. We are working with the other banks as well. And it has never been a great moment. It has never been a great time to build a startup or a product than now. Back then, my friend, it was you see these projects I'm mentioning, these are just few projects. We are building core bank assurance with NMB. We are building Elon platform with EcoBank and ABSA. We are building compliance system with Exim, UBA, with EcoBank. We are building enterprise AI agent solutions with NMB, with EcoBank, with almost everyone. But you don't get this level of trust. You did not get close to smelling this 10 years ago. So things have changed. And if you're talking about impact, it is on getting to constantly deliver. I was one of the guys who would ask questions like, when you meet NMB and say like, guys, mbona mtupi kazi zinaenda wapi, mnawapa mnawajua. Unaelewa? Mnawapa hao, mnafanya nini, umeelewa? And that was the complaint, you know. I was trying not to be racist, you know. So, mnawapa watu wengine, mnafanya nini? And that will be a complaint. But the moment you get to change the perspective, the way you look at things is someone from, I think it was Bosco, the guys from NMB will know. And I'll answer this question here on behalf of other guys, the corporate and the banks and the like of that is, as a startup founder, the way you need to look at things, you need to change your perspective, all right? You are looking at a bank, being it NMB, CRDB, ABSA, whatsoever, and the way you're looking at it, like these guys, they have 1,000,000 of clients. The way you look at it, like hawa jamaa wana network kubwa, and they have the muscles to be able to, nikipartner nao watasaidia kupush, all right? What they are looking at is what value can you be able to add to their 1,000,000 customers. Unaleta value gani kwao, wao, kwa wateja wao, not even them. Menelewa? So if you have a very compelling product, if you have a compelling solution, you need to think on how can you be able to add value to their clients. Then business is done. The rest, the foundation ni huku, sawa, tutanyooshana kwenye accelerator, we'll be able to sell one another, how to build enterprise product, how to build a team and things like that. But we are at a level right now, it's a very best time for startups and people in the ecosystem to be able to build hand in hand with corporates and build products. And if I'm going to say one last thing here as a wrap up, and thank you very much, is let's get to change a perspective. It's very few times I get to be on platforms like this, and I'll put it this way. There are people in the country which we have a mindset of competition, all right? Competition. As Tanzanians, we need to get out of that bubble, all right? You're building a software company, come see me. I'll give you the ABCs to get to work with NMB, all right? Because there is so much to be done. Even if we are thousands of us, we won't finish. We need to think on how can we be able to compete with firms in Ghana, Kenya, Namibia, Botswana. How can we be able to build solutions there? All right? Okay? So the people, akina Jumanne, akina Edwin from Smart Codes, akina Magila, and people on those days which started with, one conversation that we have is, yo, we are doing this, let's push each other. Because competition in our country is very small thinking when you think on competing here, all right? Let's compete and take kazi zilizoko huko nje. Let's saturate the market here so that we can be able to ship outside. That was me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Grayson, for a wonderful, wonderful presentation. And before you go, we want the audience to ask. We can take 2 questions. If you have questions for him, please ask. He's built his startup, yes, we have a question over there. And please take on his offer where he says he's going to help you build your tech, your software business. We need to help each other so we can put Tanzania on the map. The sky is too big for 2 birds to collide. So there's enough room for everyone to make it. Karibu.
This is Sik, founder of Brick. So Grayson, how did you guys manage to stick around, like 3 of you? We have seen a lot of companies that like they have more than 1 startup founders, other founders like go away and you just remain with the company. So I just want to know, how did you guys manage to stick around?
Can I take that? Awesome. So I think a couple of things. There's no straight answer to that, but I'll tell you what comes in mind first. One is be able to know to differentiate between hype, vanity metrics, and real progress. You need to be able to differentiate that. All right? You could have so many followers. You could be attending so many conferences and like utasafiri sana utafanya nini. Being able to differentiate between this is a vanity matrix. You know, you could get a number of likes on social media and followers, but account yako na cash flow yako ifanye kazi, then you are not going to be there. All right? So being able to differentiate that is one. I'll say second is a natural growth is more important, because now builds up that resilience. You know, there are some projects, there are some work that we were chasing then and we missed them, and we are glad we got them now, because if we got them then, they would have crushed us. So there are steps that you need to go to be able to get to learn and be able to, you know, kukua kuweza kufika naturally. So embrace the people in the ecosystem, look and be inspired. This is very important. Be inspired by other people, don't copy them. It's very tempting to copy what someone else is doing. And trust me, what you're seeing, I know the guy Brink is building a Brink product similar like what Notify we're building. Now, a back SMS platform and communication platform. Now, you could see what Notify is doing on social media, and you're trying to interpret like, these guys are going to go this direction, going to this direction. While we are doing that, we are doing all that is a mistake. But we realize that mistake before you realize that mistake. Then you copied our mistake, you stick with our mistake, and we have changed course already. So be inspired, don't copy what other people are doing. Just be inspired, take it, make it your own, move.
Thank you, Grayson. I think one of the questions he also asked was, how do you stick with your co-founders? Because that is a very important question, because not all the time co-founders can stick together, right? There can be people fight over money, power, and fame, the biggest three things that people fight over, and also other change of priorities and values. So I think that question is something that we all want to know from your perspective in your startup founder journey, but also what advice do you give others about change if people want to break, you know, the relationship and go somewhere else? What is your take on that?
All right. I don't like giving advice about that, because I think like huge percent of us as IPF, it was lucky. So I met the founding team, Jackson and Nelson, my colleagues. I think they're the greatest people I would build business with over and over again. And because of what we are as people, as individuals, we complement one another. Everyone has their weaknesses, but I think for us is realizing that very early. And I'm not sure, Jumani, when was the last time you saw Nelson or Jackson? It was probably like 3 or 4 years back. Now, because they know what they're doing, they are very good at what they're doing, and I trust them what they're doing, they trust me what they're doing, so it is that trust. And probably they don't even know if I'm here. Chances are they are streaming this, you know. So it is about trust, and huge percent for us is honestly, we got lucky. Yeah, I'll end there for now.
Thank you so much. Do we have one more question for him? One more question? Yes, we have. Oh, we have two, but I think we can only take one. While the question is getting there, we want to highlight that you have partnered with Sahara Sparks this year, and they've also, all the messages that you got today about reminding you to come to the event is through them. So let's give them a round of applause. So if you want to partner with them, you want to work with them, they have excellent solutions.
Yeah, guys out there. So we see guys with Notify, just ask them anything about communication platform. Thank you very much, Beatrice.
Hello, my name is Abdul Latif. So my question is just simple. What advice do you give to the upcoming startups or maybe companies that wish to be like you, IPF Softwares? What advice do you like to give to them, or maybe what problems that you don't want them to face that you maybe faced while growing up? Thank you.
Nice. I think that was my entire pitch deck. All right. That is a very broad question, my brother. But I would say solve the right problems. Like if you solve the right problem, a pain point, and looking at the customer, people pay for that. All right. Being able to identify between painkillers and vitamins, you are released. You can go. Be able to realize between vitamins. I stopped this guy. He was going somewhere. Maybe you don't know, shroom or something. Being able to realize between vitamins and painkillers. What are you solving? What are you building? All right. Vitamins. Yeah, you can read about that. Like there's so much batch articles on that. But if you solve painkillers, people will be able to be there, and like be able to. If you're building a solution, people will be able to use. So, like if anything that I've not covered is solve the right problem.
Thank you so much, Grayson. Let's give him a final round of applause. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech and your inspiring entrepreneurship journey, as well as partnering with Sahara Sparks for this conference. And as you mentioned, you need to solve a problem. Entrepreneurship is solving a problem in exchange for money. So what problem are you solving, and what impact are you making? I'd like to call the next impact session host Afri Capital, Naomi. Is Naomi in the house today? Naomi, do we have Afri Capital here? Okay, so if not, I would like to call Josh from In Focus Studios. Let's welcome the founder and CEO of In Focus. He is a sponsor, a partner of Sahara Sparks. All the media, the cameras, the content that's going on live stream is proudly put together by Josh and his team at In Focus Studio, and they are the live stream kings. So let's give them a round of applause for being wonderful partners and sponsors. And they're also going to share how they support this ecosystem. Karibu sana, Josh.
Hi everybody, how are you? Good to see you guys. We're very happy to be here as In Focus Studio. And I have a very short kind of a speech, but it goes directly to the 10 years that Sahara is celebrating today. In the morning, Jumanne was giving a very, very good speech, and I like the way he did put everything together. He spoke about the elders, the founders, and everyone. I think I'm gonna upgrade this guy in my office. So he thought about everything. But I would like to share the story that we have with Sahara. So when Sahara Sparks started at the first times, we joined them nearly was 2016, 2017. And that time it was just picking up. Coming into the stage, I saw my brother Ima there. He knows the story. It was very nice because the guy that presented last said it was big. We used to have food and everything, but not only that. That was the birth of it. And it connected a lot of people. And to us, it gave us an opportunity because that time, actually, I just founded In Focus and we were starting. So a lot of people did not believe to say, what are you guys gonna do in events? What will you guys do that will really change what you're doing? But I have to applaud the founders, Jumanne precisely. The first time we're meeting, the guy was like, we like your work, we think we can work with you. But Sahara Sparks it had a good traction that year and the number was big. So they're like, take it all and we want you to record everything that is happening up here. And we did it. And not only that, but 3 years continuously with them. And through that now, today they actually have 3 pillars with them. That is impact, growth, and disruption. That is exactly how the journey went, because through that, us in Focus Studio, we experienced the first, that is growth. Through them, the government saw us, different ministries, then we got a lot more opportunities to show our work, and we grow from a normal production company now to a production company that can save brands, big brands, and not only inside the country, but internationally. And after that, my favorite part of the journey, the disruption. Yes, we did disrupt the market a little bit, but just being vibrant and bringing in innovation and bringing everything up together. And it's been an amazing journey from that time. But as Bernice said, congratulations for hosting today, Bernice. And Bernice is an example of the third pillar, that is the impact. After this whole journey, we reached in a place now, we believe, and it's our time to impact the community. And how do we do this? So at InFocus, we have something that we believe. We believe we're made to tell stories through documentaries, through digital stories. As you know right now, the world is in one place. Everyone has their phones. You can watch stories. And the story that can be shared here will be watched from the United States to South Korea and everyone in a second. So we are in a very, very important role to tell these stories. So we started doing that by partnering with a lot of people. But through our growth and disruption of the market and technology, we brought out a very good new product in our company, that is live streaming events. And through live streaming events, we were able to show the world what was happening in one place. And we didn't just do that on ourselves, but we decided to impact the community. Why did I say Bernice is a good example? Bernice had a very good platform this year, Accelerate Women, and we partnered with her, streaming the event to multiple platforms around the world, showing really impact of what she was doing. After that, we worked with CARE. They had a very good program whereby it was like a booth for like 3 months for women entrepreneurs, 50 of them, and we partnered with them to create stories. So to date, standing here, we are proud of ourselves. Proud of what? We growed, we did the disruption, but now we are also impacting the community. And not only that per se, I would say being here today is the real impact for us. Because now today, Sahara is 10 years down the line, it impacted us, and we're going to impact some other people down the market. So whoever is seeing me here, once I get off stage, you have a program you believe, you have a product you believe. I know there's a lot of startups here. Content and showing the world that this is what you have is what the world needs. You don't have to sit with it. We are the front row seat of showing that to the world. We can partner with you to create a video of what you're doing. You have an event that really wants to uplift people. Like right now, I can't speak much about this, but whoever knows a female photographer around, we are at a very, very early stage, but very good stage, preparing something for the female photographers. Because we believe they are there, but maybe they have not been empowered. So we're working with Canon to prepare something very nice for them. So after that, I would want to say, if I get off stage, you have something you feel we can do together, at InFocus, we are wide open and ready to partner with you. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Josh from InFocus. Let's stay over here. Let's give him a round of applause for sharing his journey. He has been impacted through Sahara Sparks. Sahara Sparks has impacted his career journey, and it has taken you to the next level by being noticed by the government, and they serve the government, the president, and all the ministries, not only in Tanzania, but around the world. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and also, you know, we've partnered together, so I'm very grateful for In Focus Studio. And we also like to thank In Focus Studio for sponsoring and being a partner of today, the next two-day conference that we have that's going live, and all the beautiful photos and videos that they're capturing. Thank you so much for being a part of that. I would like to open up the audience. If you have questions, we can take 2 questions from anyone in the audience. We have one over there. If there's a runner, can get the mic to him. And then we have another one over here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andy, and my question is, you said you are ready to sponsor organizations and startups, and you also sponsored Sahara Sparks. What drives you to sponsor the specific startup? What drives you? What piques your interest?
Thank you very much. That's such a very good question. I would say 2 things. First of all, I was once a startup, and I thank everyone who believed in me. You know, if people do not believe in you, the doors sometimes close on you, and it's very hard. So every time I remember each and every move that I used to do, I remember the first person telling me, you guys can do it. We're going to give you this opportunity. And today I'm here. Why not, bro? I'll do it. Number 2, I'm a big believer in technology. Like, one thing I forgot to say is, whoever I've seen anyone in my team taking them photos, we're using an AI photo program whereby just get the link. I'm sure after this, we'll ask them to put a QR code on the screen. Just scan the link, and you can scan, the link will scan your face. Among all the photos that have been taken today, it will send you your photos only. So we're trying to connect AI to our media industry to bring it to the next level. So believing in those 2 things, like, your idea might be the next big idea, and I was once a startup, bro.
Amazing, amazing. We have one more. I think we had the guy in the back, he had his hand up, sorry. I guess we can take both, but really quickly, yes.
For the best, I just want to congratulate you, Brother Joyce, for such a good fortune. My question is, like, what was the key turning point that made you to scale from being a startup?
How many points did you ask?
It's like,
how many key points do you want me to mention?
What was the key, like, just the main idea, like such?
Okay, Benis tells me 1. There's a lot, that's why I'm asking how many key points did I tell you, but I'll say 1.
5 best.
5 is too much for the time, right? So I'll give you 1. I would say the most key thing is partnership. That's what I would say. I would not be here if I had not partnered with people. It's not my work only. It's not my brain only. When you partner with people, they teach you new ways, you learn from them, and partnership actually opens more doors to you than even being contracted as a job does. So partner with people.
So much, and I think we have one last quick question up front.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Comfort Magnus. My quick question was somehow related to what the other guy asked. I asked Grayson. It's about how you maintain your team, how you grow your team, and from communication point of view, how you clarify your ideas to the team and whatever. Just a brief about that and how we can use that to grow our teams as well.
A very good question. I would say the best tip with a team is My team is me. That's how I always take it in my mind. You have to teach them, you have to give them what is in your mind, but most of all, you have to respect your team, but also grow with them. That's a very big part of it. So I would say if you have a team, first believe in them, make them part of you, and just see them as yourself, because again, I'm not here just because of Josh, but it's because of not only the team I have here, but everyone who participated to be and was part of the Focus team.
Thank you so much, Josh, and In Focus Studio. Let's give him a round of applause for sharing your journey and how you can support startups. I would like to welcome the next session. If we have UNDP Funguo Innovation video documentary ready, we can have that ready. If not, we have Joseph here, who's already on the panel before, but can also highlight
Hello,
a bit
everyone.
about the program.
This is Joseph Manirakiza,
perfect.
Program Manager for the Funguo Innovation Program. Well, the Funguo
IT team, we need to see the screen.
Joseph Manirakiza, Program Manager for the Funguo Innovation Program. Well, the Funguo Innovation Program is a multi-partner initiative which is meant to unlock the potential of startups in Tanzania. So we do that in 3 ways. One is through innovation financing, which is through catalytic funding and technical assistance. And number 2 is basically working with the broader innovation ecosystem, support the enterprise support organizations, so they can be able to provide better support to startups. And 3, it's engaging with partners like Sahara Ventures, ecosystem players, development partners, the government, to contribute towards the better enabling environment for startups and innovators. And that's where Sahara Sparks as a platform comes in. So most of you know about Innovation Week Tanzania, which has been running for the past 11 years. Sahara Sparks happened to clock 10 years this year. And we've been supporting these kind of platforms to bring together stakeholders who are meant to support the innovation ecosystem to thrive. Because we know that startups cannot operate in a vacuum. So they need funders, they need policymakers, they need innovators themselves, they need supporters. So platforms like this basically provide that kind of engagement, that kind of connections, and most of them have been able to unlock or meet investors through platforms like this. So that's why it makes sense for the Funguo Innovation Program to support platforms like this, and we are glad to be part of it, and we are going to be talking about what we do in the marketplace. We also support our investees to come and showcase in platforms like this, so this is really timely. The Funguo program was initiated back in 2022, and so far we've been able to support 61 startups. And with the 5.2 billion Tanzanian shillings we have been invested into those startups, they have been tripled. So which shows that startups, when they're supported, they can actually go out and unlock additional financing, because that's actually what it was meant to be. Our role is basically to come in and fill in the missing middle for those that which are potential but are not yet raised or are not ready for the likes of VCs to come and invest in. So we make them visible, we de-risk them, and then they get out there and then be able to unlock financing. So we do this thanks to our supporters. So as I said, Funguo is implemented by UNDP, but we are funded by the European Union, the Finnish government, and also the UK government through providing resources which are needed by these startups and these innovators. So yes, a platform like this really gives us another space to be able to showcase what we do, but also connect with other potential investees and startups. So see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph, and he is right here. He did a wonderful video for Funguo Innovation as the program manager. Does anyone have any questions for him or UNDP, or how they can be part of the Funguo program? We can take 2 questions. They give grants, they give funding. How many of you want money? You want money? You want to know how to access? Okay, she has a question. Can somebody get the mic? I'll just give it. We have 2 questions, so we have a lady has a question for you, Joseph.
Okay, thank you. My name is Warda from Bint House Company. Is one among the company that are running in this startup. My question is, how many company you are help, especially in Pemba? Because what I speak in that, many company in Pemba, they failed because they don't see where they are going to get connection. And many of the institution and many of association, when they are doing their program, they doing in Zanzibar, but in name of Unguja. So they say we go in Zanzibar and we help many startups. But at the end, they are finished in Unguja, not in Pemba. They forget that Zanzibar is a union between Unguja and Pemba. So I want to know how many startups do you have, especially in Pemba, because we are a lot of struggle. Thank you.
Well, the person who was talking is not me, so, but I can respond on his behalf. Well, good question. Maybe I can explain how we work. As I said in the video, we provide catalytic funding to startups that have already started working, that have got some traction, have got the potential to grow, but are stuck somewhere in the middle. They cannot go to the bank, they cannot go to the VCs. They are still too small for them, they are too risky for the banks, right? So that's where we come in. But what we do, it's competition based. So it's an open call, everyone applies, we do go through a whole set of assessments, and then those that emerge, I don't want to call them winners, but successful, they get funded. Pemba question, that's a good one. Number one, our core are open to the whole country. That includes Zanzibar and Pemba. But unfortunately, we still have an issue with our ecosystem. We still have to do a lot to actually build a pipeline. And I think Pemba is where we need to put a lot more efforts. But the good thing is we are not the only ones who operate in this space. So there are people actually building the pipeline of startups to be funded by others. And I hope in the near future we're going to probably focus much more on Zanzibar and Pemba, because that's where we get very few applicants come from. I was having discussion with the CEO of Zanzibar Startup Association. That's why they're actually putting efforts as well, because we are supporting them to be able to do that kind of work. So there is a lot of groundwork that needs to be done for them to be funded. But it doesn't mean that we have forgotten Pemba. There are other programs from UNDP that are actually specifically implemented in Pemba, maybe not necessarily from the startup point of view, but yes, we're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's one more question.
Thank you once again. My question goes directly to how you do the funding process, especially if a startup has an idea, for example, it's like a prototype or an MVP. For example, say it's about making biochar, but they are not capable of having those big equipment to get the machines, to get the work done, to produce the actual biochar. But they have tested it, for example, in a very small amount, for example, at a capacity of 5 kilograms per batch. But to be able to reach more farmers with that product, maybe they need a machine that can make 1,000 kilograms per hour. But that will need, for example, 100,000 of USDs. So how can you support this? Considering that with this 5 kg prototype, they cannot reach to the market to sell it. Maybe what they can do is to give to the farmer just for test. So that means they do not have a traction.
I like that, pitching your idea in the form of a question, isn't it? Very clever. Well, as I said, the current mode of work we do, we work with those that have shown traction already. It doesn't mean that those that haven't shown traction yet are not important, because we are also coming up with initiative to actually build the pipeline, because sometimes you can look for startups which are ready for investment. Even this catalytic investment, they are not always easy to find. So what we're trying to do is to go to the level a little bit below, but that also depends on resources. So the question was mainly, how do we do our funding process? So yes, we do advertise, it's open call, we do info sessions, we train people on how to apply to that particular call to meet the requirement. And then once they go through that, it's now a process of review, technical review, and the final decisions made by the investment committee. So I don't know if you have ever applied and been unsuccessful, but given the way you have explained it, probably you are not yet ready to qualify for the kind of funding we have at the moment. But probably later, when we come up with these new initiatives, we can reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Let's give him a final round of applause. They have also been a proud sponsor and partner for today's program and for tomorrow as well through UNDP Funguo Innovation here at Sahara Sparks. And they've been a long-term partner of Sahara Sparks. Asante Sana. And the final impact session that I'd like to welcome up is Tea Hustlers. Do we have the representative from Tea Hustlers? Okay. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. My name's Sharon Hillary, and I'm the CEO and founder of Tea Hustle Africa. And at Tea Hustle Africa, our vision is to impact young people, especially students and graduates. So what we basically do is we connect students and graduates to part-time jobs that they do while they're still studying. So we partner with companies and businesses which are growing. So when they need part-time workers for working in the administrative positions, in the event industry, and all those sort of areas, they come to us and we link them directly with the students and graduates who needs those part-time jobs. So in case you're a business and you're looking for part-time workers in the events industry, administration, sales, customer care, and all those kind of areas, you can reach out to us directly, or you can reach out to our platform at www.thehustle.com, and then you can post your job and the students can apply. So karibuni sana. So far we started in 2023, and up to right now we have impacted over 500 students here in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, who have been able to get part-time jobs. And we also started our Upskill to Hustle program in January, whereby we train students through various skills in hospitality, sales, and events industry, whereby we equip them with these skills so that they can better do their jobs. So karibuni sana, and thank you very much. Is there anyone with a question? So we're still here and we have a booth out there. So in case of any conversations and comments or questions, karibuni.
Asante Sana. Thank you so much for sharing and also being a partner for Sahara Sparks 2025 Impact Revisited. So before we move on to the next session, I would like to remind you that we are still live through Sahara Sparks Instagram, InFocus Studio Instagram, and InFocus Studio YouTube channel. So please go on to their platforms, share it with your friends, saying, Tupo Live, you know, we're here, tune in if you're not here. But also, as Josh was speaking earlier about his AI technology solution for media and photos. They do have a link here that you can scan so you can find your pictures. Is the link ready? As we are preparing for that, I would like to get the next fireside chat panel ready. Thinking years ahead, the future of Tanzania's startup and innovation ecosystem. So if we have our moderator Isai Matias, and I would like the crew to help set up the chairs while we're waiting for the video, for the picture. We have Mr. Caleb Gualugano, founder and CEO of Sarufi Neurotech Africa. We have Mr. John Haule, founder of Swahilis. We have Ms. Liberata Kawamala, founder of Libe Green Innovation. And we have Ms. Nasra Ali, COO of Shule Yetu. So once we see the code, I believe in Focus Studio you have a code for everyone. Is it ready for the screen? Or not yet? Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that, I'd like to welcome up the panel. And this will be our final panel session for today. Before we go towards the closing remarks, the closing activity, and what exciting news we have in store for you for tomorrow. How many of you are coming tomorrow? You're coming? You're gonna tell your friends? Yeah, make sure, and we wanna start early tomorrow, so we gotta be here. We have a power pack day tomorrow, so karibu sana. So I'll have Isai get ready with his panel. So as I mentioned the names, if you are already here, Nawakaribisha, Caleb Gualungano, John Haule, Liberata Kawamala, and Nasra Ali. Karibu sana to the stage as we have our final fireside chat.
Sweet melody.
You're going to lead the panel, and then we'll open it up to the floor for questions. Sante.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. So we're going to begin our next fireside chat. So this is an informal, it's not a panel, it's a fireside chat. So more personal stories, more light stuff than the ones we had in the morning. So by a show of hands, how many of you believe that by 2035, Tanzania will have a unicorn startup? Only 1 or 2 people? So let's hope things get better. So I have my four panelists here on a fireside chat, and we have John Haule. So John Haule, in the spirit of Impact Revisited, John Haule started selling clothes, like way back when in secondary school. So he sold $10 clothes, 10,000 units, and he's now solving a problem for 10,000 SMEs. So we have Kalebu. Kalebu switched from being one of the best students in mechatronics into software engineering and AI. So he's building a solution, and they're now a partner with WhatsApp Business. And we also have Miss Liberata. So she was in the sustainability game before it became cool. So since 2018, she's been in the field in the plastic and the waste ecosystem, and she has insights in sustainability. And lastly, we have Ms. Nasra from Shule Yetu. So I don't think anyone has ever seen a report card from a student. And now these guys are trying to digitize that kind of solution to help parents track their children's performance. So now we'll begin just one question, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And I think I'll start with Mr. John Haule. So you have raised more than $300K over the past 2 or 3 years from multiple partners, from investors as well as development partners. So the audience and I as well would want to know, like, what makes a Tanzanian startup attractive to international investors?
Okay, so first of all, I run a very local startup. We are a local company in Tanzania, starting in Tanzania, but we are targeting African market. So my company helps business owners to manage accounting, bookkeeping, and access financial services. So first of all, this question, I haven't raised even $1 million, so I'm just going to try to explain what I know from the basics. So the question is, what does it attract international investors? So to be honest, if you are running a startup, you are born in Tanzania, you have been gone to school in Tanzania, getting investors, especially international investors, it all starts with people. If we look on the background of the kind of people who have raised $1 million or more than $1 million running startups in Tanzania, majority of investors are coming from outside. And these investors are investing to the people they know. So the first of all, I would say, for you to be more attracting to investors, if you had an advantage of maybe studying abroad or having this relationship with these people abroad, it increases the advantage of you being attracted to these investors. But if you didn't be abroad, you just like me, you were born in Tanzania, you studied in Tanzania, I think one of the things that's gonna make you attractive to investors is traction. So it's two things. If you have been abroad, you have been able to study abroad, you have that advantage, then you know most of these investors are from outside, so it becomes somehow easier for you. But if you're born in Tanzania, I think traction is what makes you more attractive to investors, because they don't know you that much at personal level, but at least you have built something, they see traction, so at least.
Okay, thank you. So that's a note to take, traction and either studying abroad. So on to Kalebu. Kalebu is one of the best people in AI and software engineering. So I wanted him to ask him a question because he's been building tech products since college. So he built an SMS chatbot while still studying, and he came to that for an interview to the company which exited Copages. So he went for an interview and he was kind of declined, so he built from scratch, and he's built multiple products, and now his latest product is helping small businesses which sell on WhatsApp. It's helping them to increase sales by 60%. So maybe you can tell us, like, what's the goal? Like, how do you scale a product to reach 0 to 100 people, and from 100 to 100,000 and to 1 million, and also how do you plan on expanding other markets, because you have received interest from the UK and Ghana?
Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. As introduced, my name is Kalebu. So what we do with Scala is we help SMEs. So a lot of them, they are selling on WhatsApp, but everything is done manually. So what we give them is giving them an AI tool that would be there to answer the questions, take orders, and take payments. Yeah, and then before Gala, we did a product around similar angle, which is called Sarufi, which is more like helping developers to build chatbots. And from my experience, I think the problem is not scaling. You need to balance between scaling, but also sometimes if you are getting the revenue from that scaling, right? Because you can have 100, 1,000 users, but are you extracting as much value from 1,000 users as you grow, right? So for us, the very, very key that we're seeing is we need to get very, very right with the very, very first person that we onboard. We need to make sure they're happy. We need to make sure they're excited, and that set up like a bar for us to onboard other people, because we did a bit of a mistake before with the previous product. When people say, we ask developers, what do you think of the product? They say, oh, it's good. And we're so excited, and we didn't listen very, very much on how, on the feedback very well. And over time, so you find out you're scaling, you have so many users, and you're not getting as feedback. And with Scala, what we're trying to do now is make sure the first people, the second person, the 100th person is excited about the product and is getting as much as value out of it. And I think there's so many ways you can scale a product, but I think referral is the most cheap way to do that. And for you to have referral, you need to have an amazing product around your, you need to build something cool and listen to the customers. Maybe that's in a nutshell, because for markets like, let's say, Tanzania and Africa, I mean, the problem are very, very vivid. You can see the problem, but the solution is very elusive, you know, because there's so many tech solutions you can build for them, and you might be just thinking you're smart and just build anything and put put it to them, and you find out, oh, it's not working for them. So I think you need to very, very balance well on actually listening to the customers, but also understanding how are they working now, and try to bring something that taps into their behavioral pattern, than trying to bring them a complex solution to them that is actually working, but they won't use it because it's too complex for them. Taking things of like literacy of Tanzania digital tools usage. So that in terms of Gala, for us, the way we're doing it is we're not trying to change anything about what they're doing now. They're already selling on WhatsApp, they're already getting the DMs. That's how they sell now. What we're giving them is just a tool that will work for them in the existing platform, and I think that's the way we approach scalability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on to Ms. Liberata. Since we are looking at the years ahead, I think by 2035, as we have only seen 3 or 4 hands have said we can have a unicorn startup, and being a female founder, you have faced so many challenges. Since 2018, I remember you raised money from the Tony Elumelu Foundation in 2019 and some multiple grants and awards. So how can we empower women-led startups in Tanzania?
Well, thank you so much. How can we empower women? I'm also a woman, I think I need to be empowered as well. So as the moderator said, my name is Liberata Kamala. I'm the founder and CEO of Libe Green Innovation. Libe Green Innovation, we are focusing on the sustainability and circular economy. So basically what we do the collection of waste plastics along the streets. So we have a capability of collecting up to 150 metric tons of plastics for a month. We collect diverse of plastics, not only type of plastics, but coming to the empowerment of women. As Libe Green Innovation, we are also focusing on empowering women as one of the creating green jobs for the women. And also at our factory since 2018, apart from facing a lot of challenges, because the company was founded for the first time in 2018 by myself when I started working from home. So in growing and getting the city capital from that tunnel you mentioned, so it gave me, it paved the way for me to create more jobs, green jobs for women, especially women waste pickers that are working around the streets every day. So those people you see around that are picking the wastes around, now they have their names. You give them, we normally give the names of those people, but for us, they are the valued people. Law number one, we treat them properly, and we give them incentives, different incentives. One of the incentives we give is to provide the training, financial trainings, health and safety trainings. This is one of the empowerment that at our level we can be able to provide to the women waste pickers. But also apart from empowering waste pickers, at the company we are defining sustainability. How are we making sure that the work that we do is sustainable? Because without sustainability, that means we are not building something that is going to stay for a long time. That means we just make money and that's it. So as a company, we work for the community, for the people, and for the planet. So these are the key pillars that we focus on in empowering women.
And just for 30 seconds, like what do women entrepreneurs need, like you, like female entrepreneurs like you, what do they need?
So what female needs as a female entrepreneur is just the community. So as an entrepreneur, what we need, first of all, we need visibility. This is the thing. Apart from funding, you need visibility. For me to be able to come here, it's because of the Sahara Sparks gave me the space to speak out of the audience. So, to mind you, for this year, through the Sahara Venture and Sahara Sparks event, Entrepreneurship Exchange in Hamburg, we want only 2 women to go to the Hamburg to present our ideas. And from that exchange, we met different stakeholders in Hamburg, Germany, and as a Libe Green Innovation, people were inspired by our work in Germany, and they were able to partner with us. So in this next week, in 16, we are going to have a delegation from Hamburg. This is not because it's because we are able to give them a chance. So first of all, we need visibility. The women need visibility to speak out, to have shown their work out, like the exhibition we can see outside. So those are the visibilities we need. Then also funding. There is also capacity building. So we need a lot. And all those things, where are we going together? We're going together from the ecosystem like Sahara Sparks and Sahara Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you. So lastly, Ms. Nasra. So you joined Shule Yetu 2 or 3 years ago, and I think you're witnessing things from a fresh perspective because you are kind of new to the ecosystem. And what policies do you think can really help Tanzania to improve the way education is delivered? Because right now you find we have like 3.2 million students children between the ages of 7 to 17. They are outside school. So I know you're innovating for those who are inside school. Now, what policies can the country create to make sure that education reaches the people who are outside the formal system?
Thank you. My name is Nasra Ali, CEO of Shule Yetu Innovations Limited. I've been with Shule Yetu from the beginning, where we started working to school after school. Shule Yetu, what we do, we provide a school management system whereby we erase all the use of paperwork and we bring a digital way of managing the school, from creating calendars, creating timetables and everything, communication between parents and teachers, that is made visible within Shule Yetu system. Going to the question, the policies that I think they will help the ecosystem of innovation, specifically on the EdTech part, is visibility of partnering, visibility of the government being able to bring the infrastructures to the schools where education will be inclusive to all. Inclusive to all means they can provide the computers. Also, they can provide internet accessibility to the school, but also they can produce infrastructures whereby students also with disability can be included to the process of learning. As for now, there's almost to 11% of the students that are in school, they do have disability and they are left behind because they can't be able to catch up with what is being taught in the school. So by providing that sort of facility will help those students to be able to catch up and also can improve the learning environment of the students. Another kind of policy is public and private partnership. For instance, I can say Silabu, I think most of us will know that. They've been able to partner with public parties whereby they, telecommunication company, whereby they provide that kind of bundle for the student to be able to learn. But if there's, the policies is being brought that innovators or edtech startup can be able to have the access to partner with those public companies, it will be easier for them to access, getting the visibility around it, and being able to make sure that the students are learning in a way that it's affordable to all the parents to provide the facility to the students. If it's the internet, if it's the bundle, if nowadays they have phones, smartphones, which you take the smartphone and you pay by installment, all that can be able to help the parent in making sure that no child is left behind and every child is getting the equitable education as anyone else.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time now for the questions from the audience. I think Bernice will take it from there.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel, for the future of what does impact look like for the young people in Tanzania and across Africa. I'd like to open up the panel. If you have any questions for the entire panel, now is your chance to ask questions.
Yes.
So how are you guys? So I requested for this panel because I kind of feel when we talk to Joseph, I don't know where Joseph go. Usually his point is we are seeing same faces every year in Tanzania. We need to start to have new faces. So I told them, I promise you one panel will be only new faces, only new founders, who will be shapes the future of Tanzania for the next, 30 years with whatever they're working on. So my question to you is, any one of you can respond. What do you see in the startup ecosystem in Tanzania in the next 10 years? and what needs to be done so that we can grow exponentially. Politics aside, practical, factual steps.
So who will take that?
Okay, so I think, first of all, congratulations, Juman and the Sahara Sparks team. So I remember, I think 5 or not 6 years ago, it was my first time attending this event. At that time, I didn't have a company. I was still a university student. So looking back and where we are today, having this platform to speak to my fellow young people and meeting other people is a great milestone. So congratulations, you and the entire team, and we are looking forward for your next 10 years anniversary to come. Basing on the question that you have been asked about, the question is, what needs to be done? Or is something that I've missed? What needs to be done for, to accelerate our ecosystem maybe? So I think number one, if I'm trying to be honest, if you look to the ecosystem of Tanzania, tech ecosystem for the past 5 or 6 years, I think most of innovators were so much more on not building businesses, to be honest. We were like, I'm just building this business so that I can make an impact. So there was more of impact conversation comparing to business traction. I think that thing now is changing. I think even in the past, if you could be able to meet any local founders in Tanzania, if you're going to ask about who has been funding you, is always this maybe development organization or non-profit organizations and more. So there was no much of commercialization of these innovations. So even most of founders were not raising money from investors and more. So I think for now, we try to see the new generation of the innovators I've been lucky to meet, not even the people who are of my age, even people who are younger than me. You meet with innovators and they're still thinking business since day one. So there is that commercialization that we see, something that I think in the back, most people were not starting with that mindset of this is business, it has to pay bills, it has to generate revenue and more. I think we were in a point, even if you meet an innovator, you will never speak about their metrics like revenue or whatever. We were just like, this is my impact, this is my impact. But I think at the moment, that is changing. You can meet your fellow founders and they speak, this is my revenue, this is my transaction volume, this is the number of active customers. So I think it's a good thing that most of people now are thinking of the commercial. So what needs to be done is to keep insisting to founders that these companies, they need to be business, they need to grow. They're not built for somebody to raise money, maybe grant funding, and just to sit down and wait. When the money is over, they go to look for the other grant funding. So what I've been able to learn personally, even if you're going to be able to, if you're starting a company in Tanzania today, and you go outside chasing these grants or whatever, sorry, it's fine at the moment, but 5 years later, there'll be people who are younger than you, have gone further than you, and when they look back at you, they will be able to see that this guy has been doing, you are on the mainstream, you had the platform to do it and you didn't do it. So I think what needs to be done is to insist to more local founders that this has to be the business. Yes, you can secure a grant, you can secure investment. It has to be the business, I think. So we need to mean business for more founders to understand that concept. That's number one. And maybe number two, I think, is more collaboration. Startups is not do it alone. You need you need investors, you need other strategic partners, you need more people to come and support you. But overall, my honest opinion is we need to insist more founders to think business since day one. We can have all other these impacts and more, but still this has to be business.
Sorry, on adding to that, also I think I will talk on the other side, also on the investor part or implementing partners. I think they can look on a broader way on where they need to invest or where is the growth is, because, for example, I disclose the name. One of the investors I had a conversation with, he said he's not ready to invest on the edtech part. But what we are seeing as innovators, there's a lot of innovation which is being done under education. There's a lot of edtech people who are rising up with a lot of innovation things that they need that money just to grow. I think also on the part of the investor, they need to it's not about shifting. They can just be a Sahara. Sahara, they're doing a lot of things. They're in education, agri-tech, and health tech, and everything. I think also other investors who they have big money, they also could look on the other sides of where the innovation is going. It's not about the trends or whatnot, but it's how to help the youth in order to grow and to escalate on their businesses.
Thank you so much. Wonderful answers, and it's really important to focus on business and sustainability and making sure that you build a sustainable business model. Thank you for that. I saw there was a couple more questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Antirius, and first of all, thank you for the beautiful delivered presentation from the panelists. I think I have a question to Libe. Where do you see the plastic business going? Right now we have the trend of carbon trading, we have cryptocurrency. Where do you see the plastic business going? Do we have a chance, normal people like us who are not in the plastic business, to venture into that business? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm happy I asked the same question in public. He's my twin brother. So he always asks me the same question when I'm at work or we are doing, is our IT communication, I'm IT expert, sorry, to our company. So where do we see, it's the same question that Jomane asks, but in the form of a sector. So thinking about the future of the plastics business, we are more focusing on building sustainable business. As we see, about 80 million tons of plastics is being generated annually, every year. So and the growing demand of the plastic packages in the within the industry is highly demand. So we are looking on how we can build the collaboration and the partnership with industries. For example, we are working with companies that are producing the beverages, plastics materials, and then we are doing the collection and then processing them into resources again, and then they're going back to the industries and then they're being reused back. So it's a circular economy model that we are doing at Libe Green Innovation. So anyone who wants to join the plastic recycling business, you have to choose what kind of plastics you want to go for. You cannot focus on each and everything. You can collect everything, but you have to understand the market, your market. If it is in Tanzania, as for Libe Green Innovation, we are exporting the materials around the world. So we're exporting in Egypt, we're exporting in India, we're exporting in Turkey. So you have to focus as what kind of materials is much needed in India and focus on that. So if you have to export in Egypt, you have to focus on that. So if you want to join the business, to engage yourself, or to start a business in the plastic value chain, you have to choose, understand the market, and select what kind of plastics you want to focus on. That would be my take.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. Give her a round of applause. She's an international business. She's going beyond borders. She's exporting to Egypt and beyond Tanzania. We have a question back there? Okay.
Hello. My name is Koti Zikapampa. I'm with Sahara Ventures, Sahara Consult right now. Na swali moja kwenye mama ya shule yetu. Kwa sababu, I remember I've gone to school and in my school walitufundisha kama critical thinking. So you should think critically, like be philosophical with your thoughts. In school they taught us that. But when you go back home, una wazazi yako ambayo wanaendelea, maybe religion is stopping them from doing that. So everything the teacher says is not always good for us as African identity. So kama shule yetu, najiuliza, is that something you guys think about? Or is that something in the future? Is it in your vision, like bringing what the teacher actually says back to the heart of the person that's listening? I don't know. Thank you.
Sawa. I think first for shule yetu we do conduct trainings also to parents and tell them the importance of education, how children can be impacted with this kind of education, and after this, what will be the future of the children. For the parent side, I think their perception is changing. Just kidogo kidogo, it's changing. That they do believe in the education that they do get at school. Now for what Shulet we are doing, we also do provide online learning, whereby students, even when they're at home, they still have access to learn. Even they're on holidays or weekends, they still have the access to learn while they're still at home. And even on the online materials which are being provided, the same materials which are being provided are available at the schools, are also being provided at home. And also, on the updated curriculum, it emphasizes on, what is that in English? It's emphasizing on students to do things that it can help them in the future. Yes, I think that it also helps us in providing the content that are very reliable to how our world now is, and the parents also, the mind is somehow turning into understanding that even when my child finishes from 5 or 6, even if they choose to go to university or they choose to go to VETA, but at least they have that initial knowledge that they know A, B, and C's, rather than going empty-handed.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insights on all your innovations. Yes? Unfortunately, that was our final question. I know we're really hungry and we want to learn, but we have to wrap it up because tomorrow we have another full day. So please, if you have any more questions for our wonderful panelists, approach them after. They'll also be here tomorrow as well. And you'll also have an opportunity to ask more questions. So let's thank our panel for a wonderful session, for them sharing their stories and their successful startup journeys. Let's thank them. And I would like for them to have a group photo. So if we can have the photographers take a photo while they're seated and then one when they're standing. Let's pose for the photo. Are we ready? Okay, let's have them stand. This is the next generation. This is the future, the builders. Let's smile.
Every day I'm singing Sala. I just found an angel.
We're too serious, too serious. Let's make something fun. The next generation, a fun photo, yes.
Got me singing Sala. You know I'm so loyal, baby mo. You know I'm so loyal, baby mo.
Beautiful. Yeah, you're the young generation. Like, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the value that you've added today. And before we wrap up, we'd like to call up Mr. Jumanne for the closing remarks. Have you enjoyed today? Have you enjoyed today? I can't hear you. How many of you have enjoyed today? I can't hear you. You're not excited. How many of you have really enjoyed and you're so glad you came and spent your day here? And are you so grateful for Mr. Jumanne? And all the hard work and the vision that he's put together and the hours and hours of bringing this vision to life. Are you grateful for him? I can't hear your appreciation. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. And it's not over yet. We are halfway done. We have tomorrow as well. But we just like to thank you so much for really putting together Sahara Sparks, 10 years of impact and legacy. It's not easy. And also for your entire team and all the partners and sponsors, I'd like to give him to share with you his final closing remarks and what exciting things are in store for tomorrow before we officially end. Karibu sana.
Great, thank you. Mambo vipi? Habari za jioni. Madini yametosha au bado kidogo? Madini bado kidogo? Still want to consume content? Anyway, so we are very humbled and honored. Mpaka muda huu mmekaa mnasikiliza. I'll tell you one joke ya Sahara Sparks 2000 na Sahara Sparks ya Idris ilikuwa mwaka gani ile? Idris Sultan 2022. Yeah, so Sahara Sparks 2022 tumwambia Idris atusaidie kumobilize watu waje kwenye event. Akatuambia tunamlipa shingapi, tukamtajia bei. Akatuliza hii ya watu wangapi, tukaambia hiyo ni watu 1000. Akanambia ni watafutia watu 1000 sio tatizo. Tatizo ni kuwatafutia Watanzania 1000 wenye akili ya kusikiliza hiyo content mnayozungumza. So it was very funny actually. Kwa hiyo jamani, tujipigie makofi, tuko kwenye wale wa Tanzania. No, to me it was an interesting joke, but it's something very enticing. We are here. Most of you are young people with a lot of energy and zeal, with a lot of passion and commitment to do something meaningful to this country. Kwa kuona mmekaa tangia asubuhi mpaka sasa hivi, tunakuwa tuna hope kubwa sana kwamba it's not only a generation of TikTokers but people who actually get things done. Kwa hiyo kwanza kabisa naomba tuwashukuru watu wote, tukianza na nyinyi wenyewe mjipigie makofi mengi sana kwa kushiriki. Lakini kama nakumbuka asubuhi session yangu tulikuwa group yale makundi sehemu 5. So tutawashukuru the elders, tuwapigie makofi the elders for helping us to realize our dreams, and the founders, our community, and also the team at Sahara Ventures. But most important, all of our partners, you can see them, Costec, nikitaja jina pigeni makofi, Costec, IPF Software, Infocus Studio. Tupige makofi mengi sana kwa Infocus, Team Infocus. Yeah, so Afri Capital, Kakakuona Ventures, Coca-Cola, Sahara Ventures, Tanzania Startup Association, Zanzibar Startup Association. If you love good coffee, always pop up at NZ. They have one of the best coffee in town. Shout out to NZ. Tea Hustle, we are still hustling, so clap for them. So Funguo, UNFPA, UN Women, NMB, NatCan, and also Ready Askari. Can we clap for them again? So again, you're all tired. It has been a very long day. These past 10 years have been very exciting. We have disrupted, we have grown together, and we've created a lot of impact. And it's not impact on papers, on social media. You can see little lives of people being transformed. A lot of young people have come here. Back in 2016, I was actually standing on the same place I'm standing right now. Back in 2016, I was standing here. And if I look back, I remember Kina Kinga Mkono, Wakina Hadi Katera, Wakina Godfrey Magira. I can keep on mentioning all of them. They were there that day. We were just having fun. Nakumbuka Kinga Mkono alipanda hapa akawa anaimba nyimbo za Kanye West instead of pitching. It was fun. But the thing is, looking forward in the next 10 years, there's a lot of promise, there's a lot of potential, and the world is changing really fast. Kwa naangalia juzi AI 2027, if you wanna go and check, we are already in AGI. We've already entered in the age of artificial general intelligence, and they're estimating tutaingia kwenye singularity by 2035. Everything will be owned by AI, decided by AI. AI will live for fun with AI. So I'm very excited to see our future builders, what are they going to build in the age of AI? because everything that they're building right now is being disrupted by AI. Kwa hiyo kuna AI yuko inatengeneza payment gateway, it has better developers than you. Sasa sijui mtapambana nayo vipi, mtajua. Tutakutana tena hapa 2035 to discuss that. So the next decade is going to be exciting, but as much as elders were there, founders were there, it's a decade of business. So we expect to see more talent from Tanzania, more skilled youths coming from Tanzania, and then kila mtu afanye kazi yake. Researcher wa research ili tuweze kupata large language models za Kiswahili, muone policy maker watunge sheria, muone bwana, ma developer sio act developer bwana serikali ifanye kazi yake na kila mtu akifanya kazi yake, we are going to build a very exciting nation. Sasa kesho ndio kesho. Don't miss tomorrow. Today there was a lot of talks, a lot of conversation, but tomorrow is more transaction. Are you guys excited for tomorrow? Yeah, so tomorrow is Sahara Sparks Marketplace. When I say Sahara Sparks, you say marketplace. Sahara Sparks? Marketplace. Sahara Sparks? Marketplace. Sahara Sparks? Yeah, so come, network, meet your potential strategic partner, a potential co-founder, a potential investor. Kwa kesho atushukuru wageni rasmi. Kesho ni siku ya kuongea na hela kumove na deals kwa closed. I'll be here very casual. If you see me, just pitch your startup. I'm a broadcast nigga, but I might invest on whatever you're working on. And I'm very excited. I'm very excited to be in front of you because you are the future of Tanzania. The median age of Tanzania is 19 years old. Asikudanganye mtu yoyote, hakuna mtu mwingine yote atakayetengeneza Tanzania, ni watu, especially nyinyi vijana mlokaa hapa. Hii generation in influence na power, they are not even 6%. So 60, they are not even 6% of our population. So you umeelewa? Yeah, now we have presidents who have been born after independence of Tanzania. Can you imagine? So this is a very useful nation. Go, work hard, build your nation. It's your time to disrupt, to grow, and to impact. See you again tomorrow morning, saa 2:30 asubuhi, tufike mapema, kwa sababu kisha kuwa na hela, kitu ambacho una ni muda. Si umeona bwana? Sasa hebu tutumie muda kutafuta nini? Kutafuta pesa. So let's see what will happen tomorrow. I'm very excited. Nawashukuru wote kwa kuja na Mungu asimamie kwenye hayo mnayoendea. See you tomorrow and have a blessed evening. Thank you. Bwana, DJ amefariki nini?
Plenty more. You're my heart for the night. Give me my control. Stop down for the night. Let me know. You down for the ride. Then you down for the ride. We don't say bye-bye. You can see my eyes. Then I'm on the rise. Oh, I believe by the light. Your body be smiling. Oh, easier than I silo.
This is more than partnership. It is a celebration of vision, innovation, and the power of African ideas to shape the future. In Focus Studio was among the earliest to join the Sahara Sparks journey. Through this platform, the world saw what we could do and the impact we could create. That moment became a launchpad, helping our growth rise to greater heights. Today, we stand proudly as a studio that works with the highest offices of government, international leading brands, and major corporate organizations. But with growth comes responsibility. And as we grew, we realized it was our time to give back, to use creativity and technology to empower the next generation. We have partnered with organizations that are building movements for the future of young entrepreneurs and dreamers. Recently, we partnered with Care Tanzania, producing documentaries that tell the powerful stories of young women leaders to the world. We are now running a training program for female photographers in Tanzania, equipping them with skills, tools, and opportunities to connect globally. This is our way of ensuring that as we rise, we lift others with us. Innovation is not just something we talk about, it's something we bring to life. Here at Sahara Sparks 2025, In Focus Studio is using our AI-powered photo app to capture today's moments. Photos are shared instantly. Facial recognition ensures that each of you can access only the images you appear in. To make it simple, We have placed a QR code on the screen behind me. Scan it, and you will find your photos from today, powered by our app. To every innovator, dreamer, and changemaker here, your spark matters. Every idea adds to Africa's ecosystem of possibility. As partners of Sahara Sparks, we at InFocus Studio are committed to empowering more voices, training more storytellers, and building more opportunities. And today, I extend an invitation. Join us, partner with us. Let's expand the impact together, because the future of Africa's story will not be written by one company or one idea, but by all of us, working as one. From all of us at InFocus Studio, thank you. And may Sahara Sparks 2025 continue to ignite sparks that light up our continent and the world beyond. Distinguished guests, honorable government representatives, innovators, entrepreneurs, changemakers, good morning. On behalf of InFocus Studio, it is a true honor